we'll cover all the way like what are the different ways of including the CSS with the HTML. So we are going to discuss about the 4 different things. First one is the inline style sheet. Inline style sheet is something where you will write any HTML tag, and right after that you will use the style attribute, and inside that you will start writing all the style rules in the CSS syntax. Embedding is something where you will write the CSS code inside the header section of the HTML document inside the style tag. So there we will write all the style rules, and those will be applicable for the current HTML page only. So after that, in the body, whichever HTML tag you are putting, either you can use the name selector, ID selector, class selector, universal selector, whatever, but that will be applicable for the current page only. If you want to write a style sheet that should be applicable for all the pages of your website, then you will have to create a separate file with an extension .css, and then you will write all the style rules inside that file. Later, you are having 2 different ways of including those style rules in any HTML page. That is linking and importing. These are the 2 ways which will help us out in getting the style from a separate CSS document, and where we will implement that in a current HTML page. So let's see a practical implementation of the different ways how we can link the style sheet with the HTML. So now in this particular video, we'll start working with the inline style sheet. So basically what I'll do, as here you can see there are a couple of tags, that is h1 and h2, and here is the output of these h2 and h1 tag. Now if I want to put the inline style sheet, what I'll do, like the attribute we used to pass in any of the tags so far, here I will use this style as the attribute. After that, here what I'll do, I'll just put some of the values as I was doing in the previous video where we just saw the simple example. Like here, if I want to change the color of this h1, what I'll do, I'll say color to blue. As soon as I do that, you can see the color of this particular text, this particular heading is turned to blue. Similarly, if I want to change the font family, again I can come to font family attribute here in this style, and I will use any of, like in the previous video we use SMS. That is same I'm going to do here as well, and here you can see the difference. So basically the way to write the attribute and the value will remain same, but the thing is we will actually pass the value in the style attribute right where I'm putting the tag. Since this one is inline, if I'll put any other h1 tag, these styles will not be applicable in that heading. Like this is a sample text. So here you can see the other heading is not getting affected with the inline because this style attribute is particularly for this h1 only. So it will not be applicable for any other h1 tag. Now, if you want to put some common designs for all the h1 available on this web page, as we have done in the initial video as well, so for that, what I'll do, I'm just removing this style from here, and I'll come back to the head section where I'll put the style tag. Just make a good practice to pass the type attribute here, where I'll put a value text /CSS. And here, since I want to pass it for heading, I will use the values like color to blue, font family to MS. So now all the h1 available in this particular page will be turned to the same style set which I have used for the h1 tag, and similarly you can make it for any other tag you want. There are different selectors which I will cover in our next video, but here I'm just telling you what are the different ways of putting these style things in the web page. Alright, so here first thing was the inline style sheet, and here I'm actually embedding the style sheet inside the head section of the same HTML document. Let's put some styles for the H2 as well before proceeding. So here, color is green and text decoration is underlined. So it is coming with the underline. Now, these are the two ways in which you can put the things in the same HTML document. Remember, if you have passed some of these styles by embedding, and if you want to make some changes in a particular thing, again, you can come to H1 tag. For example, if for this particular H1, I want underline, so what I can do, I can actually come and still can pass the inline style sheet. So here what I'll do, I'll say text decoration underline. So not the first H1, but the second H1 will be decorated with the underline like this. Similarly, if you want to change some of the attribute which is being defined initially, like for example, I said like all the H1 will be having color blue and the text MS. But maybe if you want particularly this H1 should not come in MS, then you can just pass the same attribute again here, and that will override the previous one. It is like the inheritance if you are from the programming background, that this one is the parent and this one is the child specific values. So if there is nothing defined, then it will take it from the parent. Otherwise, it will take its own value if you want to make some changes. Like font family here, I want to put it Arial. So I come here and you can see this is the Arial text. So this is about the embedding and inline style sheet. But if you want, you can just cut all these style attributes from here, and I'll take another document where I'll save them all. And now let's save it in the same folder. Like currently I'm working in the CSS folder, inside which you have the demo.html. And inside this, I will save it as styles.css. And here, early you can find the CSS extension as well. So you can choose it from here as well. So now I have saved this CSS. All right. So now next thing what I'll do. So let's come back to the browser. And if I'll refresh, you can see only the inline style sheet where I said font family Arial and text decoration underline is still there. Rest all the styles are gone away. So what can I do is I can actually link this style sheet into this HTML document. And for that, what I'll do, I'll come to the head section again, and here I will pass the link tag. I don't want to put anything inside it, so I just close it. It will be a non-pair tag or empty tag. And now, link relation. Relation is that I'm going to use a style sheet. So link relation is a style sheet. Again, you can specify type, which type of text this linked file is going to bring here. It will be the CSS, again the MIME type, and href, the most important thing, that's the hyper reference. So both are in the same folder, and inside the CSS there's a file called styles.css. So again I'm passing the relative path out here. So maybe if it's done, I should get these styles back. So let's refresh it here. So now I get all these styles which I have defined in this style. So these are the different ways using which you can actually use a style sheet inside an HTML document. So here we covered the three ways, that is the inline style sheet like this, the embedding style sheet where we put the style tag in the same HTML document, and this is the linking where I created a separate style sheet and then I pass the hyper reference here in the link tag, and here is how it is working. So this is all about the different ways of using the style sheet in HTML. Hi, in this video series, we are going to begin a very important topic for a newcomer who wants to learn the web designing. And here we are going to discuss about the CSS. CSS is basically a technology which is very much popular and is very indispensable for the web designing concepts. Nowadays, a lot of concepts like Bootstrap are totally based on the CSS. So here, before getting started by learning with this CSS concept, a candidate must be familiar with HTML. And after that, you must have a web browser and a text editor. Since here I'm a Windows user, so I will use the text editors, which is very much free of cost, and any web browser of your choice like Chrome and Firefox. So once you have a knowledge of HTML, once you have these basic softwares like the text editor and the web browser, you are good enough to start with the CSS. So let's discuss about what the CSS is all about. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. Style sheet is the thing in which we are going to work. So basically, style sheet means a list of a document, means a document which is containing a list of all these styles which you want to define for a particular element on the web pages. For example, if you want to make a particular design for the heading tags, you can create a sheet of those styles. Similarly, for all the different tags, maybe the controls as well. So this style sheet will help you out in making this set of style rules. Secondly, there is something called cascading. Cascading means a flow. Whenever you will make change on the top, it will be flown in the downwards direction. That means if you make any changes in the style sheet, the changes will definitely be reflected in the web pages as well, the pages who are using those particular style sheets. By the time we will start explaining about the working or the functionality of CSS, we will get to know like how we can make the different sheets for different documents for the style sheet and the HTML. And when we will make some changes in the style sheet, the changes will be reflected to the HTML as well. Is used to control the style of a web document. As I said, it will contain a list of styles for the specific element or as per your choice, like you just want to make some list of styles and on any particular element you can apply that. Like for example, if I have designed some font family, the text color or something for a specific text, I can apply this particular setting to a heading also, to the paragraph as well. Handles the look and feel of the web page. As I said, it will contain the exact layout of a particular page. So how you want your page to be look, you can make that all inside this CSS. And now let's discuss about the advantages. Since we have HTML and using HTML as well, I can customize the look and feel of my web page. For example, I have a font tag in which we have an attribute like color, the family means the font face, or some more attributes. So using that particular tag, I can customize the appearance of any text. So why should we go for CSS? So let's have an idea of that. Here we are talking about the advantage. It saves time. Saves time means you can design the set of style rules in a single document and later you can apply that in throughout your website. So every time when you are adding a new web page, you don't particularly have to define the sort of styles again and again in a specific HTML tag. Page loads faster. When you add the HTML and you keep on adding the different tags like font or maybe some more with some more attributes, the HTML documents will be heavier, and by the time the HTTP protocol will take that particular text to the web browser, the more HTML will take more time to get loaded. If you will make a separate document for CSS, the amount of HTML on a particular page will be lesser and it will be faster in loading. Easy maintenance. Since all these styles have been defined in a single document, so if I want to make some changes in my website appearance, I can do that by changing a single document and all the changes will be reflected to all the web pages in my website. Superior styles to HTML. Some of the tags are actually not containing the more styles for the appearance. For example, if you take H1 tag or any heading tag doesn't have a property or attribute which can change the text color. For example, if you want to say H1 color is equal to red, that is not going to work definitely. So using these styles, you can actually make the attributes applied on a particular tags which basically doesn't have those attributes. Multiple device compatibility. That means if you're creating a web page with the CSS, that particular web page will be compatible with any system like the different operating systems as well as with the different kind of devices, maybe laptop, desktop, mobile devices. It will be applicable to all. So these are the advantages of working with the CSS. So now, using all these benefits, in the next video onwards, we will start implementing the concept of CSS practically. Now, let's get started with the basic implementation of CSS. So here, in this practical implementation, we will see how we can start working with the basic CSS with the existing HTML document. So let's get started by implementing the CSS in the HTML document. So for getting started with a very basic example of CSS, what I'm going to do is I will put the style tag in the head section. In HTML, we have already learned that the head section is basically meant for putting the title or for any resources. And here, I'm going to use my style as a resource. So for that, what I'll do, I'll start the thing with the style tag. And within this style tag, I can also put an attribute which will tell the MIME type since it will not be a basic HTML syntax. So in general way, what we do, we will put some MIME type text/CSS. All right. Now inside this style tag, you can put the style attributes. All right. So what I'll do, I'll put for the couple of tags here, let's say for the H1 tag. So for H1, what I want to do is I want to show it with the color blue and I want to show it in the MS font. So for that, I'll say font family : MS. So basically, you can observe what I'm doing. H1 is the element for which I'm putting this style. Now, inside these delimiters, these curly braces, I will put all these style things what I want to put. And then inside this, I will put the different attributes such as color is the attribute, blue is the value. So I will separate the attribute and the value with a colon. And similarly, if you want to pass multiple attributes, you will pass semicolon as a separator. So you can just put semicolon again, and in case you want to put some more styles, you can continue by putting that. So this is all what I want to do for H1. Similarly, let's put one more, that is H2. And here I'll just put one style, that is I want the color should be green. All right. So what happened when I come to the body and I'll simply put H1 tag with the text like welcome, and in H2 I'll put another text. It's easy learning. All right, so let's come back to the browser, and when I'll refresh this, you can see the H1 tag is coming with two attributes, that is the color blue and the font is Comic Sans MS, while the H2 tag is simply coming in the green color with the default font and all the default attributes. So this is one of the way of putting the style. In our coming videos, I'll show you what are the different ways to style the HTML document, like whether it will be inline, the outside some file, or like embedding the style in this way. But this is all for now. Hi, in this video, CSS will discuss about giving the styles to the font. Like if you want to give the font a different color, or some style rules like the font family you want to change. If you want to give some styles like make it bolder, make it italic or something, you can go for the fonts in the style. So let's see what all different options are available while working with the fonts in CSS. So here now with the reference of font style in CSS, I have taken a number of paragraph tags, and in each P tag you can see there are different options available for the fonts. Like in the first one where I have used font family attribute of CSS, I have passed 3 different kind of fonts, that is SMS, Monotype Cursiva and Courier. So it will give the priority to the first font, but if the first font is not installed in your system, then the second font will be applied. And again, if second font is not available in your system, then we'll go for the third font, and if none of the form is available in your system, then the default font will be shown to the user. But in this particular case, in my case, I do have MS, at least everyone has this particular font. So the first font will be applied to this text called changed font family. And here you can see in the output, you can see this particular font is nothing but MS. Similarly, if through CSS you want to pass some styles, like you want to make any particular text as italic, you can use this CSS class font style, rather not CSS class, but the attribute. So font style is the attribute here, and the value is italic. Let's say if you want to make the text italic at the runtime in any particular event, you can't add the italic tag at that particular time. So that's why we should learn how to make a particular text italic using the CSS attribute. So font style italics, and here this is italics is the text. So you can see this is italics, alright. So this is the font style italic which I have applied for this particular text. Similarly, we do have a variant here for the font where I'll use the attribute font variant, and the value is small caps. You can make it none, which is by default. So what it will do, all the capital letters which are available here, like this is small caps example. So TSCE, the respective capital words will be shown in the capital, but all the alphabets who are available here in small cases, in small letters, will be shown in the smaller caps like this. Alright, so you can see the size of these fonts is smaller than the caps size form. Alright, so this is how you can use the small caps. Similarly, if you want to make it bold, any particular text, you can use the attribute font weight at that particular time, which will make it bold, bolder, and maybe you can put some numeric values as well, depending if your particular browser supports that font options. All right. So like here you can see font weight is bold. If you want to make some nested text even more bolder, you can put it bolder as well. Now, next thing which comes here is font size. Font size is here, like you can see 30 pixels. We do have the different measurement units as we have learned. So here I am passing the unit as pixel. So the font size of this particular text will be nothing but 30 pixel as you can see here. Alright. Similarly, you can increase or decrease size as per your requirement. Alright. Now it's 40. So let's make it 40. Alright. Similarly, if you want to use small and large, like in HTML, we do have the small tag and the big tag. But here, if you want, you can use the font size attribute in that particular situation, and you can use the value small and large. So comparatively to the default text, this text will be in the smaller font, and similarly comparatively to the current text, this particular text will be larger. As you can see here, this is smaller in size while this one is larger in size. This is your default font size. Alright, so comparatively you can check like this one is small and this one is large. And here I have used the shorthand notation for passing the different font styles and a single line. Alright, like font, colon, italic, small caps, bold, 50 pixels, Georgia. Alright, so this is the font family which I am working with. This is the size, this is the font weight, this is font variant, this is font style. Alright, so all the different attributes which we have used so far have been applied in a single line, and this one is the shorter way to style the text. So while working with CSS, you can use these various options in order to style your texts. In this video of CSS, we'll discuss about giving these styles to the text. When I talk about text, that means if you want to make some underline under a particular text, or if you want to change the direction or the spacing between the letters or the verbs, and so much more things. So let's see a practical implementation where we will give the possible styles to the texts. So for giving these styles to the text, here what I'm doing, I have taken several paragraph tags, and in each I'm just going through the different changes for the text. Like in the first paragraph, what I did, I used the color attribute of style sheet and I have passed any particular value. Like we have already seen, like we have different options of passing the color. Here I am using the keywords and simply I passed red as a color. You can use RGB or any hexadecimal way to pass the color format. So this particular paragraph will be of red color. Now, here when I say direction is right to left, that means it will be aligned to the right hand side. Similarly, when I talk about the letter spacing, that means the space between each letter of this paragraph will be of 5 pixels, while in the next one, when I'm passing word spacing, it will be 5 pixels, means the space will be between the words, not between the letters. And when I say text indent, that means this paragraph will not start from the absolute left position, but it will take the space of 1 centimeter from the left side. So let's save this particular page and come to the browser. And here, when I will refresh it, you can see all the things out here. Like this is the first paragraph with the red color. This is right to left, where we pass RTL, that is right to left. This is a paragraph with 5 pixel letter spacing. So you can see there's a big gap between the letters. While here, you can see there is some abnormal space. Like here, you can see there's less space between the words, but here it is more because I have passed 5 pixel space. And finally, this one is the indent, where I pass 1 centimeter indent from the left side. So as I said, it is having a gap of 1 centimeter from the left corner, and then the paragraph will begin. Alright, so here let's cover some more examples for the text. Like here you can see I have used the different options regarding the text, like text decoration. Alright. So in text decoration, I have several things, like I can make it underline, line through, overline, and blink. That line through means the line will be passing over the text, and overline means it will be up, means on the up side of the text, while it will show you the blinking text. So everywhere I'm using the text decoration attribute with the different possible values. So let's come to the browser now. And here you can see the underline, line through, overline, and blinking text. As here you can see, blinking is not functioning, so it depends on the different browser whether they support the text blinking or not. So for now, maybe this Chrome is not supporting the text blinking. Now, let's go for the another attribute for the text, that is the text transform. And here, I'm using a simple case, like when I'm writing a paragraph, I'm just using my default way of writing. But using these different values, I can actually make it in the different way, like capitalize, uppercase, and lowercase. So let's save it and come to the browser. So here you can see in capitalize, what will happen? The first letter of each word will be in the caps, rest will be in the small. But here in the uppercase and lowercase, as the name says, the complete text will be either in the uppercase or in the lowercase. So this is how you can work with the text transform attribute for the text styling. And finally, we have the attribute called text shadow, where I have passed 3 values, that is 4 pixel, 4 pixel and blue. That means the shadow will be 4 pixel right, 4 pixels down and will be of blue color. So when I'll save and we'll come here, you can see there is a blue shadow in the background which is moved away a bit, right? So it is 4 pixels right and 4 pixel down to the actual text. All right, I can just show you one more example, like I made it 6 pixel, 4 pixel. So when I refresh, you can see it is moved a bit more towards the right. All right, so it's first one is for the right position, second one is for the down position, and third one is the color of the shadow, right? Now, if you want to make the shadow a bit blurred, you can pass some more pixel for the shadow. So here I will say it is 8px, that is 8 pixel. So I'll refresh and here you can see it is giving me more pleasant effect, right? So it is 8 pixel of the shadow. So these are all the things which you can do while working with the text in CSS. Now, in this particular video of CSS, we will talk about giving these styles to the links. When I say links, it is hyperlink. So as we know, using the anchor tag of HTML, we can create any text or image as a hyperlink. But here particularly, we will talk about the text, where when I will make any text as a hyperlink, it would be of blue color with the underline. If I want to give some changes like in the color or whether I want to put the underline or not, I can do some styling with the links as well. So let's see a practical implementation where on the different events of a hyperlink, I can design a different color. I can put a different color or some different formatting as well. So let's start the practical implementation where I will treat the links in a different way. So let's start a practical now. Alright, so for decorating the hyperlink, that is the anchor tag, what I have done, I have taken the style tag over the head section of HTML, and there I put first of all the anchor tag, means the named selector for the style. Alright, so here for all the anchor tag, what I have done, text decoration is none. As we know, by default, the hyperlinks are having the underline. But by default, I don't want underline should be there with any hyperlink, so I made it none. After that, for the different purposes, I am using the different colors. For example, anchor link means by default, the color of the hyperlink will be red, means the text will be red. By default, as it comes blue, right? Visited means once you visit that particular link, then it will be grayish color. However, when you will put the mouse over it, then at that particular time it will be pink. When you will click, it will be green. Alright, so let's save it and I'll put an anchor tag here in the body, that is the href, like I want to go for just a sample text. Alright, so let's save it. Let's come to the browser. And here, as you can see, when it is the text, if the hyperlink is being here, it is of red color. I put the mouse over it, it is becoming pink, right? Because I said hover, it's pink, all right? When I will click, it is green, and here I reached. Now, since this particular link is visited now, when I'll come back, you can see it is of grayish color. Gray, pink, green, that's it. So since the particular page is already visited, it will not be in red color again. All right. So this is how you can work with the basic of hyperlink. Now, one more thing is when I'm putting the mouse over it, I want the hyperlink should be there. So in hover, what I can do, I can add one more style, that is the text decoration is underline. So let's refresh. And now here you can see when I'm putting the mouse over it, it is being underlined. All right. So these are the things which you can do with the anchor tag, that is with the hyperlink, while working with the CSS. In this video of CSS, we will talk about layers. Layers, as the name says, will provide you some number of layers one over another. So basically, it will give you the options, or it will give you a look and feel of the third coordinate, that is the Z index. Like for now, we have two coordinates, that is horizontal is x-axis, vertical is y, and this one using the layers options, you will get the Z index as well. That will give you a look and feel of one div over another div and so on. So let's see a practical implementation where we are going to implement the layers in CSS. So as far as layers are concerned, here I have placed three different divs which will be behaving as a layer, and let's see what all attributes are there. So all three divs are of different color like green, red and yellow with the same dimensions, mean the same height and width, that is 300 width and 100 height. And all are having absolute positioning, which we have already discussed. And accordingly, I have placed them in a different position, like top 0 pixel, left 120. Similarly, red is having top 40, left 80, and yellow is top 80 and left 40. So accordingly, they will be placed. But since they are layer, so I have to tell like which layer will be above which particular one. So that particular thing will be told by the last attribute out here, that is the Z index, and it will actually tell you the sequence. That means Z index one means, first of all, it will be yellow, then above yellow, I will put red because its index is 2, and above red, I will put green because its index is 3. So 3 will be at the top, red will be after green, and yellow is at the bottom. So let's save it, and here you can see the output. Alright, so green is at the top, red and then yellow. If you will make some change in the sequence, let's say I want to put red at the top, so I will make it 3 and I will make green as 2. So when I will save, you will see that red is at the topmost position. Alright, so these are the things which you can do while working with the third layer, means the third index. So these are the things which you can do while working with the third axis, that is the Z axis, while working with layers in CSS. In this video, we will discuss about passing the styles to the list. When we learned the list in HTML, we got the list like the definition list, unordered list or ordered list, which were either giving some bullet or a number figure just before the list. But if I want to give some different styles, I can go for the list options in CSS as well. Options like, if I don't want any bullet or number before any list item. Whenever you are adding a list item, it is coming one after another in a vertical manner. But what if I want to get them all in a horizontal way or in a thumbnail? So we can use some style options here in order to make our list more attractive and look different than a normal list. So let's start the practical where we'll try to manipulate the appearance of the list now. Alright, so here in listings, what I have done in the beginning, like this is the default list pattern which we have learned in the HTML. So using UL, that is unordered list, or OL, that is ordered list, you can just start putting some list things. And here I'm using the nested list. So when you will be watching this in the browser, how it will come? Like firstly, it will be tea, coffee, soft drinks, and inside soft drinks, you will get these options. So let's save it. And here you can see, like, first of all, they are coming with disk, and inside that it is circle. All right. And we know, like using the attributes called type, you can pass the values like disk, circle, or square. Now you can do the same things using CSS also. So what we can do, using list style type, this attribute inside the style tag, you can pass which particular kind of bullet you want. So here you can see I have used all the three ones like square, disk and circle. So this is how also you can change the type of square in each of your list items. Rather than passing that in UL, I will pass the style type, list style type here in the li tag. So let's see that. Like first you can see this is square, disk, circle. So this is how you can create them. Similarly, for ordered list also, you can use the list style type with the different values like lower Roman, upper Roman, lower alpha, upper alpha, and numbers which are default. So you can just make these different values with the list style type. And here you can see that the lower Roman, upper Roman, lower alpha, upper alpha. All right. So by default, when you create a list, each element or each item, I should say, comes in a different line. But if you want to create the inline list like this, you can simply just do one thing, that is, here in each unordered list, you can write float left. As soon as you will start writing float left in each list item, they will all come in the same line. The reason why I'm using width 10%, because I don't want any congestion with the list item. I want to give them proper width so that it will be easy for the user to get the elements. So width is nothing with the inline thing. It's just for the better appearance of the list items. And here float left for each list item will give you the list in single line. But if you don't want any bullet out there, like I don't want these things either horizontal or in vertical list, what you can do, right here in the list tag, that is either unordered or ordered list tag, you can simply say style list style none. All right. So as soon as you say list style none, so none of the type list style type will appear before the list items. As here you can see, there are elements available, but there is nothing like any alphabet or any bullet specified before them because the list style is none. So these are the different implementations that you can make while working with CSS in list items. Now, in this video of CSS3, we will talk about the animations in it. So far, when we were doing the transformation, maybe 2D or 3D transformation, you were not getting that exact picture. Maybe it was something like if it is rotated, you may be not getting how it is getting rotated. But using the animation, you can get some animated things as well. For example, you may get a moving text using the animation. You may get some rotational boxes of div tag, obviously, using the animations. So here, what we will do, we will just set a starting position and the finishing position, and this animation will take us between that particular path. All right. So let's see a practical where we will put some basic animations using CSS3. All right. So now let's hear it for the animation. So let's start with a very basic example where, like all the previous videos, most of the previous videos which we were doing is I'm creating a box with the width 150, height 150, means it is a square shape, background color red. All right. So it is like a normal box, but after that it starts with the animation thing. So what are the things out there? First thing is we have to put the name of animation, because there could be a number of divs, there could be a number of elements where you want to perform animation of different type. So for specifying each animation, you will give it a unique name. Like here, I have taken the name example. Now, after example, it is a name. Like after that, it is about for how many duration you are preparing this animation. So for me, I'm taking it 4 seconds. Now, in these 4 seconds, what all I want to do? So that we'll have to set by using the keyframes. And when you specify keyframes, you will have to tell also like which particular example, means which particular animation, because here I have given the name. So you will have to specify for which particular element you are going to perform this keyframe thing. So I'm doing it for the example. What I want to do, I will start the color transformation, like the background color, I will change it from red to yellow. All right. So since you can see background color is already red, so I will start it from red. So both will get mixed, and then I will change the color to yellow in 4 seconds. All right. So as you can see, it is for that particular div whose ID is my div. So in body, I only have one div with the ID myDiv. So let's save it, come to the browser and refresh it. So in the 4 seconds of time, this box will transform itself from red to yellow. As soon as the transformation is over, it will come back to its original one because I have given a default background color to this div, that is red. Alright, so again I will refresh. In 4 seconds, it will come from red to yellow, and once it is done, it will come back to its default one. So this was just about the keyframes thing where I changed the background color. Similarly, you can change this position also, whatever you want. So now, in this second example, I'm going to add some more things. Here, the animation name and duration will remain same, but I'm going to make some changes. Like in the previous one, it was starting from red and finishing with yellow. But if you want to take it from red to green, by passing some of the colors, you can do that as well. So what I'm doing here, I'm using percentage thing right here. So at 0% means in the very beginning, the background color of example means for this particular animation will start from red. Once the 25% of the time will take place, 25% means the 1 second. All right, it is because it's total 4 seconds. So when the 25% of the time will pass, I will change it to yellow. Again, when 50% will be over, it will be blue, and then at the 100% means when it is completed, it will turn into green. So I'm just making it from red to green by passing the colors like yellow and blue. So still I have that div, my div out here in the body. So let's save it, come to the browser. Let's refresh it. So you can see, all right. So let's refresh it, starting from red, yellow, blue, and green. All right. So comparatively, you can see yellow is staying for lesser period of time because only from 0 to 25 it is being there, but from 50 to 100 it's blue. So the transformation between the blue and green is comparatively slower. All right. So this is how it is happening, and once it is done, it is again coming back to red, which is the default color. So now, so far we were just making the changes in color. Let's see what all we can do. So let's make some changes in this particular code so that we will be able to make the changes in the position as well. So as here, all the things are same, like the height, the width, the background color, the example, the name of the animation, and the duration. Just one thing is more added, that is position. Because obviously I'm going to change the position, so I will have to tell like according to what I'm going to make the changes. So it is relative positioning. So whatever changes you will do, it will be relatively to the previous change. So at the 0th percent means from the very beginning, it will be left 0, top 0, means it will be at the topmost position. Now after that, when it is 25% done, it is yellow in color, and it will move 200 pixel from left. All right, means it will move towards right to 200 pixel. When it is 50% done, it is still 200 pixel left, but it will come 200 pixel from the top. That means it will move down to 200 pixel. When 70% will be done, it is 0%, means it is going towards left in the same height. And when 100% will be done, it will be to its original position. That is, it started from 0, 0, it will be at 0, 0. All right. So let's save it, come to the browser, make the changes. You see, it is moving. All right. It is not getting repeatedly, but yes, it is moving. Like this is 0, 0. Now 0, 200, 200, 200, 200, 0, and 0, 0. All right. So that is about the left and the top values which I was reading out. Now, if you want to make some delay in the animation, you can add animation delay. All right. So when I add animation delay 2 seconds, that means after 2 seconds, the animation will start taking place. All right. So let's save it. Let's see how the changes are done. So after 2 seconds, you see it has started moving. All right. Let me refresh it. 1, 2, and now it started. All right. So this is about the delay. Now, you see, like once it is done, it is stopped. If you want to make it repetitive, you can add one more option out here. Let's see what is that. And that is animation iteration count. Here I said it 3. All right. So animation iteration count is 3. So it will go on for 3 times. All right. So let's see. After 2 seconds, it will start. So this is the 1 cycle. This is the 2nd cycle. Delay will be only for the 1st time. And this one is the 3rd cycle. All right, now it is done. So if you want, you can also write infinite or any particular number. So let's refresh after 2 seconds. All right, so it is 1, 2, 3. It's not going to stop obviously after 3 as well, and it will keep moving unless you make some changes or you will do whatever. All right. Okay. Now there is something more called the direction. So animation direction. You can make it reverse also. All right. All right. So let's save the changes, come to the browser. And now after 2 seconds, it will start in the reversed direction. All right. You can also make it alternate. So once it will be in the correct direction, next time it will be reversed. So I'm changing in both the places. It is alternate. So first time it will go to the actual position, actual direction, and next time it will just reverse. Now in this video of CSS 3, we are going to cover a very important and interesting concept of it, that is the 2D transformation. Basically, when I say 2D transformation, that means that is only the x-axis and the y-axis which will participate in all the transformation. So here, we will use the methods like skew, rotate, translate, and some more of functions are there which will help us out in making the transformation along with the x and the y-axis. So let's start a practical implementation and see what is all here for CSS 3 regarding the 2D transformation. Alright, so now in 2D graphics, what we are going to do, we will take a couple of DIVs. One will remain intact and same, while in second DIV, we'll do the required changes. So let's see what is all there in the DIV. The height, width is set, background color is set, and border is set. So obviously, it will look like a box as you can see. Now, after this, what I'm going to do is, for that particular DIV who's being decorated with the ID my DIV, I'm going to use the rotate method. So, and what we are going to do, we are going to perform a common thing in all, that is I'm going to rotate them with 20 degree. So you can see there are a couple of DIVs. This is one DIV which will just contain the styles from this class, while this DIV will take the styles from this class as well and from my DIV as well. So let's save the changes and come to the browser. Let's see what is all there. So you can see, like here, this one is rotated to the 20 degree, while this one is having the default layout. Now, we can also do that in the reverse direction by putting the minus symbol, that is minus 20 degree now. So you can see now it is from this particular position, right? So depends like how you want to rotate, either clockwise or anti-clockwise. If you want to do clockwise, just pass any degree, or in anti-clockwise, just pass minus symbol along with that. Now, similarly, you do have one more method here called skew, in which I'm going to skew with x-axis or y-axis. So I'll do it with skew x 20 degree. That means it will be skewed using the x-axis only. So skew x and x. So now here you can see the x-axis is parallel still, means it is same, but here it is being skewed. All right, the whole thing is being skewed, including the text inside it. Similarly, you can skew it on the basis of y-axis. So I'm using skew Y now. All right, so you can see the y-axis, that is the vertical ones, are the same, but the x-axis is changed to 20 degree. All right, and now using skew only, it will be taken from both the sides. All right, means skew x and y both will be there. All right. So these are the things which you can perform in 2D graphics. You can just transform it on the basis of different shapes and sizes. But when you will do the same things, including the animation, you can see them moving in the same way. So we'll do the animation in our coming video, but this is all about the 2D graphics or 2D transformation in CSS3. Now, in this video, we are going to cover the 3D transformation. As in the previous video, we saw like how the transformation took place along the x and the y axis. Here, when I talk about 3D, that means the z axis will also be in the picture. So whatever the transformation will take place using the method like skew, translate, rotate, that will go across the x, y, and z axis as well. So let's see a practical implementation of performing the 3D transformation in CSS3. So likewise, we use the rotate function in the 2D transformation. Here, I'm going to use the rotate x, rotate y, or rotate z in the 3D. So it depends in how many degree you want to rotate it. You will just pass the axis around which you want to do the rotation. Rest, again, I'm using a div, which is nothing but a box, pink color box with the height 200 pixel, with the height 100 pixel and width 200 pixel. And again, there is a special div in which I'm performing the rotation. So this is the normal div with straight box, and this is the my div in which all the rotation will take place. So let's save it, come to the browser and refresh. So you can see this is rotated to 150 degree using the x-axis. So the whole text is being rotated as well right after that. All right. It is being rotated along with the box. Now it is rotated using x-axis. You can do the same using the y-axis also. So rotate y. So now you can see the whole rotation is take place now according to this axis. Initially it was using the x, now it is taking the y. All right, so this is rotate y. It is still written x, but now as you know, like I'm using rotate y, so let's make it rotate y axis. All right, so this is y. All right, similarly, you can do the, because it is 3D, there is z axis also, there is z axis. So you can use rotate z as well. So now the rotation will take place as per the z. So let's save it, come to the browser, and here you can see the third dimension of it. All right. So these are, as I said, like these are the things which I'm just using it in the transformation. If you will create a storyboard using the animation, you can see them. You can feel the animation and the transformation taking place. All right. So in our next video, we will learn about the animation, but this is all about the 3D transformation using CSS3. In this chapter of CSS, we will discuss about the colors. Colors are basically one of the very important aspects whenever we talk about the formatting or giving some attractive look to our web page. So we will learn how and what are the different ways of passing the color for a specific element of the HTML. So here we have 4 different ways of doing the same. First is passing the hexadecimal code, short hexadecimal code, RGB, absolute, and keywords. As we know, like whenever we talk about a color, all the colors are made up of 3 basic colors, that is red, green, and blue. So this RGB combination here will help us out in forming the different colors which we can make. So hexadecimal, short hex code, and RGB absolute, that is the red, green, blue absolute, and the keywords. Keywords will help us out in writing the name of a specific color. So here is a short example. Like the first one is hex code, where we can see like I'll start with hash and then I will follow 6-digit value. All right. That will be from 0 to F anything. All right. like if I put 0 means red, green, blue, all are not participating in this thing. So it is going to be black. The first two is for the red. As you can see, when I put F in the first two, it is red. Remaining are 0. Similarly, if red and blue are 0, means first two is for red, next two is for green, and last two is for blue. So here the mid two is for green. So it is going to give you green. Similarly, if you have F in the last and 0 for the remaining, it is going to be blue. Now, let's come to the short hexadecimal, where in spite of passing 6-digit value, we'll pass 3 values only, but again followed by hash itself. So 000 means none is participating, that's black. Again, first for red, second for green, and third one is for blue. Then it is RGB absolute, where I will use this RGB function and will pass 3 different parameters. The first value, first number is for red, second is for blue, second is for green, and third is for blue. So again, this is the RGB. The value can vary from 0 to 255. So if I'll pass 255 in the first, that means it's going to be red, second is for green, third value is for blue. You can pass different values in all the 3 parameters to get the different colors available. Keywords. Keywords means you can write the name of the color. That's the simplest way, but it will restrict some of the color variants. Like, for example, if you write red, it will give you absolute red, not any other variant which is somehow equal to red. All right. So this is the keywords. If you want to make some more color combinations, you can use these things. So whenever you want to give the color to the text or to particular background, you can write one of these way of passing the color. So in our next video onwards, we will start working with the colors in a different manner. So far, when we were discussing about CSS, we covered the colors in that. So there we checked what are the different ways of passing a color with a name or using the hexadecimal code. Now here in CSS3 again we are discussing about the colors, but here we will check something different. Like here we will see how to manage the opacity of any particular color, like you want to make it 100% opaque or maybe somewhat transparent. So let's see what all new features are there regarding the colors in CSS3. So as far as the colors are concerned with CSS3, here we have the same concept as we were having in the normal CSS. That is, we can use the RGB in order to create the various colors. Like here you can see the first parameter is again for red, then G, that is green, and then third one is for the blue. But you can also notice there is a fourth parameter out here which is newly added with RGBA, which is in CSS3. So as far as this alpha is concerned, it will tell you about the how transparent or how opaque you want there to be for a color. All right. So let's save it for now and let's refresh here. So you can see that this is red, green, and blue, but not to the extreme. There is some sort of lightness in the color. That's because of the transparency. If I will increase the value out here, minimum it will be 0, maximum it will be 1, and in between you can give you the decimal value. So as you can see, as I increase the value, it is darker in shade. Similarly, if I will give you 1 here, so it will be at its max, that is the proper red, green, and blue. So let's save, and you can see this is the actual color. And as less value I'll give, like 0.1, 0.1, and 0.1. So this will be the lightest shade available in the RGB, like this. All right, so this is about the transparency. Similarly, you can also use the opacity keyword out here in order to set the opacity. Like here you can see I'm doing the similar thing, but here I'm using another style. I'm using similar RGB method, not RGBA. And apart from that, I'm using another keyword, that is opacity, and I'm passing the value 0.6. All right. So when I'll refresh, you can see it is 0.6. And again, like in alpha, we were passing 0.3, 0.3. I can do that as well in the opacity. So these are the things. This is how it will be displayed. Another way of passing the values here for the color, we have the HSL, that is hue, saturation and lightness. So basically in the first parameter, that is hue, you can pass the values like 0, 120, 240, 360. You can pass at any values in between also, but these are things which will give you the absolute colors, like 0 and 360 will give you red, 120 will give you green, 240 will give you blue. So as here you can see in this current example, I'm using 120. So that means I'm going to set the green. After that, you can make the changes in the saturation and lightness, like how light you want that particular color. All right. So let's save it and see the output in the browser. So here you can see green, normal green and dark green, just because of the change in the lightness in the third parameter. So these are the new things, these are the new ways using the colors in the CSS3. Now, let's talk about cursors in CSS. Basically, cursor is nothing but a mouse pointer which you move while scrolling to a particular web page. By default, you get a mouse pointer which is of arrow shape and you move it along. But as per the different situation, you may come across a need like you want to change the mouse pointer as well. Maybe sometime when it's loading, you want the circular rotational mouse pointer. Sometime you are maybe looking for a finger pointer. So we are going to discuss about the different mouse pointers which are available here, and we can use that in the CSS. So let's start the practical now. So now, let's take a very simple example of the cursors where in a single document itself, I have put all the possible values of my mouse cursor. So first one is the auto, means the default one, like your mouse pointer. Now after that, you have the plus symbol mouse pointer, that is the crosshair, the default one, pointer. If you want to move the window, that is the different icon, different cursor at that particular time. E-resize, and E-resize means east side, northeast, northwest, depends on the side. If you are resizing a window from any of this side, so that means this is going to be the resize cursor. After that, the text, the cursor which you are seeing right now is the text, weight, which will keep on rotating, depends on the different browser, and help, where it will carry a question mark with itself. So let's come to the browser and refresh. And here, as soon as I'll put the mouse, this is the help, weight, text, resize. You can see it is getting changed every time. All right. So these are the different ways of passing the cursor. Move, pointer, that is the pointed finger, which we use generally for hyperlink. The default one, the crosshair, and the auto. All right. So these are the different options which you can see while working with cursor, and using any particular option, you can put it anytime on your DOM as per the requirement. Now, in this video of CSS, we'll discuss about the padding. When I say padding, you must have heard about the padding in cell padding while learning the table tag in HTML, where padding means distance between the text and the border. So here also we are talking about the same padding where I can manipulate the space between the text to its border. That border distance may be from the top, from the left, from the bottom, as well as from the right. Depends all on our need. So let's see what all we can do while working with the padding options in CSS. So here in the example of padding, if I'll just mention padding, that means that I'm taking the distance from the text and the border that will be taken from the left and top. But here I can take the distance from any of this side of the padding, in the padding, right? So here in this current example, I'm using padding bottom. So that means the distance of the text and the border will be taken from the bottom side. So let's save this, and if I'll come to the browser, here you can see that the distance is right here from the bottom. This one is the 15 pixel while this one is 5%. Similarly, if rather than padding bottom, I'll say padding top at both the places. So you can see the same distance is coming from the top, and very similarly, you can do it for the left and right as well. So let's put it left. All right. So here you can see the distance is being taken from that side. But since the percentage, now you can see 5% from there. All right. I can also use padding right, but here as you can see, the alignment is already left and the padding is already taken from the right. So it will not work. So first you can try by yourself by putting the alignment to the right, and then you can try padding right. So these are the things which you can take care while putting the padding, while putting any text inside the border. Now, in this example, you can clearly see that we have the padding different from all the different sides. Like here, in the first paragraph, I have used padding 15 pixel. That means it will be 15 pixel from all the four sides. But if I will specify like 10 pixel and space 2%, that means from top and bottom, it's going to be 10 pixel, and from left and right, it's going to be 2%. Similarly, if I'll pass 3 different values, that means the top is going to take the first one, the bottom is going to take the third one, and the left and right will share the middle value. But here you can see we have the different value for all the four sides. So top is 10 pixel, the first one, then right one is 2 pixel, and after that the top and the right are taking, means the bottom and the left are taking the same values, that is 10 and 10. If you want, you can just make the change to check the difference. So I'm making the change to 30 pixel. So here the difference is getting increased. All right, that means the third value is for the bottom, and then this one is for the left one. So these are the different ways of passing the different values of padding for all the different sides inside the border. In this video, we will talk about giving the position to the particular element using the CSS. Now, when we talk about positioning in CSS, we have provided with 3 different options of positioning, and those are absolute positioning, relative positioning, and fixed positioning. So as per your requirement, you can choose, like, it's all about designing your web page where you want to put a particular element. According to that, you will plan like which particular position you should go for. So let's talk about absolute positioning. Absolute positioning is basically something, as the name says, it's absolute, means here you will have to pass 2 values, that is the x-axis and y-axis value. That is, x-axis means the horizontal one, which will be taken from the left hand side, and absolute positioning from the top, that is vertical, that is the y-axis. So on the basis of the coordinates which you will pass, the particular element will be posted to that location. So as it is mentioned, the element is positioned at the specific coordinates related to your screen top left corner, right? So the top left corner from my side will be taken from the coordinates. 2 values, top and left, can be used along with the position property to move an HTML element. Like for example, if you will pass 0, 0 in the absolute position, it will go at the right top and the left hand side, and if you want to make some changes, you can just keep changing the value, that is the left and the top, to make it on a particular position. Now, next thing is the relative positioning. The relative positioning is something where you will pass again the coordinates, but this time it will be relative to its original position. Like for example, inside a particular div you are putting some text, and inside that only, that's the relative position, you want to make some changes. So you can pass the relative positioning, means you will have to set the mode of the positioning, that is the relative, and then you will pass the numbers, like where exactly you want to put. And the last one is the fixed positioning, where you will pass any particular coordinate, and even after that, even if you're scrolling up and down the page, that particular element will remain at that position itself. Like that will be like something like always visible. All right. Even if it's a big page, we're scrolling up, but that particular element where you have used the fixed positioning is not going to change its position. So let's see a quick practical implementation of all the three available positioning options. So as far as the positioning is concerned, here in this example, I have taken a div in which I have used the position attribute with the value relative. So this one is the relative positioning with the left 80 pixel and top 2 pixel. Let's make it 20. All right. So when I'll refresh, you can see, all right, that this is the relative positioning. When I talk about relative positioning, though the size of the text is like this much only, but it will occupy the complete width. But if I will make it to absolute, let me change here as well. All right. So absolute will, first thing is that it will take the text space itself. It will not occupy the complete width which is available for this particular div. Now, let's make it relative again, all right? And after that, to understand it better, what I'll do, I will add one more div right after it. All right, so what you can observe here, I have placed two divs with the same relative positioning and with the same left and top margin, all right? So let's see how it is being reflected here. So you can observe like both are coming separately. All right. Let me just change the color as well. So you can see the second one is the relative, means the second div which I just added. All right. So because I have passed the same left and top values in both the divs, still they are not crossing each other. Why? Because the second one is related to the first one. Relatively, it is adjusting its position. But if I will say it absolute, then it is not taking the reference or relevance of any other element of this particular DOM. It will just take the relativity of that particular element inside which this div is existing. So let me make it absolute. And when I'll refresh, you can see it is overlapping this one. All right, because doesn't matter whether it is overlapping anything or not. When I say it's absolute, it will definitely go to that very point. All right, and will be rendered over the DOM. So these are the things which you will have to be sure about, the relative and absolute positioning. The third one in the list is the fixed. So let's see that one also. So here I will make it fixed and I will say this is fixed positioning. All right. And to increase the page size, I will just add some BR tags. All right. So let's come and refresh. Let me change position first of all. Absolute, I'll make it 0, 0. All right. So this is at the very top. And fixed one is left 80, it's fine. Top, I'll make it 120, so it will come down. All right. So this is fixed position. So when I will scroll, you can see this is still there. So this is the fixed positioning, the simplest one, without any confusion. It is going to be at the same position. So in case you want something like always visible type of content, you can put it inside the fixed positioning. So these are the three things which we have as far as the positioning is concerned. That is the absolute, relative, and fixed with CSS. In this particular video, we will see how we can change the dimensions of the border as per our requirement so that we can make the boxes of different sizes, maybe smaller or larger. So let's have a practical implementation where we will see about the dimensions using the available CSS options. So as far as the implementation of the dimension is concerned, here we are going to try some dimension of width 400 pixel and height 100 pixel. So here I'm just trying to show you how can you pass the height and width for any particular dimension. So let's save it. And here you can see like, okay, this is the dimension of height 100 pixel and width 400 pixel. As you can see, it is not just started from the corner because the padding, margin, everything is out there. Alright, so because of margin, it's started 10 pixel away. Now, let's see how we can make some changes inside it. So basically, we can also pass something like the minimum height, minimum width, or maximum height, maximum width. So in that particular context, here in this particular example, I'm passing maximum height. Means doesn't matter the content which you are putting inside, but the maximum height which this particular box will take will be of about 10 pixel. So obviously we have a lot of things here. We have some number of lines. After that, after some line breaks, we have an image. So probably all those things will not be a part of the maximum height 10 pixel, but still the line, the height of that particular box will remain as it is. So let's refresh and see. So here you can clearly see like this is the 10 pixel height, but still all the content is not inside that. So if you want to restrict in any particular circumstances, you can use the minimum height or maximum height. Similarly, I can do that for minimum height as well. So minimum, it will be 10 pixel, but maximum, it can take up to the content. All right. So now you can see the content is here. So the box size got changed. And mind it, the image is outside the paragraph, obviously, so it will not, the box will not cover the image part. Similarly, let's say minimum height is 100 pixel and let's remove some of the things inside. Like I will remove a couple of lines, I'll refresh, but even you see the content is less, but as I said, the minimum height is 100 pixel, it will take 100 pixel whether it is required or not. And very similarly, we have the concept for minimum width and maximum width as well. So let's say I'll say maximum width is 400 pixel. I'll just remove this minimum from here. I'll just take the default 100 pixel height. All right. Now, if I will put some shorter width, all right. So now maximum width is 40 pixel. The content is not able to adjust inside, but still you can see somehow it managed because maximum width which you can pass here is 40 pixels. Similarly, if you can pass the minimum width as well. So minimum it's 40, but if content demands more, it can goes up to more. All right. So these are the various changes which you can make while creating a box with some dimensions for a specific content of your DOM. Now, in this video of CSS3, we will see how to make the rounded corners from any border. So far, we were going through the strictly rectangular shaped borders, but now we can make the edges, means the corners of those particular rectangles as rounded. If you want, you can go for the same radius for all the 4 corners, and if you want, you can make the different radius for all. So let's see what all options are available here to make any particular box with the rounded corners. So let's start the practical implementation now. So with the reference of the rounded corners in CSS3, here in this implementation, I have added 3 elements inside the style element, and these are basically the ID selectors. So what I have done inside, like in the first R corners 1, I have passed the border radius. This border radius is something which is new in CSS3 and which wasn't there in CSS, but still you can see the syntax is exactly the same. So that is the only new thing. Apart from that, the background which was already there, padding, width, height, everything was there also in the CSS. But here the border radius is the new attribute which I have passed. So basically what I am doing here inside, I'll just pass the background color, which is somewhat greenish color would be, and nothing else. But if I come here, I'm also passing the border right here. All right. I'm not filling the background with any particular color, but there will be a 2 pixel background, 2 pixel border with solid, which we know like solid, dotted, dashed, all the possible options. and with the same color. Padding, width, height, everything is same as of the previous one. And here in the last one, what I'm doing, I'm setting an image as the background of that rounded corner div. So for that, I have passed the URL as I used to do. As I said, like most of the things which I'm doing here are all similar to as of CSS, just the border radius is something new. So using these things, I have added the 3 elements inside styles. Now, let's come to the body, and since I have used the ID selectors, I will take 3 different divs of paragraphs or whatever you want. You can just take that and can pass these as an ID. So let's save it and come to the browser. You can see all the 3 rounded corners, all right? So this is the background color, this is the 2 pixel border with the same color, and here I have passed the image. Since here I have used the repeat, all right, background repeat is repeat. So that's why after that it is getting repeated. So these are things which I have applied using the rounded corners. Now, let's see how we can pass the different radiuses for each corner. Like here you can see the curve which I have here is same with all the ones, but I can actually change the radius of each corner. So for that, here are the few modifications. Like I just passed single value in the border radius in the previous example, but now I am passing 4, 3 or 2 values. So let's see what is the difference. So as you can see, there are 4 values. So basically the 4 values will mean, that means different values for each corner. So let's save it and come to the browser again. Let's refresh, and here you can observe that 5 pixel, which is the smallest one, which belongs to this particular corner. Next is the 30. So here you can see 30 pixel. Then it comes to 50, this one, and then 15, this one. All right, means starting from here 1, 2, 3 and 4. All 4 radiuses are different. But if I'll go for only 3 values, then obviously 1 will be sharing with some other corner as well. So here you can observe like this and this, these 2 corners are same, which are having 50, the common value. 15 is 15, that's the first one. All right, 50, second one, 30, the third one as of the top, and since there is no value for this one, so these opposite diagonal corners will share the value. That means 50 radius for both. And when there are only 2 values, so obviously 15, 15 and 50, 50. All right. So these are the ways using which you can use the rounded corners feature, which is newly added in CSS3. Now, in this particular video, we will see how to work with the visibility of any particular content in your web page. Maybe at the runtime, you come up to a situation where you want to make some particular text visible at runtime, or maybe you want to make it hidden at runtime. Along with that, you may also want to make it collapse or expand it. So let's see a practical implementation of how to work with the visibility of any particular element in a web page practically. So as far as the visibility is concerned, here I have taken a couple of paragraphs in which the first paragraph tag is the normal one, means as the normal text it will be visible over the browser, while the another paragraph is decorated with the style where visibility is set to hidden, means this particular text will not be visible over the browser. So let's save the changes and come to the browser. And here you can see only the first paragraph with the text, this paragraph should be visible in normal way, is visible in browser, but the other one is not. So basically, if you don't want to show anything, that doesn't matter. Like you can just remove that from the text. It's no use of putting this visibility hidden as such. But if at the runtime you want to show or hide some of the content, then definitely it is going to help you. So what I'll do here, inside the head section, I will write a couple of code like inside the style tag, I will use this p-hover, means in the hover event, when I will put the mouse pointer over the paragraph, at that particular time, the visibility should be hidden. All right. So let's remove this particular paragraph because it's of no use for now. So let's save it and come to the browser, refresh it now. So for now, this particular text is visible, but as soon as I'll put the mouse over it, so you can see this paragraph is no more visible. And again, you can see this particular paragraph is there. So this is how you can work with the visibility while working with the CSS. As of now, we have seen how we can start making the borders and using dimensions, how can we change the size of the boxes. Now, in this particular video, we will see like what we can do if the content inside a box is way more bigger than the box size, and maybe for some restrictions, we cannot increase the size of a box to a great extent. So in those situations, we will add the scroll bars either vertical or horizontal or both as per our requirement. So let's see a practical implementation where we will see how to add the scroll bars along any box. So let's see the practical implementations now. Alright, so let's continue with the implementation of scroll bars, and here what I'm going to do is, again, I will make some dimensions with some height and width as we have done earlier. And in case there is some overflow of the content, I would like to add this scroll bar. So let's see what all I'm going to do. I've just created a class called scroll with the display as of block, borders, 1 pixel, solid red, padding is there, margin, top margin is there, width and height is there. And in case the content is getting overflown, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put some scroll element, that is the scroll bar. And I'm using this scroll class right here in this div. You can put anywhere. All right, here I'm putting it inside a div so that it will be giving you a box kind of look with this particular paragraph. And in case the size and the dimension of the div is not enough for this content, we will see the scroll bars as well. So let's see how it is appearing in the browser. So you can see like as the content is big enough, the margin is all there, which I have said in the CSS class. You can see the scroll bars are now appeared on the left, on the right, and on the bottom of this div. So anytime when you want, you can simply use this overflow attribute inside the particular element where you want to get these scroll bars and pass the value scroll so that you will get the horizontal and vertical scroll bars at a time. In this video of CSS, we will talk about the selectors. Selectors are basically something which will help us out in selecting the particular element or the particular portion of your web page. So here we have 4 kinds of basic selectors. These are name selector, class selector, ID selector, and universal selector. The name selector is something where you will pass the name of the particular tag for which you want to apply the styles. For example, if I want to make some styles for the heading H1 or H2, I will use H2 as the name of the tag, and inside these I will put all these styles which I want to put for that particular tag. Now, second is the class selector, where I will put dot as a class selector, and that particular class of CSS will contain some list of styles. When on a document I want to apply that particular set of styles to a particular element, I will use the class attribute by passing the class name. So whatever styles I have passed in that particular class selector, that will all be applied on that particular segment. The next is ID selector. So ID selector is something where you will put these styles which is particularly for a single element, as it is ID selector, and we cannot have the multiple ID with the same value on the same web page. So if for a particular div or something you want to put a style, you can use the ID selector, and universal selector is something where you will put the style for the complete DOM. So let's get started with the practical implementation and you can see how these different selectors can be implemented. So for starting the implementation of selectors, I will use the embedded style sheet just to make sure that you will see the styles and the tags on the same page. So it will be easier for you to understand. So now what I'll do, I'll start working with the name selector, as we have seen so far in the video that here I can pass any particular name of the element like H1, H2, P, paragraph, bold, B, alright. So such things can be decorated by using the name selector, and we will use the name selector in the situation when you want that complete document should get the same styles for all the similar tags. For example, here in H1, if I'll say color to blue, then all the H1 of this particular tag will be converted to the blue font. Alright, similarly, if I'll say H2 to color green and text decoration to underline, so it will be reflected to all the H2 tags. Alright, like if I will copy and paste it again, so you will see all the H2 tags, whether I have written anything here or not, all will be decorated with the same styles. Similarly, you can pass the same styles to the multiple elements at the same time. For example, I have a couple of tags like for bold tag and for the italics tag. I want them to be decorated with the underlines. So what I'll do, I'll just put the text decoration underline here, and you can see here B, I. That means for the bold as well as for the italics, I will decorate the text with the underline. So let's see how it will be looking like. So here I'll put a bold tag like this is bold. I'll close the bold tag. I'll break the line. And again, I'll put another I, that is italics. This is italics. Alright, so here you can see both are coming with the underlines, whether it's bold or italics. Now, you can also use the nesting here by the time you want to work with any nested things. Like for example, for paragraph, inside a paragraph, I will put a bold tag. And for bold, I want to do something like what I want to do. I want to say background color to lime green. Alright, so what it will mean that if I will put any bold tag, that will not be decorated with this lime green. As here already I have a bold, let me refresh it, but here you can see there is no background. This background color lime green is only applicable for those bold tags who will be there inside a paragraph. So let's see. Let's start a paragraph. This is a sample paragraph with a highlighted bold text. Alright, so now here what I'll do, I will start the bold tag here, I will finish it here. Alright, so inside this paragraph, I can see there is a bold tag. Let me close the P tag also. Alright, so let's come here and refresh, and here you can see this is a sample paragraph with the highlighted bold text, and here you can see it is bold, it is underlined as well, because here I have designed the underline design for the bold text. Alright, if you don't want to use underline here, so again you can come for inline style and you can use the text decoration to none. Alright, so here you can see for this there is no more underline. Alright, so this is about the name selector. So you can use these names the way you want now. The other way to use the thing inside a CSS is the class selector. The reason why there is a class selector concept, because there may be a situation where you want to put the similar styles for the different tags. For example, let me first remove this one. So what I'll do for the class selector, first of all, I will use dot, that is a class. All right. And here I'll set different style classes. Let's say the first style here, I will use the color green and font times New Roman. Similarly, let's put another style 2, another class. All right. And here I will use again the same attributes with a different value, like it's red and font family to Corsiva. All right. So now here I have not specified like for which particular tag I want to put these styles. So if I'm saving it, you can see all the styles are gone away. All right. So next, remove the text as well. I'll put some relevant text here. So what my requirement is, like here I'm putting an H2 as a heading, like heading 1. And for this particular heading, I want to put a paragraph. So this is a paragraph for heading 1. Similarly, I want to repeat the same thing for one more tag, that is H2 again. It's heading 2. This is the paragraph for heading 2. All right. So now this is the updated text. Now what I want to do is I want that this heading and its relevant paragraph should come in a similar manner, and this particular couple, like this heading and a paragraph, should come in a similar manner, but with the different styles, which I have already defined here. So what can I do is I will use the attribute class, and here I will pass the name of the class like style1. All right. So let's close it now. All right. And I'll do the same thing. See, I use the same style for this paragraph as well. Similarly, in this particular situation, I will again use a class attribute with a different value, that is style2. And I will use the same class, that is style2, for this paragraph. So let's come here and refresh, and you can see that both of these class, like H1 and H2, here means heading 1 and heading 2, are being decorated with the different classes of style. All right. Now, what I do is I'll enclose them all inside a div. All right. I'll put it all inside a div. Let's close this. For now, it will not be reflected, but now let's add one more selector here, that is the ID selector. And for ID selector, I will use hash. All right. So like my div is the ID selector. ID is actually attribute in order to make a unique element in your HTML document. So what I do here, for making a div, I will use some of the attributes like height. Let's put height as 300 pixel, width as 500 pixel. All right. And we'll put a background color here with the background color yellow. All right. Now, here's how I have decorated this my div. But if I want to apply it here, what I do is I'll say ID is equal to my div. So this ID selector will be applied only to that particular element in the document which is being decorated with the same ID. As here you can see, it's my div. It's just a unique feature to give it. But for this particular element, I have designed this whole styles. So when I'll refresh here, you can see it's being enclosed inside a box with such things. If you want to use some padding things as well, you can do that. Let's say 20 pixel is the padding. So now this is how you can start. So these are the different selectors that we worked on, that is the name selector, ID selector, and class selector. So that is all for this video. In this particular video, we'll discuss about the background. In background, basically, when I talk about, you can pass the different colors in the different ways, which we have already learned in the previous video. Along with that, you can also pass the images in the different ways. Like sometime you want to fix background, sometime you want a movable background. As per your choice, you can pass the background image. So let's start practically what all we can do of designing a web background using CSS. Now, in order to set the background here, let's first put the background for a paragraph, and for doing that, I'll put style attribute. I can do that here as well in the style, but for this, I'm going inline. So style is equal to background color. So background color, whatever you want, like let's say I pass yellow. So that will basically change the background color to yellow. Since I specified the background only for this paragraph, so only this much portion is having a background yellow. But you can see like there's a sentence, and after that I have added 3 line breaks. That's why you are getting this much height. All right. Now, if I want to do the same thing for the complete document, I could have done this thing like I can just put this style attribute here in the body. Let's remove it from paragraph. All right. So when I refresh it, you can see the complete document is now having a background yellow. Similarly, you can choose any color of your choice. And if you want, you can also put the image as a background. For doing that, what I'll say is background image colon. Here, I'll have to pass the URL of the image. And inside this URL function, URL attribute here, I'll pass like is a folder in the same location where I have saved my web page. And inside that, I have bg.jpg image. So you will pass the URL of the image, and when I'll refresh, you can see this is the image which I wanted to set in the background. The text is still the same. Now, if you want, you can just make some amendments in the same image. Like if you want to repeat this particular background, by default it is getting repeated horizontally as well as vertically, since the size of the image is smaller than the screen size. So what I can do is I can just pass the semicolon and I can apply the attribute like background repeat. So if you will say repeat, that is the default value, means there will be no change. But if we'll say repeat X, only horizontal images will be repeated. As you can see here vertically, it's not getting repeated since X denotes the horizontal and Y for vertical. Now when you say repeat Y, so there is no image right here on the right hand side, but it is repeated vertically. And after that, you can also say no repeat. That will just add this image once. You can also set the position of the background by passing the attribute background position to any particular value. So basically what it will do is when here you refresh, it is taking the margin of 100 pixel from horizontal as well as from the vertical. By default, it was getting started from this coordinate 0, 0, but now it is taking 100 pixel margin from the left and from the top. So let's come back to this one, and I will put some more line breaks here just to make my document much bigger. All right, so let's save it. Let's refresh it. All right, let me just remove this first. Let me remove this background repeat as well. So this is my page, and here you can see the content going on. All right. Now, it's just line break. I haven't put anything else. But now, there is one more thing, like if I want to fix my background, for doing that, I will pass the attribute background attachment to fixed. So let's save it. Let's refresh it here. And now when I will scroll, you can see there is only content floating. All right. Let me put some content as well so that you can feel that. I'll put it somewhere in the middle so that you can see it scrolling. All right. All right. And here you can see only the content is floating here, but there is no change in the background. It is still. All right. So this is about the fixed background. So these are things that you can put in your paragraph or in the background of your whole document, where you can put the colors or you can put the images in a different way. Now we are going to discuss about the gradient color in this video. And in the previous video, we saw how to do the manipulations with the colors in terms of the opacity. Now here, what we will do, as the name says it's gradient colors, means it's going to be gradient, means we will use multiple colors and one after another, those colors will come in a series and will give a very beautiful look in the output. So let's see what all options are available with CSS3 to make the set of colors as the gradient color. So as far as the implementation of gradient color is concerned, here I have taken an ID selector with the name grad1 and later I am applying this to a div. Now let's see what all changes I have made inside this ID selector. So the first is the height. I want 100 pixel height for this particular div. After that, you can see that there are number of background options to all. So pink and green. I have added a couple of colors out here. So let's see how the output will look like. And here you can see that this is the output, right? By default, it is coming from top to bottom. But if you want to change the direction, you can just add one more parameter, that is left, like from left to right. So I will add left in all the ones. All right. So now you can see starting from left, it is going towards right. So these are the couple of directions, like from top to down, from left to right. Similarly, you can give the styles for the diagonal gradient colors also. For that, you will have to tell a couple of directions, like left top, that is the starting position. All right. So let's see the browser output. Like here you can see red, blue. So left top, it is starting from red. And then diagonally, it is changing its color, and at last, it is blue in color. All right, since red and blue are the two different colors out here. So these are the things where I'm using the linear gradient, like it could be from top to down, from left to right, or from diagonal. Now, let's see some available options for the radial, means this, if I want some circular in the gradient, let's see how those work. So for that, rather than linear keyword, here radial keyword will be used. I'm using height and width both for now. You can just continue with the height also, as we were doing earlier. And now here you can see the difference, like red, green and pink. All right. Since there are three colors, you can pass the percentage, like how much width you want in each color. So pink 60%, green 15%, 5 for red. All right. So let's see the output now. And here you can see, all right. So this is how the radial gradient will work. Starting from the last, means this is one is the inner one, then the outer and the outermost. All right. If you want, you can add more colors in the same method. You can also use the repetitive option for that. Like for example, if you have a couple of colors and you want them to keep repeating unless a particular time comes, you can do that as well. And how we can do that? Just by adding this repeating keyword. All right. So now the method is repeating radial gradient. So I'm just using a couple of colors, like 10% for yellow, 15% for green. And after that, because it's just covering the 25%. So after that, it will keep repeating. All right. That's why I'm using repeating out here. All right. So let's see the output here. Now you can see, okay. So every time this green, yellow, green, yellow, green, yellow is keep repeating itself. So this is how you can work with the different options available with CSS3 regarding the gradient colors. Either it's for repeating, either it's for linear or radial. In this video of CSS, we are going to discuss about the very important concept using which we can give some very attractive look to our web page, and that is the images. Images, as I said, can give you a very representational information along with some decoration as well. So proper formatting of image is one of the very important tasks of a web designer. So let's see a practical implementation where we will pass some different styles to the images. So let's start a practical implementation. Alright, so now for putting the image, we know we will work with the img tag, and here we have the attribute called src, where I will pass the URL of the image. Now, to give some styles to this, I will use the style attribute as always, and then I will pass a couple of things. Like here, I'm just making some changes in the border, though we have a lot of new things which are there in CSS3, which we'll cover in the upcoming series. Now, here we see border, it's 3 pixel, means that's the width of the border. Dotted means there will be not a solid border, it will be dotted border of red color. So let's save it and come to browser. When I refresh, you can see there's logo followed by this red dotted 3 pixel width border. Now, if you want to make it dashed, there are some more options. You can make it dashed like this. And if you want, you can make it solid as well. Alright. Now, for this, I will use 1 pixel solid green. Alright. So these are things which you can work while working with the images in CSS. As I said, we do have a lot of things while we will be working with CSS3, which we'll cover in later. So that is all about giving these styles to the images. Now, in this video, we'll discuss about designing the borders using CSS. When I talk about borders, it is not just related to table, but you can pass the borders with the particular tags like paragraph, div, and images as well. So whenever you pass a border to a paragraph or div, you can give a look of forming a box kind of image as well. So let's see a practical where we will try to create the different kind of borders using CSS along with the paragraph and the div. So let's start the practical now. Now, in this very example for the borders, what I have done, I have created 2 CSS classes for the paragraph tag with the name example1 and example2. In the first one, what I have done, I have passed the width of the border along with the type like solid, dotted, dashed. We can pass different variety of the borders. We will discuss what all possible values you can pass. Apart from that, I have passed the bottom color, top color, left and right color. As I just wanted to show you, like we can pass the different values for all the different kind of border, different sides of border for top, bottom, left and right. So here I have shown you the values in hexadecimal format. You can also use the name of the color as you usually do. So this is what I have passed right here. But in the second example, means in the second class, I have just passed a single border color. So it depends. If you want to put the same color for all the sides, you will just say border color. Otherwise, you will say border bottom color, top, left and right accordingly. So here I have passed 2 paragraphs in the body section, and in each paragraph I have assigned the particular classes of CSS like example1 and example2. So let's save this and come to browser, and here you can see the different colors out there, like top one is red, green, and here in second one you can see the green border is there only. Alright. If you want, you can also increase the width of the border so that you can see it more clearly. I'll make it 5 pixel. I'll save it. And again, if I'll show you, you can observe the different colors, like it's somewhat black, red, green, and here it's blue color. While here it is just the green color. In another example, I'm just trying to show you what all different varieties of border style you can pass. Like here, I'm keeping 4 pixel width common for all the borders, but the border style is getting changed every time. Like here, it is none, means there will be no border. It's solid, dashed, double, groove, ridge, inset. Alright? And outset, hidden. So let's save it and see how these different borders will look like. So here, this one is none border, as I said, like since I passed none, so this border will not be visible. While this one is the solid as it was there in the previous example. This one is dashed so that you can see the dashed thing here. Double border, as you can see, grooved means somewhat grayish like disabled thing. Ridge, inset, outset, you can see the shading. Here in inset it's upward and here in downward. It is hidden. Hidden means the border is hidden for now. And here it is customized, like for all the different things. It is for top, it is solid. For bottom, it is dashed. Here it is inset and here it is double. All right. So let's see here. Dashed, groove, double and solid. All the 4 different borders are applied. Apart from that, you have also one more option that is dotted. So I'll just change it to dotted just to show you. So here you can see this is the dotted border. So these are the different border styles which you can pass using the CSS class and with the attribute border style. And now here you can see that I'm making some changes in the border width which I have done earlier as well. But the new thing which I wanted to show you, like apart from the values here like 4 point or 4 pixel, you can also use the keywords like thin, medium, thick. Alright. So again, the last one is miscellaneous, having lots of attribute altogether. Like the bottom width is 4 pixel, top width is 10 pixel, left is 2 pixel and right one is 15 pixel. And it is of border solid. Alright, so let's refresh it. And here you can see the solid with 4 pixel, 4 point, thin, medium, thick as the keyword. And here borders with the different thickness all over around, like top, bottom, left and right. So these are things, these are some of the possible things which you can perform while working with CSS. Now let's set up the environment so that we can start implementing with this technology. So for downloading this Bootstrap, we'll go to the official website of Bootstrap, from where we will download the package. And once we are ready with those particular things, what we are going to get is the scaffolding. Scaffolding means we will get a number of folders differently for the CSS, for the JS in the different folders, so that we can actually pick up the particular concept. Like it will not be hard to find whatever we are getting from the package, because it will be scaffolded in a particular, it will be structured on the particular folders. CSS is basically the set of all the classes which we can apply in the different parts of our web page, such as the header, the table, div, or maybe any other tag. Components, like if you want to work with any, let's say, div icons, all right, you want to create a button in which you want to put an icon. So these are all the part of components which you will get from the package. And the JavaScript plugins. JavaScript plugins will basically help us in making the rapid application development. All right, like plugins will give us some predefined functionality for which we don't have to make much efforts. So let's start working on the environment setup now. So to get started with the environment setup of Bootstrap, first of all, I'll have to come on the official website of Bootstrap, that is getbootstrap.com. And here in the home page, you will find a link for downloading. As soon as I'll follow this, here I'll get a number of options to download and to set the environment for Bootstrap. First option is to download the compiled CSS and JS file. So when you will download that, you will get the compiled code for this particular version of Bootstrap. Similarly, you can also download the core source file of the Bootstrap, that is the uncompiled version of Bootstrap, for which you will have to compile the Bootstrap as per your own requirement. Now, next one is the Bootstrap CDN, where you will get the link of the required CSS and JS file, which you can copy and can start working on Bootstrap. Similarly, you have the package managers. Maybe if you're working with Node.js, then you have NPM. For Ruby Gems, for Composer, for Bower, for NuGet, you have the different kind of the environment available for which you can just configure and download your Bootstrap. Here, I'll start working with the compile CSS and JS file. So I'll click here on the download, and as soon as I'll do that, it will start downloading Bootstrap on my local system. I have downloaded the required files in my system. In the next video, we'll see how can we get started with the implementation of Bootstrap. So now here in this implementation, what we are going to do, we are going to design a form. So basically here you can see I put a form tag, and inside for each particular row, for each particular section of your form, like for any particular field, I have put the div, and inside that I have said form group. That means a label or any input control which you are taking will be bound logically in a single group. So whenever you will apply some changes in this div, that will be applicable for all the controls inside this form group. So for email, I have a group. For password, again, I have formed a group out here. All right. So logically, whatever controls are doing the similar task, I will enclose them or I will bind them inside a group for the easy maintenance. Now, inside this, you can see every time I'm putting something, I am using it as the form control. And so that's why whatever control I will put here, like email, for password, it will be designed for this particular form itself. And here it's placeholder, which was there in the HTML as well. So it will basically show you a text on the controls. So let's save it for now and execute this over the browser. And here you can see this is the default appearance of your form. So this is basically the vertical form which will come by default. Enter email, enter password. All right. And any particular password what you want here. All right. So this is how you can design the default vertical form. Now let's come here and pass one class out here called class is equal to form inline. So basically this will generate the inline form, as probably for now Facebook has an inline form for the login on the top. So similarly, you can also design something like that in the same pattern. So here you can see all the controls are now there on the same line. So this is how you can start working with the forms, where you can design a form either vertically or inline. In this video, we'll work with the badges. Badges will actually give you an additional information along with the label. For example, if you have created a label with the name inbox, with the title inbox over it, you may want to show like how many unread mails are there, as you have got that in your real life as well. All right, like inbox 30 means there are 30 new unread mails. So for showing such informations over the label, you can use badges out there along with this span tag. So let's see how to start working with the badges now. So now in this execution of badges, what I have done is I have taken the two different examples with the same information. Here on the top in the first UL, what I have done, I have used a navigation, as we have already covered in the navigation tools. There is called navigation pills. So we have used that one in order to create something called like a bar. All right, not exactly, but yes, something like. So inside this, you can see there are three list items. One is for message, one is for the profile, and one is for the home. So if I want to put one badge as well along with these hyperlinks or list items, what I'll do is here, right after this, I will use a span, and inside this span, I will use this badge information. As here you can see, Here I have used class badge. So this span will be looking like a badge, and here I have given a fixed number hard-coded value 42. Using jQuery and Ajax, you can actually work with the numbers, with these numbers dynamically as well. So what I have done, this is the list item active, so you will find it selected. After that, there is home, and after home, I want this 42, this number to be displayed as a badge. So here, right after this home, I put this span, and then I put the class badge so that it will make it look like a badge itself. Now, no badge for this profile, but when again I'll come for messages, I will use this 3, alright? So basically what it will do, it will show the span with the number 3 as a badge. So here you will find all these 3 elements horizontally. Now, if you want to make them all vertical, here I will not use any navigation pills, rather I will use it on this tagged format. Alright, so basically what I have done here, it's the same thing. First I want home, then profile, and then message with the same number 42 and 3. But something is bit different. Along with this span, when I'm using the class badge, I set pull right. So you can actually observe here, like home is written after 42. But since I am pulling this 42 on the right hand side as a badge, so the output will be like home, then after that you will find 42, that is on the right hand side of this home. Very similarly, here as well, I have used pull right. So after messages, you will get number 3 on the right hand side. So let's execute and see how this output is looking like. So here you can see 42 for home, 3 for message. Since it was active, it is highlighted blue. Similarly here, we make it stacked, but again, it is pull right, alright? So basically when I'm taking it as a stack, I want it on the extreme right, not just adjacent. So that's why I marked a class pull right. So here on home as well as on the message, you will get that badge on the right hand side. So this is how you can start using a span tag and pass the class badge, and you can use that as a badge with your links and menus. In this video of Bootstrap, we'll discuss about the alerts. Here, we are going to cover all the classes which Bootstrap provides for the alert. And basically, alert is something which we use to give some messages to the end user. You can use it for getting the feedbacks as well. If you want, you can put a close icon using the helper class, which we have already discussed while working with the helper classes, and that will be used for closing the alert box. So let's see what is all there in the different classes of alerts provided by Bootstrap itself. So for showing the implementation of alert messages here, I will start with a very basic example where I have taken few divs, and after that I have used some classes. Like first of all, I will use this alert class so that these divs will come to know that they are being used as the alert. And as we have already discussed about these contextual colors, contextual settings which we can do using the success, info, warning and danger, such kind of words. So they are just here to give the different colors to the alert messages as they were doing it for the different things like buttons, labels and normal text as well. So these are the alerts, alright. So far, I'm not using any event on which they will appear, so that's why they are looking like a paragraph or label something, but actually they can be treated as the alert box. But whenever we use some alert messages, I have something to close that as well. So let's see how can we add a cross, means a close icon in this alert box, which will help us in closing these messages. And for that, I will do some changes out here. Let's see what I have done. So alert success, that was already there. But what I have done now, it is alert dismissible. Alright. So basically what is there? After that, I am putting it inside a button, right? One button is also there inside this div tags. Alright. And this button is carrying close. which we have already discussed, the close icon. Alright, so this button will carry a close icon on which when you will click, this alert will be closed. Alright, so that's why it's data dismiss alert. And I have done this same thing for all the different color of alerts. Alright, like for info alert box as well, for the warning as well, and later for the error one, danger as well. Alright, so in all the alert boxes there is some button at the end which will be used for closing the button. So let's see how it is working now. So here is the button. Alright, so when I click over it, you can see the current message or current alert box is getting closed. Alright, so here you can see again. Alright, so this is about the alert boxes. Now, if you want, you can also give a link to the alert boxes and you can use it for navigation purpose as well. And for doing that, I have just did one thing, like I have enclosed these text inside the anchor tag. Alright, and for decoration, I have used the class alert link. So let's click here and see the output. And here you can see these are now the alert links. I have removed the button, but if required, you can close it. And if required, you can just click on the text to navigate. So these are things which you can use for making the alert boxes using Bootstrap. In this video, we are going to discuss another CSS class provided by Bootstrap, and that is Breadcrumb. Basically, whenever you want to show the hierarchical position of any particular web page, you can go for this class. For example, if I'm on a home page of any particular website, out there I followed a link called sports. Inside that, I went to sports and then for cricket. Alright. So basically, whatever the path we followed shows the hierarchy of a page, like from home to sports, from sports to cricket. Alright. So when you will reach that particular page, it will show the particular path which you have followed. And if you want, you can just click them back to go to the higher level in the same hierarchy. So let's see how to implement breadcrumb in your website. So for implementing the breadcrumb, I will use first of all the list, maybe the ordered or unordered list. Here I have used the ordered list in this example and I have implemented a class breadcrumb. As soon as I will do that, inside that whenever I will put any list item, it will be shown in an hierarchical manner. Like for example, from home, you have navigated to page sports and from sports, you came for cricket. So in case you want to make something active, you can use class active. Alright, so in this example, this cricket link will be shown as the selected one. So let's execute and see how this output is looking like. So as expected, home, sports and cricket. Alright, so you will not find any hyperlink means pointed finger right here, but you can do that with sports and home. So anywhere when you want to put some hierarchical representation in your web page, you can anytime use these breadcrumb, and if you'll put some links on sports or home or maybe any other, you can use these breadcrumbs to go back to the roots from the branches. So this is all about the breadcrumb class in your Bootstrap. Now in this video, we are going to use buttons in a much different way. As we have already seen how to create a drop-down using a button, how to use a single button. But now here we will work with the button groups. Basically, if you put number of buttons at a group, it will give you a feeling of menu, right? So if you want to create a menu in your web page, you can actually go for this button groups and you can set different actions for the different buttons in the group. So let's start working with the implementation of button groups. So as we have already discussed about the buttons, here you can see I have added 3 buttons and the appearance will be like default, means the whitish buttons will be there. You can use it as per your requirement. And here I have taken a div inside which I have put all these 3 buttons, and the class which I am using with the div is btn group. So basically this btn group will group all these 3 buttons all together and they will be like physically attached side by side. So let's see how this output is looking like. So here you can observe like there are 3 buttons and they are just connected to each other because they are bound into a group. Alright, so now you can use some other classes as well in order to customize the output. Like we can just use multiple BTN groups inside a BTN toolbar. So if you want to make a toolbar for your web page, you can just group multiple BTN groups containing the buttons and then you can form a toolbar. So here you can see, here are 3 BTN groups, like there's 1 button, 2 button group and 3rd button group, alright? And I have just put them all inside one div where I'm using a class BTN toolbar. So when I will do that, in the output, it would be looking like this. Alright, so this is the set of first buttons, this is the set of second button group, and this is the 3rd button group. So likewise, you can just start working on your buttons, like you can bound them in a button group and then you can bind multiple button groups inside button toolbar. If required, you can also just change the size of each button group using the same BTN group LG, SM and XS. Alright, so let's execute and see how these different button groups are looking like. So this one is the large, this one is small and this is extra small. So as for your window size, for the different screen size, you can just make a responsive menu for using these buttons and you can just apply the different button sizes as per the screen size. You can also put one button group inside another in case if you want to give some other appearance to your button. Like here what I'm doing is there is BTN group, alright, inside which I have put 2 buttons. Now again inside this BTN group I have taken another where I'm trying to make a button as a drop down list, which we have done already. Alright, so in this way what it will be looking like, it will be the nested BTN group inside which the first 2 are from one group and again this is separated by another BTN group, but they all are being shown or displayed as a single group itself. Now all the appearances which I have shown right now is horizontal. Now let's see how can we make them vertical. So for that I just have to add one more class over here and I'll say BTN group vertical. I'll say that in both these situations, alright, in both the places. So let's execute it again. And here you can see now they are being arranged in a vertical way. So far when we were forming a drop down out of a button, we were actually putting the caret symbol in the same button. But if required, you can also make a group of 2 buttons in order to make the caret symbol on the another button. So here as you can see in the first button, I have just made it primary and put a text, and right after that I have put another button where I'm using it for toggling and I have applied a span with the class caret. When you will click over that, I will just form the menu in which I have currently shown 2 different elements. Alright, so here in the button you will get a text. When you will click on the caret symbol on the another button, it will show you a list containing these 2 elements. So let's see how it is looking like. Alright, so here you can see this is the button with the text, and here when you will click over this, it will show you the menu. Alright, so these are all the different usages of the BTN group class, and you can use it for various purposes while defining a web page. In this video of Bootstrap, we are going to work with buttons. Basically, whenever you create a form and you want to submit it, or if you want to perform any action, buttons are the very important control for that. So here, when we will start working with the CSS classes provided for buttons, we are going to get few classes like BTN. BTN is the base class for any button control. BTN primary, if you want to put means by default all these classes will give different colors to the button, like dark blue, information, warning, orange, red, for danger. All right, so basically the difference will be of color, except btn link, which will look like a hyperlink text, not a button. All right, so on the base of color, like if you want to use a red button for a normal task, you can go for btn danger class. All right, but by default, as I said, these classes will give you only difference in the color as per the designing is concerned. So let's see how to implement buttons in Bootstrap CSS classes. So on the basis of the appearance of the buttons, let's start customizing the appearance. So as we did in the text, like we classified the different text colors on the basis of the primary, success, info, warning, danger. Similarly, here in the case of buttons also, we have the same things. So first of all, we'll have to start with the class btn. So if you are not even using a button, if you are using any hyperlink also, you can make the look of that hyperlink as a button. And once it is set as button, you can set like how you want your button to be displayed. So as I said, it's just the matter of color. It will change the default color of the particular button. So when I execute this, here you can see it is the default button. This one is primary button, success button, info button, warning button, danger button. And here, since it is a button also, but it is looking like a hyperlink. All right. So these are the different classes which you can use for customizing the appearances of the button. Now, let's discuss more about the size of each buttons that we have. So for changing the size, what I'll do, I will just add few more classes right after, like btnlg for making your button larger than the normal one. Similarly, btnlg again for the primary. So these two buttons, the first two buttons will be much bigger than the default size. Similarly, the next two buttons, that is for success and info, they will be smaller in size, as here I have used btnsm. So it will be smaller than the default size of the button. And similarly, right after that, what I have used a class btn block for the warning button. So btn block means it will contain the complete width of the window. If you'll put that inside any TD or TR, so whatever the available length is there, it will occupy the complete width of the current window. And no changes for the last two, that is for danger and link. So they will appear in the default size, so you can compare them with the others. So as here you can see, these are the larger buttons, these are the smaller buttons, and these are the normal size button. And here in between, this warning button is the block. All right. In case if you want to disable any, you can do that as well. So for doing that, what you can do, let me disable this warning button. So I will just add one more class, that is disabled. So when I'll do, you see now it is changed and now it will be disabled. If you do any operation on this click, nothing will take place. Apart from that, you can also disable a button by using the attribute called disable is equal to disabled. So when I'll save it, I'll come here and refresh. You see, it will also disable the danger button. So this is how you can start working with the buttons in the Bootstrap. As I said that if you will take any anchor tag as well, let me use it once. So like href is equal to like for the current page. All right. And here I will use a class btn space btn primary. All right, and this is hyperlink. So let's come here and refresh. So here you can see this is an hyperlink, but looking like a button, since I have decorated that with this btn class. And apart from that, I have used btn primary, so it is looking like a primary button as we have seen earlier. So these are the things which you can use from Bootstrap to decorate your page with different kind of buttons. Now, let's discuss about list groups in Bootstrap. basically in HTML, we do have the ordered and unordered list to show the content in a list. But if you want to show the list for some customized or maybe complex types, you can go for the list groups in Bootstrap. So let's see what all classes are available here and how we can use them for making a list for the complex objects. So let's start working on list groups. So here in this example, when I'm starting working with this list group, I have taken an unordered list in which I have put a class called list group. It will contain the multiple list items with the class list group item. So I started with the plain text thing itself. So let's see how this list is currently looking like. Alright, so here you can see there are few elements which are being decorated like this with the help of this list group class. Now, if you want, you can also add the badges, as I have already covered badges, which is like a small span tag after a content. So here, that is what I have done. Like there's new is the badge. Alright, so there's 24/7. There is the new badge out there. Similarly, discount offer. Again, I will put a badge new. So as soon as I will add the badges, it will change a look to a bit. Like here you can see there are a couple of badges added with the new badge. Alright. Now inside this, if you want to show that any of the item of this list is selected, then you can add the active class. As here you can see, I have used the active class out here. So what it will do, when you will refresh this, it will look like it is being selected. We have already worked with this active class several times in this tutorial. So very similarly, you can also start working here in order you want to show any selected element of the list. Now, rather than keeping the plain text, you can also give some customized list items out here. Now here, I'm trying to put some customized elements in the list. For that, what I have done is, I'll start with the list group itself as I have done. You can observe I am not using the unordered list and list item tags out here. Rather, I am using the divs so that I can put the customized element as well. So this one is the list group inside which I will put some hyperlinks with the class called list group items, which I was doing for list items earlier. So now each group item here is containing the header, that is h4 heading tag, and the first one is selected. Now after that, I am putting two more things, but you can see I'm not using the class active. They are just list group items. But again, I am having the h4 tag inside both. But these headings are followed by a small text as well. So basically, when I will see that in the browser, I will get something like this. So this one is the h4 with the active class. This one is the h4 without the active one and followed by the paragraph. And similarly, I have done this for the second div as well. So this is what I have done for my couple of things. For customizing elements in the list group, I will use div rather than the unordered list, as I have said. And similarly, I am doing it for the second time, where I am keeping a content like business website package. So here you can see business website package followed by the similar things. So this is how you can start working with the list items in your Bootstrap, either with the unordered or ordered list tags or with the divs. In this video of Bootstrap, we'll start working with the labels. Basically, whenever you want to show some information out there in the web page, so you can go for label. And here, Bootstrap will give you a label class for setting a label over your web page. Like we were getting the different classes for the different appearances in button, here also you will get the similar things. Like you will get the classes like for information, warning, default, and some others. So let's see what is all here for the label class in Bootstrap. So when I say label, basically we don't have a label tag here in HTML, but using the class label of Bootstrap, we can make any span as a label. After that, you can see there is one more class called label default. That simply means, like as we have already done with the buttons, with the text, where we find the different contextual colors for the different purpose. Here I'm using label default. Now, the purpose of this particular example is like when you will see there is a H1 tag and after that we are putting a label. So basically when you use any paragraph tag or something, it takes the complete width of the page. But when you use span along with a label, it will just take the width of the character, and the size of this particular text will be similar to that of H1 or H2 or H3. Doesn't matter which particular tag it is getting used. So when I'll execute, you will find that example heading, and right after that you will find there is a label, and as I said, it will just occupy the same amount of area where the text is located, and the size is according to the headings. So apart from the label default, you can use some other colors as well, as we have already done with the buttons, like label default, primary, success, info, warning, and danger. So we know like we will get some bluish color, some orange color, some danger color for red. So here are the different examples, different colors which are available. So here in this previous example, we only use default. So this is the default label color and rest are here. So accordingly, as per your requirement, you can choose your class and can start working on it. So let's see what is all here in the Bootstrap grid system. Bootstrap includes a responsive, mobile-first, fluid grid system. As I said, like this all responsive web design is possible because of this grid system itself. Bootstrap grid systems scales up to 12 columns, alright, as the device and viewport size increases. So it all depends on how you want these 12 columns to use. If you are using more than 12 columns, means if the total columns you have consumed is more than 12, then the remaining data will be fallen into the next line. We'll see that all in the practical implementation. These 12 columns can be used accordingly on the basis of different screen sizes. All right, as I said, like it all depends like how you want to consume your 12 columns. So let's see how these 12 columns can you manage, or how we can check like which is your large screen and small screen. So basically it is all depending on the number of pixels that you can check while working on any screen. I'll show you that on the practical implementation itself, since I'm working in a laptop of maybe a 14-inch screen. So I cannot show you the large devices because the pixel number will be way more. Yes, for the other things, if the number of pixels is less than 768, then it will be used maybe mobile device. All right, extra small devices means mobile device, maybe 5-inch, 5.5-inch mobile screen if you're working with. So it will be like that. Number of columns will be 12 for all screen sizes, as I said. All right, class prefix means when you will be splitting the those 12 columns, like how much columns you want in first means for a particular column. All right, class prefix. These class prefix means the CSS classes of Bootstrap will help you to split those 12 columns into different numbers. So let's start working with this grid system practically and see how a same page can have a different layouts for the different screen sizes. So before getting started with the grid system, let me tell you the changes which I have made. I have added one more style sheet which I have created by myself here, that is styles.css, where I just put some attributes for customizing any div tag. All right, so now let's get started with that. So basically while working here, what I'll do, I'll just start putting a div tag here, and what I'll do inside, I just make it nested. All right, so this is div inside a div. So this is, let's say, first div, and similarly let's copy them 2 more times, and let's make changes in the text. All right. Now, in order to start working with the grid system, what I'll do on the outer div section, I will pass a class name with the name call hyphen lg hyphen. As we know, the total of all the things which we want to put on the same line should be 12. So let's say here for the first one, I put 2 as a column. Similarly here, what I'll do is class call lg. Let's say I want to put 8 columns out here. And again, for the third one, I will say class call lg 2. So 2 plus 8 plus 2, the total is 12. All right. And here, what I'll do, I'll again put a class so that it will give you a clear output. And here I'll use my box div, which I defined by myself. So let's copy that and paste it here in the remaining two as well. Save it, and now let's execute it. All right, so here you can see. So what I'll have to do now to start working with this, I will put one more div and we'll use a class called row, so that all these divs will be there on a same row. All right, so let's close this div at the end. All right, and now let's refresh this, and now here you can see the first div, second div, and third div. Total, it is 12, and it is very properly occupying the complete width. So for here, I have just defined the width for the large. So as soon as you will move out from the large size, it will show its default way to put the divs. All right. If you want to make different styles for the different screen sizes, you will all have to define right here as well. So for example, let's take one more div out here, and here I'll say fourth div. All right, now let's change the width size here. So for the first, I'll say it should be 3. For second, it should be 3 again. For the third one and fourth one. All right, let's come here and refresh. Now you can see there are 4 div in the same line. All right, now what is happening here, if I'll move from the large screen and I'm coming for the middle size what I want at that particular time. So for that, what I'll do, I'll just give a space and start giving another style here in the same line, call, that is the medium devices. And for the first one, I want 6 columns to be occupied. All right, so the first column, the first div will occupy 6 columns out of 12. Second will also take 6 columns. Okay, let me copy that because I'm going to put the same for the remaining 2. So now you can see the total is exceeding 12. The 1 and 2, the total is 12. So what will happen, as soon as the things will come out from the large screen aspect, in the medium size screen at a single row, there will be 2 divs. All right, and then the next 2 divs will be shifted in the other rows. So let's refresh that and let's start changing the screen sizes. So as soon as the size will be, the width of the window will be under the range of small devices, medium devices, you can find that there is first div, second div, third div, and fourth div. All right, so because now both of these particular divs are taking 6 columns each out of 12 from that. In this video series, we are going to begin with the JavaScript. JavaScript is basically a scripting language which can be embedded in a HTML page. HTML page simply means any web page which is running on World Wide Web. Once you embed the JavaScript in the page, you can provide the various functionalities to that particular web page, such as you can put some validations, you can make the page even more interactive, you can put some animation kind of things. So that is all we can do using the JavaScript. So make sure before getting started with the JavaScript, you have the sufficient knowledge of HTML and CSS, as we will be working with the web page, and these two are the important things which you must know for creating the interactive web page. Now, here, as I just said, it's a scripting language, but if I add something more, I'll say it is a client-side scripting language. Client-side means whenever you will execute the JavaScript on a web page, the complete execution will happen on the client side only. There will be no server-side interaction while executing the JavaScript. That's why whenever we'll try to do some operations like putting the validations or doing the animation-like things, everything will execute on the client side, which will also efficiently execute the page, means the performance of the page will be more better. Now, something more about JavaScript, let's see. It is untyped. Untyped means if we know something about the programming languages, you may know about the thing called data types, which specifies the type of data we are going to process. But while working with JavaScript, you will observe like it is untyped, means it is not a type-safe language. So whenever you'll have to store something, you will just use a variant type, and that type can store any type of value. So we will have to take care like which type of data we are going to manipulate manually. Apart from that, it is multi-paradigm, means you can do various kinds of development, website development things related to JavaScripts. Nowadays, JavaScript is also a backbone of so many different technologies like jQuery, AngularJS, Node.js, and so many JS-like technology you may be hearing nowadays. It is functional, which will make the code even more modular. You can split the particular code in the different functions, and you can call them up on a particular event, as it is also event-driven. So using JavaScript in such a way, we make it wonderful, and so that we can use it even more creatively. It is interpreted by browser's JavaScript engine. Now, if the question comes like when I write a simple HTML, how it runs? Every browser has a parser which reads the HTML tags and render the text accordingly. For example, if I use h1 tag, so the text written within the h1 would be shown as the h1, as a heading 1, the biggest heading. But if I say, what about JavaScript? Means if I'm writing some logical code, some programming like code, how the browser will be able to execute that? So for that, as it is mentioned, every browser has the JavaScript engine. For example, for Chrome, it is V8 engine. For different browsers, it's different engine. So that JavaScript engine is actually able enough to execute the code which is written in the JavaScript. And make sure while doing this, your JavaScript must be enabled for that particular browser. Only then you will be able to see the execution of your JavaScript code. Now, let's move on to some more advantages of JavaScript, as it is less server interaction. Alright, means while executing, it will execute mostly on the client side, so it will be a lesser interaction with the server, and that will make the performance better. Alright, because if the code is here only and it is running on the client side, the page will not be posted back to the server again and again, and that will definitely enhance the performance of your web page. Richer interface. As in jQuery, we internally use some of the functions of JavaScript, which makes the interface even more better. So you can say like it will give you a richer interface through animations or through some dynamic CSS kind of things, which will make it even more attractive, and the client will feel like good while working with the web pages. Increased interactivity, that's what it means, all right? When you will create a rich interface, a more interactive interface, it will be good for the client and it will keep on coming to you. So these are some key features of JavaScript. From our next video onwards, we will start with the implementation of it. In this video of JavaScript, we are going to cover arrays. In computer science, array is basically a data structure which allows us to store multiple values in a single variable. Yes, earlier we have read that it is not possible, but the way to do this thing is actually a bit different. Here, when we will define such variable, that variable will actually behave like a collection. And in that particular collection, there will be a number of memory blocks would be defined. How many memory blocks? That we will define while defining the arrays. That means when we will define the array, along with the definition, we will specify the number of blocks which we want, and after that, we can start storing the value in each of those element blocks. And since, as you can see, it stores a fixed size sequential collection of elements, that means it's a fixed size. The size which you will specify by the time of creating the array. Later, you will not be able to change that. And if you will try to store values more than that, your program may get terminated abnormally. So, make sure while defining the array, you are specifying a handsome amount of size which will not cause any overflowing. Now, you have defined the elements, number of elements of an array, and after that, you can start storing the values into that. Whenever you want to access a specific element block from that list of array blocks, you have to pass the index. As whenever you create an array, the index of each memory series starts with a 0 to 1, 2, 3, and so on. For example, if I have defined an array of size 5, then the lower index will start with 0, then 1, 2, 3, and 4. So, whenever I want to retrieve or assign the value, I have to pass the index like that. So here you can see there are a couple of syntaxes about writing the data, how we can start writing the data or elements in an array. So here what I have done, I have taken a var fruits. Fruits is the name of my array. Is equal to new array. Alright, this new is a keyword to allocate a new and fresh memory space, and into that you can pass the elements like apple, orange, mango. So it is sequential storage. Here I have not specified the size. You can also do that, like you can say new array 5 and then later you can assign the values. Here I directly stored the value. So the first element will get stored in the index 0, then 1 and 2. And very similarly I have done here as well. So both are the valid syntaxes if I talk about JavaScript. Once you have defined the array, and after that if you want to retrieve the elements in separately, alright. So what you can do, fruits like the name of the array, and then in the square brackets you can pass the index. As I said earlier, index will start with 0. So when you will say fruit 0, so it will give you apple, fruits 1 will give you orange, and fruits 2 will give you mango. So let's see practically now how we can start implementing the concept of arrays. So now in this implementation of arrays, as you can see, first of all, I have defined the array of length 5 and I've used new keyword for allocating a new and fresh space for this particular array. The size of the array is 5. That means it will create 5 separate element blocks in which you can put a specific value. And to point out those particular blocks, we can pass the index. So like here, you can see the index is starting from the 0, then 1, 2, 3, and 4. So in this particular index, you can assign any type of value. As JavaScript is not a type-safe language, you can put any type of value. But when we talk about array, basically it is the collection. So we generally make a collection of similar type. Here, I have put the value of same types And now to read that particular array, what I can do is I have just written a loop which will start from the 0 till the less than 5. That means 4. And obviously it will run, this loop will run from 0 to 4, and at every time I'm running this, I'm reading the ith index, which is changing from 0 to 4. So, and every time I'm printing the value, I'm breaking the line as well. So let's see how this particular output will be looking like. So as expected, here the value from 10 to 50 is being printed. You can also do the inline initialization for the array, as here you can see right after the new array, I have not passed the size, but I have used the curly braces to initialize all the values. So here I have passed 5 values. So array is always having a static memory allocation. Any particular number of values which will pass here, that will be the size of the array. For example, if I pass the 6th element, now the length of the array is 6. So let's execute it till the 5th index. If it is 6, length is 6, the last index would be 5. All right. So let's refresh this one, and here you can see the output. So as we have discussed, these particular syntaxes in the description also, like there are various ways of initializing an array, and anytime you want to read, you can simply pass the index after that and you can retrieve the value. When we have a number of elements all together, sorting and searching are the two very important tasks that we need to do. If we have a number of elements stored in an array and I want to sort them in a particular order, that is either ascending or descending order, I can go for the sorting concepts. And here I have written a very simple program of bubble sort in which I am sorting an array in ascending order of length 6. So here in the very first line, you can see I have assigned some values in an array like 7, 2, 8, 1, 3, 4. It's a random values I have put inside this, and now I want to sort it out. So before sorting, I have just printed the value right here like this before sort, and if, as you know, it's the 6th number of elements are there. So 0 to 5, this loop is running, and I'll print each and every value out there. Now, as soon as I printed, I'll start doing the bubble sort. So for any successful bubble sort, I need to run a loop for n into n minus 1 times. So that is what I have done here. Like here it's n is the length of the array, that is 6. So this loop is running for the 6 times, inner loop is running for the 5 times. So overall it will be running at the 30 times. So that is the maximum number of cycles that we have to execute for a successful bubble sort. So let's see what I have done inside this particular loop. So here you can see like j is started from 0 and obviously it is less than 5. So when the first time this loop would be running, the value of j is 0 and j plus 1 is of course 1. So if the value of the earlier value is greater than the later value, for example, j is 0 and 1. So if ARR 0 is greater than ARR 1, of course, in this particular case, 7 is greater than 2. So what I want is I'll have to swap these two values so that 2 will come before the 7. Alright, that will not make it a complete sort, but of course, the two values will be sorted because it is the ascending order. So any smaller value have to come before the greater value. So that is what I have done inside this. Like these 3 lines are simply swapping the values of the 0th and 1st index. So the index or the value of 1st index will be here in the 0th index, and the 7 which is at 0th index will come to the 1st index. So similarly, this loop will go for this 5 times, means 0 to 4 index will be covered. And of course, as you can see here in the logic, I am putting j plus 1. So the last index is 5. When j is 4, so what it will be saying, if ARR 4 is greater than ARR 5, that means these two values will be compared. And if required, the swapping will take place. But only in one cycle, the complete sorting will not be done. So to iterate this particular concept again and again, I have placed it inside this another loop, and it will make it show like in 30 cycles this loop will be sorted completely, and after that I have printed the loop again in the very same way I have done it earlier. So let's execute, and here you can see the output. Like initially it was like 7 2 8 1 3 4, and later it's 1 2 3 4 7 8. Alright, if you want to sort it to the descending order, you can simply replace the greater than symbol to the less than. Now the swapping will be done when the smaller value is before the larger value. So now you can see this whole array is being converted into the descending order sorted. In this video of JavaScript, we will begin with the variables. As in the programming and even in the scripting of JavaScript, variables are something which can store a single value at a time temporarily. Temporarily means the value can be changed later during the execution if required. As earlier, we have already discussed in the features of JavaScript, like it is not a type-safe language, so whenever you would be defining any variable, it will not be having any specific data type. So we will use a var, that is variant keyword, whenever we will go for any variable declaration, and after that we can assign any type of value. But since we want to be logical, we will not try to do so and will stick to a single data type of value. Now, whenever you will start working with the variables, they would be having two scopes, either local or global. But practically we will do that as soon as we will start working with the functions. So if any variable is defined inside a function, that is a local variable, and if we define any variable out of the functions, it will be a global variable, means it can be accessed inside any functions you are making. But initially, it is nothing like that because we are not going to implement any functions. So let's see practically how can we start working with the variables in JavaScript. So now, in order to declare the variable, here we will use the var keyword, and after that you will name the identifier. So like here, if I want to store some name, I will name the variable, that is the name, and then if you want, you can assign the value right here, or you can do it later. So if I want to assign the value, what I'll do, I'll put a double quote, since here I want to store the string type of data. As we already discussed that JavaScript is not a type-safe language, it is loosely typed language, so you don't have to specify a specific data type right here. Just by specifying the var keyword, you can define a variable, and after that you can assign any type of value into it. Let's say here I assign a value. Similarly, if I want to assign some other things like age, which is a numeric value, I can do that as well. And similarly, you can assign any type of value like the same. For example, if you want to assign some decimal numbers also, you can do that in the very same way, like this. And similarly, whenever you want to print the data, you will use the same method, that is document.write, which we have already used, either document.write or document.writeln. So make sure that whenever you are printing the value of an identifier, you will not put them in the quotation and you will keep them like this. But if you want to put anything before that, you can simply put it in double quotes like name and then a concatenation symbol, that is the plus. So let's save this one and see the output in the browser. So as here you can see, similarly, if I want to do some more things, I can do that in a very simple way. If I will run this, you will see all the things in the same line like this. But if you want to break the line, as we know, we use the BR in the HTML. So I will simply concatenate that right after each message like this. And again in age, and if I'll do anything after salary, so that will again come in the next line. So now this is the output we were looking for. So similarly like this, you can start creating the variables and can assign the values as per your requirement. So far in the JavaScript, whichever code we have written having a linear execution means from the line 1 to the last line, it kept on executing. But if I want to execute few things on a particular condition only, I can go for the conditional statements, as these condition statements will first compare the conditions using the variables and the operators which we have already covered, and if the condition is satisfied, then it will do the particular task. So here in JavaScript, we have a couple of condition statements such as the if else and switch, where if else will be used by in JavaScript code, like if, after then we can specify a condition, and if the condition is not satisfied, we can pass the else statement. And secondly, we have a switch statement which will be doing a short circuiting like thing, means a direct execution as soon as the condition is matched. But in this video only, we will just cover the introduction of it. In our next video onwards, we will start with the implementation of if and switch statement separately. Now, in the conditional statements, let's talk about the if-else statement. As I already discussed in the previous video, it is used to pass some conditions, that is, after the if keyword, I can pass any condition using the logical or comparison operator, and if the condition is not satisfied, then we can go for the else. But else is optional, so you are not forced to add the else keyword right after the if. So this is how the execution will take place. Like when the code flow will be happening, there will be a condition carried by the if keyword. If the condition is true, then only we will execute the conditional code. If it is false, we will terminate that particular code, means that particular code will not get executed. You can also change the multiple conditions using the else if, means if the first condition is false, you can proceed with the second condition, and the second condition will with else if will only be compared when the first condition is false. So let's see practically how can we implement this else if and if statements all together. So here we are implementing the if statement. What we are doing here is we will be taking the marks of any 3 subjects from a student, and after that I'll sum them up and will calculate the percentage. On the basis of the percentage, I will assign them a grade, like whether it's grade A, B, C or D. So what I'm doing here is using the prompt box, I'm taking the all 3 marks. Now, whenever you will enter something in the prompt box, it will be treated as the string. So here, whenever you will use the plus operator for adding the things, it will actually be concatenated and you will not get the desired result. So in order to make them treated like the integer, what I have done is I have used the method called or function called parseInt. So in this parseInt, what it will do, it will convert the type to the integer. So now when I will add this, when I will use this plus symbol, it will actually add them rather than concatenating. So once I get the total, I have applied a very simple formula for calculating the percentage, and here I'm considering the maximum marks as 50. So whatever the percentage is there, I will print that, and after that, on the basis of that percentage, I will pass the conditions in order to get the grades. Now, here you can see it is if, and right after this it's a parenthesis inside which I will pass a statement which will return a boolean value. So here I'm using this comparison operator, and we have already discussed about it, like whenever you will be using the comparison operator, it will return you a boolean. So if this particular condition is true, I will get an alert box with the thing grade A. Now if this condition is incorrect, so it actually depends what you have written after that. For example, if I don't have these line of codes, so if the percentage is not greater than 80, nothing is going to happen. If it is greater than or equal to 80, I will get a message grade A. But it's all depends on the situation and your requirement, like what and how you want to do in a condition. Means if this condition is incorrect and I don't want to do anything in the condition when the condition is incorrect, so I will leave the program like that. But if I want to do something if this condition is incorrect, or if I want to check some more conditions if this condition is false, then I can go for all these things. Like here, you can see it is not a if, but it is else if. Means this condition will be checked only when the previous condition is false. If this is true, this will never be compared. Similarly, if this condition is returning true, then we will not go to all these statements. This condition will only be checked when this will return a false, and so on. And similarly, when all the conditions are false, only then the control will come in the else part. So this is chaining thing, right? You can see whenever I'm using the else if, that means each and every condition is changed and it will come, the control will come inside them only when the previous conditions are false. So for example, if I have entered something and the percentage is having 85. So 85 is greater than 80, 85 is greater than 60 also, 85 is greater than 40 also. But as I said, if this particular condition is true, the control will never come in these conditions. So doesn't matter whether they will return true or false, nothing is going to happen. So let's save the program and see the output in the browser. So let's refresh this. Here I'll enter the marks. So as I said, like I'm taking the marks out of 50. So I entered 45, 46, 47. They are pretty good marks. So obviously the percentage is good. That is 92. And here I'll get grade A. Similarly, if I'll enter some marks like 34, 32, 37. So the percentage is something 68. So it will get grade B. And similarly, if the marks are quite low, like 14, 24 and 12. So it's 33%, it's grade D. All right. So on that particular basis, you can actually calculate the things and can pass the conditions using the if statement. Apart from that, you can use any operator which we have covered earlier, which are returning a Boolean value. So this is a very basic implementation of if statement. In this video of JavaScript, we are going to start the iteration statements, normally called as loops. In the basic programming, it is a very obvious situation like we come across a thing where we need to execute some set of statements continuously multiple times, probably with the different values. For example, if I want to find the even numbers from 1 to 100, what I need to do is I will have to write the code for checking the even or odd again and again. But rather than writing the same code again and again, I can put this particular code inside a loop which will provide various values, means different values from 1 to 100 continuously. And inside the loop, we will check the condition. If the number is even, we will print that. So such things can be done by the iteration statements, as this is a statement which allows the execution of a particular set of block code multiple times or several times. Whenever you will write a loop, you will have to pass a condition so that until and unless that particular condition is true, the loop will keep on executing, and as soon as it is false, the loop will get terminated. For example, as I said, I want to find all the even numbers from 1 to 100. So it is a condition like the number or the value of I of whichever variable I'm using that should be less than or equal to 100. As soon as the value will exceed from the 100, the loop must get terminated. So this is what it's written here, keeps on executing until a given condition is true. So whenever you will start writing these control statements, whether it is the condition statements or iteration statements, logically, as per your requirement, you can make them nested to any level. Here is the basic idea how the iteration statements or loop get executed. So here, this is the control flow. There must be a condition. If the condition is true, then we will execute the conditional code and the control will again come to this condition. So unless and until this condition is returning true, this loop will keep on executing. As soon as the condition is false, it will get terminated. If there is any logical error, you may write an infinite loop which will not be able to come out of this iteration. Logically, you can classify the loops in 3 different types, that is for, while and do while, which we will be discussing in our later videos practically as well. But all these loops would be having the similar thing which we discussed right now, that it will allow this set of statements to get executed iteratively multiple times. So in the next video onwards, we'll start with the implementation of them. Now, let's get started with the for loop. As in the previous videos, we have already discussed the basic functionality and the basic feature of the iteration statements, that is, it will keep on executing unless and until a given condition is true. So the same feature will be followed by the for loop as well. But what's the speciality? The speciality is for loop should be used when the number of iterations are known. For example, if I want to find the even numbers from 1 to 100, I know that I need to execute the loop from 1 to 100. In this particular case, I can go for this for loop. But whatever I'm saying here is just the ideal things. But if you know how to play with the loops, and that will come with the practice of course, you can replace any loop with any other loop anytime in your programming. Alright, so let's first get through with this for loop. As here you can see the syntax of it. Inside this for, you can see it is being classified into 3 different parts. That is, first is the initialization, second is the condition, and third one is the increment. So whenever you will begin this particular loop, as I said, the number of iterations should be known. So here I will initialize the value. Let's say I will initialize the variable I with 1. That is the initial thing. Condition means the finishing point, when you want your loop to be terminated. That condition will come here. So here I will write something like I is less than or equal to 100, means that is the condition. Unless and until the I value is less than or equal to 100, it will keep on executing. And increment, since I is 1 and it needs to go till 100, I need to keep on incrementing the value. I have to increase the value every time I'm running this loop. So for that, it is increment. You can also take it in a reverse way, like I started with 100, I need to drag it till 0 or 1, and for that I will decrease the value. So it's all conditional as per your requirement. And inside this, you will write the code. So this is how you can write a for loop. Now, how it will execute. First of all, the initialization thing will execute. It will initialize a particular variable with any particular given value. Before entering to the body of the for loop, it will check the condition. If the condition is true, only then this code block will get executed. If the condition is false in the very first time, it will not execute at all. Alright. So the condition, if it is true, then the code block will execute and then its increment. Increment means after executing the complete body, it will again go to the particular section where the increment will be taking place. Now, after increment again, before entering to the body, it will check the conditions. Alright. So this thing will keep on executing unless and until the condition is true, and as soon as it is false, the code will get terminated or the loop will get terminated. Alright. So let's execute this particular loop practically. So in this implementation, you can see I have written a for loop in which there are 3 parts as I discussed earlier. Here, it's the initialization part in which I'm initializing the value of I with 1. After that, it's a condition, means I want this loop should keep on executing itself unless and until this condition is true. So unless and until the value of I is either lesser or equal to 10, I want this loop to be executed. And how the value of I will reach from 1 to 10? I'll have to make the incrementation. And so for that, here is the I++. This plus plus operator will be increasing the value of I every time with 1. So what will happen basically, at the very first time when the control will come in this loop, this will be initialized with 1, and then the value of I will be compared with this condition. If this condition is satisfied, only then the control will come inside the loop body and these set of statements will get executed, where I'm just printing the value of I along with the breaking the line. Once all the statement of this loop body will execute, then the control will go to the increment part and it will increase the value of I with 1. Means the 1 will become 2, and again before entering the loop we will check the condition, and this process will keep on going unless and until there is a condition satisfaction. As soon as the condition will be false, this loop will get terminated. So let's see the output of this program. As here you can see, I is equal to 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. So as I said in the description as well, like we will use this for loop when we know like the condition, the number of executions are known. So here I am starting it from 1, I am taking it till 10. So it's obviously sure like I want this loop to execute from 1 to 10. If I want to make the increment more than 1, like I++ is just an increment statement, you can use any increment statement what you want. So here what I do is I say I plus equals to 2. That means here I'm incrementing the value of I with 2. So now when I'll refresh it, you see I is 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 and so on. Now let's take one more example. Like I want all the even numbers from 1 to 100 and I want the sum of all those even numbers. So what I'll do is I starts with 1, I is executing till I is less than or equal to 100. I will just make an increment by 1 only, so I++. And now inside, since this is the statement, you can actually use any statement inside this. So I will inject the if statement inside and I'll say I mod 2 is equal to 0. If the modulus of value of I with 2 will be 0, modulus means the remainder. So if you will divide any number with 2 and the remainder is 0, I will say that is the even number. So what I'll do is I'll simply put these statements inside the if statement. Alright, so I'll just pass the delimiters like that. Alright. Okay. So it will print all the even numbers. Something like this. Like here you can see 2, 4, 6, 8 and so on. Now, if you want to add all those numbers, so for that what I'm doing is I'm just taking one more variable for summing them up and I will initialize them all with 0. So what will happen here, whenever any any even number will be there, so I'll simply say sum is equal to sum plus I. That means whatever value is there in the I will add them up in the current value of sum and then I will update the new value of sum as well. For example, sum is 0. Now, if I is coming inside this for the first time, the value of I would be 2. So the current value of sum is 0. 0 plus 2 is 2. So that 2 will be assigned to the sum. The value of sum also becomes 2. Now, the next time when the control will come inside this condition, the value of I would be 4. So what will happen? Here it will do current value of sum is 2 and I is 4. 2 plus 4 is 6, and now the value of sum will become 6. So likewise, it will keep on executing till the value is of this I is 100. Now outside this loop, what I can do, I can simply print the value of sum with the message like total and then concatenate. And before executing, let's remove this line break also. So now let's see the output. And here you can see it's 2550. That's the sum of all the even numbers from 1 to 100. Similarly, we can also find the factorials like that. So let me take a number for that. For example, I will take it num is equal to parse int, and here I'll use the prompt box. Enter a number. Like that. All right. And now what I'll do, I'll just start the execution from 1 till that particular number. All right. And in factorial, what we have to do, we have to multiply the numbers. So I have to do the product. So I will start the product with 1, because if you will multiply with 0, every number will become a 0. So parse int prompt and then enter a number. So here I'm taking a number in this num. So what I'll do is I will start it from 1. You can also start with 2 also, because if you multiply anything with 1, it will remain the same. So it's all up to you. And now I'll just remove this condition, and inside this what I'll do, I'll say product is equal to product into num. All right, I'll have to pass I here. All right, because num is the maximum limit. So let's execute this, and here now you will get the correct answer. Like I entered 5 and it is coming 5 into 5 is 120. The factorial of 5 is 120. Like what it is doing, 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Similarly, if you will do it for 6, it's 720. All right. So this is how you can plan of using this for loop, in which there would be a variable which would be taking a value from a starting point to the ending point, and every time when I'm using this for loop, I know the exact number of executions. Now let's get started with the while loop. Since it is also a loop, would be having all the common features like any other loop, but the question is, what is the difference? As in the for loop, we should know the number of iterations. It is not that particular in case of while loop. So basically we will use the while loop when a program is having its own condition and I want to execute a loop until that condition is true. For example, if I want to walk from my office to my home, I don't know how many steps exactly I need to take, but I will keep on walking unless and until I reach my destination, my home. So the similar situation will occur with the while loop also, where the exact number of execution will not be known, but we will execute this loop till a particular condition. For example, if I want to find the 100 prime numbers starting from 1, so I exactly don't know which is the 100th prime number. All right. So in such situations, I can go for the while loop. But as I said earlier in the previous video, if you are very comfortable with the loops, anytime you can replace one loop with the another. It is just the ideal statements I'm talking about. So here's the syntax, like a while keyword right after a condition which must be returning a boolean, and then a conditional code. So this is how a very simple syntax. All right, you can write this code and how it will execute. Let's see that. So first of all, the condition will be checked. If it is true, code block, and so it will keep on executing. As soon as the condition is false, the loop will get terminated. But it's something more than that. Let's see practically and do that. Here in the implementation of while loop, I have written a program in which I am counting the digits of a number. So for the number, I am taking the user input using the prompt box, and whatever will come, I convert it to the integer using this parse int method. For counting, I have taken a counter variable which is initialized with 0, and here it's a condition like while num is greater than 0. I'm not passing any number of iterations here in this program. So let's see how this program will work like here. So let's say in the user input, I entered a 4-digit number like 5432. And obviously the counter is initialized with a 0. Now, when this condition will be checked like 5432 is greater than 0, obviously it is greater than 0. So it will come inside, the control will come inside, and what it will do, it will divide the number with 10. So when you will divide the 5432 with 10, it will become 543.2. All right, let's pass a comment. All right, now, so 543.2. And actually, I don't want to check this decimal number. That's why what I have done, I have used the math.trunc method, which will truncate the number to the lower digit to the 0th decimal places. So it will become 543. And now the increment will be done in the counter. It will become 1 from 0. Now this loop will run again. So 543 is the current value of num, which is still greater than 0. Again, it will come inside and will divide with 0. Will truncate the decimal part, and then it will become 54. It will become 2. Next time, when this condition will be checked, this is still greater than 0. Control will come inside, and it will become 5.4, which will truncate it by 5, and the counter is again working fine. Now, the next time it will do this particular thing, 5 is divided by 10. So it will become 0.5. And again, when it will be truncated, it will become a 0. And the counter will be incremented by 1 and it will become 4. Now, when this condition will be checked, so num is having 0 now. So 0 is not greater than 0. So this loop will be terminated, and outside I am printing the value like digits is the value of count, and count is having 4 in this situation. All right. So let's execute this program and see how the output is looking like. So here, let's say I'm entering 6-digit number. All right. So when I will execute it, it's showing 6. All right. If I enter 4-digit number, it's saying 4. So this is all about the while loop. So as I said in the description also, we don't know how many times a loop is going to execute. This is a loop, and as per the requirement, it is changing the number of cycles. If I'm entering a 6-digit number, the same loop is running for 6 times. If I'll enter a 2-digit number or 1-digit number, it will execute it to that number of time. So this is all about the syntax and the concept of while loop. Now let's begin with the do while loop. Do while loop is actually having something different than any other loop we have learned. Do while loop basically checks the condition after the loop execution. That means at least the loop will get executed once, and after the one execution, it will check the condition. If it is true, it will execute it again. Otherwise, it will get terminated. So as you can see here, it's do conditional code, and after the conditional code in the while, you can add the condition. All right. And that must be terminated with the semicolon also. All right. That is mandatory. So here is the code block, and then a condition. If false, it will get terminated. If true, it will keep on executing. So as it is written, do while loop is guaranteed to execute at least one time. All right. So because the reason is the condition is being checked after first execution. Basically, you can plan working with the do while loop whenever you want to execute the loop on the basis of user interaction. For example, if you're taking some user input, suppose I'm writing up ATM code, a user at least has to enter the PIN number once. If it enters correct, I don't have to ask again. But if it is entering the incorrect PIN number, I will have to ask again. But at least the loop should be executing once. So such loops can be planned using the do while loop. And now let's see practically how can we write a basic code using do while. So here it's an implementation of a do while loop. As I said earlier, like do while loop will be used when we want to execute a loop as per the user's interaction. So what I want here I'm taking a pin number from the user, and 3456 I have considered is the correct pin which I'm seeking from the user. So unless and until he will enter this particular pin, I'll keep on asking the pin number. But if the number of attempts, the count of number of attempts is greater than 3, then I will not ask it again. Means maximum 3 attempts will be given to the user. If in either of those 3 attempts user entered the correct pin, I will stop asking him and I will welcome him with the welcome message. If all the 3 attempts he has entered is invalid, then I'll give a message account logged. So for doing that, what I have done here is the actual pin, a pin variable in which I'll ask the user input and the counter. Now inside this do, as here you can see the syntax, after do it's the delimiters. Inside this you can put all the logical code in which I'm asking for the pin number, and every time I'm asking, I'm incrementing the counter by 1. Now here you can see unless and until the pin is not same and the counter is less than 3, means the first time it is 0, then when the first time this loop will execute, the counter will become 1, then 2 and 3. So by third implementation, here you can see this condition will be false, and here as you can see it's an AND operator. If any one of the condition is false, then this loop will be terminated. So let's see how this output will look like here. So like here I'm saying enter your pin. Let's enter 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, and last time also 1 2 3 4. All the 3 attempts I entered invalid, so I got a message account logged. If I will enter the correct in the third attempt, like let's say 3 4 5 6, it will give a message welcome user, and if in the first attempt only I give the message, it will say welcome user, it will not ask again. So this is how you can work with the do while loop, in which the first time the execution will be there for the show, and as per the user interaction on the first time, we will plan like whether we should go for this loop again or not. So this is the very basic implementation of do while loop. Now we are going to cover a few more keywords and statements which may control the execution of our loop. So far we have covered the for, while and do while loop, and in all these 3 loops we have seen like there is a condition, and as soon as the condition is false, we terminate the loop. But if apart from that you want to do some manipulations in the execution of a loop, you can go for the loop control statements such as break and continue. You have already seen the usage of break keyword in this switch, where after each case and default we have applied this break keyword in order to terminate the switch statement. Very similarly, we will be using this break keyword to terminate the loops as well, as this is the condition. When this condition is false, the loop will get terminated. But apart from that, if any time during the execution of the loop, if there is a break statement that get executed, it will also terminate the execution of a loop, whether the condition is still true or false. Maybe the break would be having its own condition that you can pass inside the loop. So this break either will terminate the switch statement, which we have already seen, and it can also terminate the loops, now which we'll see in this execution. But before that, let's talk about continue as well. As break terminates the execution of a loop, while continue only skips a particular cycle. Means this is the loop which is getting continuously executed, but meanwhile if there is any continue statement is there, it will skip the execution of all the conditional code of that loop. So let's see practically how can we implement the break and continue statements. So in this program, I have written a for loop which is starting from 1 and will run till 10. So if I'll execute this particular loop, obviously I'll get the numbers printed from 1 to 10. So let's check it out first. So here in the browser, I'll open this particular file and you can see, all right, 1 to 10. Let me do the line break as well along with that. So BR along with this. All right, let's refresh. All right, so this is my desired output. But if I will introduce any loop control statement in that, so obviously the output will be differ. So let's execute that. And here I'll pass a condition like if I is equal to 5, then I'll say break. All right, so here, as I discussed what this break statement will do, it will terminate the loop. So when I will become 5, the loop will be terminated and obviously the execution will be stopped out there itself. So if I'll execute, you see, even though I have written the loop from 1 to 10, but since I have introduced the break statement when I was equal to 5, this particular output is looking like this, means it will just running for 4 times, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So this is about the break, and the similar thing it was doing at the time we introduced this break statement in this switch, where when any of the case was satisfied, the execution was terminated because of this break statement, and none of the case was checked inside that switch again. But if apart from this break, I'll introduce a continue statement. So what this will do, it will just skip the cycle, means I'm running this loop from 1 to 10. So if I'll say I is equal to 5, then continue. So that means this loop means this particular statement will be skipped when I was equal to 5. So this is how the output will look like. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 got skipped. Similarly, if you will add multiple conditions out here, like I is equal to 7, so 7 is also skipped. So this is how you can use the break and continue statement in order to control the execution of any loops that we have covered, that is for, while, and do while. In this video of JavaScript, we are going to start the switch statement. As in the previous video, we noticed if we are passing multiple conditions using if statement, each condition is being checked one by one only if the previous conditions were false. But if I'll talk about the switch statement, here the things are quite different, as initially we will pass any expression or a variable and that will be having that will return a particular type of value, and on the basis of that value type I will add the multiple cases. Whichever is the appropriate case is there in the switch statement, that particular case statement will get executed. As here you can see, it is not coming one by one, it will directly come onto that respective case. But if none of the case is satisfying the switch, then the control will come to the default block. So let's see practically how can we start writing this switch statement. So in this particular program, what I'm doing is I'm taking a single character from the user and I'm comparing whether that is a vowel or a consonant. So for doing that, first of all, I'm taking a user input using the prompt box and we'll make sure like whenever we'll enter something, it will just be a single character. And I'm storing that in a variable called ch. So after taking the value, I'm passing the ch in this switch argument so that whenever the switch statement will be executing, only the value of this particular expression or variable will be compared. Apart from this switch ch, we can also pass an expression, maybe using any operators. But here I'm just passing the single value, but it must be evaluating a value. So here, what you can see is I'm just checking it with the case keyword. So I'm checking whether the value inside this switch is A or E or I or O or U. So whichever value would be there in this switch variable, the ch variable, that particular statement will get printed. For example, if I enter O, so O is vowel will be printed. But as I said earlier, whenever this execution will take place, the line by line case checking will not be happening, but the control will directly fall into this particular case, which is getting satisfied with the value stored by this variable. So let's execute first and see how this output is running like. Yep, here is the file. So yeah, I'm entering a value, let's say O. And here you can see the message O is vowel. If I'll enter anything apart from A, E, I, O, U, you can see the message special character or consonant. But where does it comes from? It is coming basically from the default. Like in the if statement, when all the conditions are false, at last the else statement gets executed. Similarly, in the switch, when all the cases are false, finally the control will fall in the default statement. As I said, it is not getting executed line by line, so most of the time we put the default in the last, but basically syntactically you can put it in any particular position. So let's execute it again. I'll refresh it and I'll pass U. So again you see U is vowel is printed. So basically what's the reason? If I have placed default before the case U, then if it is executing line by line, then this default statement must be printed. But as I said, like whichever case is particularly getting satisfied with this particular value evaluated from this variable or expression, that case will be printed from here. So that is why we can see the output is still fine even if we have placed the default before the case. If you have multiple cases on which you want to execute the same set of statement, you can shorthandly write the switch statement like this. As here, you can see I have placed all the cases like case A, E, I, O and U all together, and after that here I'm giving a common definition. And still I'm using this break keyword in order to terminate the particular case. So here this CH means whichever value you will be entering. If it is apart in this list like A, E, I, O, U, then that particular value will be printed along with is vowel message. So when I re-execute this, you can see still it is working fine, like E is vowel, then if I enter I is vowel. Alright, and if I'll enter anything else, then special character or consonant. So this is how we have written this program of switch, and this is how it executes. So you can basically use this switch statement whenever you are making some menu-like options in your program or in any interface where you want to put the multiple matchings using the case. In this video of JavaScript, we are going to start the operators. As so far in the JavaScript implementation, we have seen like how can we define a variable and can set a value either at compilation time, that is while writing the code, or at runtime, that is by using the prompt box. But once the value is assigned, if I want to do some operations such as I want to add a couple of numbers or I want to compare a couple of numbers whether which one is greater or smaller, I can do that all by using the operators. As operator is nothing but a symbol which tells the system that which particular task need to be performed in that particular data on which you're applying the operator. So the operator is the symbol, and the things on which the operator would be applied will be called the operand. For example, if there are a couple of variables where A and where B, and we are saying like A plus B, so plus is the operator and A and B are the operands on which the operator is being applied. In JavaScript, we have a vast list of the operators, and using individual operators we can perform the specific tasks. So on the basis of the operands, these operators can be classified as the unary operator, means a single operand operator. Binary operator means the operator having two operands, or ternary operator means the operators having 3 operands. But functionally, we can classify into these categories, such as the assignment operator. We've already seen the assignment operator, that is the equals to symbol, where we have assigned the value to a particular variable, like where a is equal to 2. So this equals to variable or the equals to operator will assign the value 2 to the variable a. Apart from that, we do have the arithmetic operator, comparison operator, logical operator, and again ternary operator. So let's have a look about these operators individually. As in arithmetic operators, you can see like plus, minus, multiplication, that is for asterisk, slash, forward slash for division, and a percentage symbol for the modulus. Means if you want to add two numbers, you want to subtract, you want to multiply, you divide two numbers. For example, you say 5 divided by 2. So what will happen? In the quotient, it will be 2. In the remainder, it will be 1. So the slash will take the quotient part, means the division operator will take the quotient part, while the modulo symbol will take the remainder part. So both are related to the division only. One is dealing with the quotient, another one is dealing with the remainder. But rather than discussing here, let's see all of these things practically. So for getting started with the arithmetic operators, I will take a couple of variables like num1, I'll assign some value such as 40, and num2, in which I will assign again some value like 10. Now, as we have already discussed about the arithmetic operators like plus, minus, multiplication, division, and modulus, so let's do them very quickly. I'm not taking any variable, I'm just printing the results directly. You can actually take a variable and can assign some value into that if you want to reuse that value further. So what I do here is num1 plus num2, and here I'm just adding these two numbers. Very similarly, I'll do some more tasks like subtracting, multiplying, dividing, and finding the modulus. So before proceeding, let's break the line for each like this, and let's see the output now. So here 40 plus 10 is 50, 40 minus 10 is 30, 40 multiplied by 10 is 400. When you will divide 40 with 10, in quotient you will get 4, and in remainder it's 0. So like this, all the operators are working perfectly. Now let's do it in another ways. Like for example, if I say var result is equal to num1 plus num2. So the result will be assigned to the result variable, alright, and you can now print that particular value like this. And it will work like same. But if you want to do some shorthand operation like things, you can do that as well. But for that, let's take some other scenario. Like here, what I'm doing is I'm just incrementing the value of num1 to an extent. For example, num1 is equal to num1 plus 5. What it will do? It will simply add the 5 in the current value of num1, which is 40, and will change the current value, that is the new value, to 45. So now if I will print the value of num1, you will get 45. But for the same thing, I can actually write it like this also, that is plus equals to. That means the same and will give you exact same output like this. It's again giving you 45. Now let's talk about the operator precedence. So for that, what I'll do, I'll just take one more variable called result, and now what we'll do is 10 plus 5 into 20. So now when I will print the value of result, what it will do is, first of all, since the multiplication precedence is higher than the plus, so first of all, 5 will get multiplied to the 20, which will result you 100, and then this 100 would be added to the 10, which will give you 110 in the output. But if you want to change the precedence, you can put them in the parentheses, so the precedence of parentheses is always higher. So now this 10 plus 5 would be done, that is the 15, and then that 15 would be multiplied to 20, which will give you 300, like this. Alright, so this is about the operator precedence. Now let's change the value of the variables of numeric types using the single operators or the unary operators, that is plus plus or minus minus. So here, as we have already discussed, like whenever you will use this plus plus operator, it will actually make the increment by 1. So now when I'll refresh, you can see it's 11, and they come into two varieties. This is the post increment, and if you'll put the plus plus before, it will be a pre-increment. Let's talk about the difference. Since here I have used plus plus num, that means it is pre-increment and the increment will be done before the value is getting assigned to the result. So before the assignment, the increment would be done, that is num will become 11, and then that 11 would be assigned to result. So in this particular case, both the values would be having 11. Let me break the line to get the clear output. Right, like this. But in case if I'll go for the post increment, that will give you a different result. In this particular case, since it is the post increment, that means the assignment would be done before the increment. So by the time the value of num would be assigned to the result would be having 10, and after this assignment, the value of num would be incrementing, so the num will have the 11. So when you will print the value of result, it will give you a 10, and while num will give you 11. Let's check it out. The same result which I was talking about. And very similarly, you can do it for the minus minus operator as well, as the way of using the pre and post increment or decrement is going to be very same. Now, let's talk about the logical operators. Suppose you have multiple conditions to compare and you want to merge them up. So here we have two binary logical operators such as the AND and OR. If you have two conditions and you want to check like both conditions must be satisfied, only then I want to do some operation. For example, if I'm doing the login thing, so I want the username and password both must be same in order to do the login. So for that, I will go for the AND operator. But if you are okay with any of the condition should be satisfied, then you can go for the OR operator. But if you want to just reverse the condition, that is, if you want to make true to false and false to true, we can go for the logical NOT operator, which is not a unary logical operator. So let's see practically how can we start working with the logical operators now. Now here in this video, along with the logical operators, we are also implementing the ternary operator. So first of all, let's have a look in the ternary operator. So what I have done here, this question mark and this colon, both are comprising the ternary operator. Ternary operator, which means the operator having three operands. So the first operand is the complete condition, which will return you a Boolean value that is either true or false. If the result is true, then the second operand, or if the result is false, then the third operand is returned. So basically, in this particular operator, the first operator is evaluated, the first operand is evaluated, and according to that, the second or third operand will be returned to this particular variable. So what I'm doing here, I have taken a couple of variables for you, taking the user ID and password, and I've used the prompt box for that. So as soon as user will enter, I will check like whether user ID and password, if both the conditions are true. So as per the AND operator, it will return you a true when both of the conditions are true. So as whenever we do the login, the username and password both must match in order to get a successful login result. So if both are correct, so this AND operator will return you the true, and in that case, I will assign welcome in the message. And similarly, if any of these will be incorrect, so this AND operator will return you a false, result into which the invalid user string will be assigned to the message variable. So let's run it and see the output. So now it's saying welcome. But if I'll enter anything incorrect, as you were saying earlier as well, so it will say invalid user. So that's what I discussed. Like when each of the condition is false, then it will return you a false. Now, what if I want to go for the OR operator? So let's change the program to a bit. So in this program, what I have done is I am taking a username in this program using the prompt box. And after that, I am comparing, means when you use the OR operator, obviously this single variable cannot have both the values at a time. So surely only one condition is going to return a true, while other will return a false, or maybe both conditions will be false. But even if a single condition is returning you a true, this OR operator will just return you that true, and accordingly I will be getting welcome or invalid user. So let's save it and run it. So now what I'll do, I'll enter it saying welcome. Again, I'll refresh it saying welcome. But if I'll enter anything apart from that, you see it's invalid user. All right. So this is what I can do using this OR operator. But if I'll talk about the NOT operator, it is a simple unary operator, like I assigned this NOT operator right here. So it is going to behave just reverse. So let's see how it's going to behave now. So now when I'll enter, it will say invalid. Apart from that, if I'll enter anything, it's going to say welcome. That's what I said. This NOT operator will simply return the true to false and false to true. It will simply reverse the result of the condition. Now, let's have a look on the comparison operators. We have these 6 operators for comparing the value, such as the double equals to, single equals to is the assignment operator, while double equals to is the comparison operator, which compares whether two values are equal or not. If the values are equal, it will return a true, otherwise false. And very opposite is a not equals to operator. Greater than, when you want to compare the greater value, lesser than, when you want to compare the lesser value. And very similarly, greater than equals to, less than equals to. It will compare the greater as well as the equality. So all these operators will compare two values and will always return a boolean, either true or false, on the basis of the comparison made. So let's see practically how can we start implementation of these operators. Now for implementing the comparison operator, what I have done, I have simply taken a variable and using the assignment operator, I have assigned a value called 100. It's a fixed value. And now I have used all the comparison operator, that is double equals to, for comparing the equality, not equals to, greater than equal to, less than equal to, greater than, and less than. So when I'll say that num1, which is currently 100, is equal to 10, so obviously it will give you a false. Though JavaScript is not a type-safe language, but whenever you will compare a condition, it will return a boolean data, either true or false. And in this particular case, it will give you a false. But in the next statement, when you will say that num1, which is 100, is not equal to 10, so obviously 100 is not equal to 10. In this particular case, it will give you a true. As we know, 100 is greater than 10. So when you will say num1 is greater than or equals to, So in this particular case, if the value of num1 is either equals to or greater than 10, so the result will be true. Since it is greater, it's going to return you a true. But since 100 is not less than 10, so it will give you a false. Similarly, the same will happen in these cases, like 100 is greater than 10, so a true, and 100 is not lesser than 10, so it is a false. Basically, the difference between the greater than and greater than equals to is like it will give you a false even though the num1 and 10 both are having the same value. That is, if I'll make it to 10 and 10 is greater than 10 will give you a false, but if I'll say 10 is greater than or equal to 10, so since it is equal to, it will give you a true. Let's check out the output now, since we should get the false, true, true, false, true, false. So let's refresh this, and false, true, true, false, true, false. The same output which we predicted is here. In this video of JavaScript, we are going to begin a very important concept called functions. As in the introduction, we've noticed like JavaScript is functional, and now we are going to implement that thing. So what is a function? Basically, whenever I'm talking about a function, it will contain a set of statements which perform a specific task. Specific task means, for example, I want to take this student list, want to take some marks, want to calculate the total percentage, want to find the grades. So I can do each individual thing in a separate task, so that whatever the code I will be writing will become modular. Let's take a real life example. When I go to an ATM to withdraw some cash, what happens is I will swipe my card. Maybe I'm just going to check my balance. So just checking balance is what? Is a method. Whenever I do that, it will be called, and the amount which I have in my account will be told. But when I'll go to withdraw some amount, even though internally it will find like how much amount I have internally in my account, so that if I will try to withdraw more than that available amount, it will not allow me to do. All right. So that is what happens with the functions also. Whenever I want to write a logical program, I can split each and individual task in a separate function, so that whenever I want, I will call that particular function. All right. If you have just defined the function and you are not calling it, it will not be executed. So make sure whenever you are writing a function, you will have to call it whenever you want to make it executed. Now, once you have written the function, you may call it once, you may call it twice, and or any time you want. In short, I can say it provides you reusability. It also makes your code modular. Modular means your code is now clear and individual function, and each function is doing a separate task. So you can easily split your overall functionality in these small modules. Now, let's again take the example of ATM. That ATM machine is having some of the functionality, but I have to swipe a card, which tells from which account it has to do the processing. Means after swiping my card, if I withdraw some amount, the amount will be deducted from my account only, not from any others. So even if I have a predefined functionality, I may come across a situation like I want to pass some value, so that the functionality will be happening in that given value only. So whenever I want to pass a value, I can pass it through the parameters. So while defining the function, you will notice when I'll define that, I can pass some functions as parameters as well, so that whenever I want to supply some value from the calling environment means when I'm invoking that. So if I want to pass some specific value, I can do that. For example, if I'm defining a function which is adding two number 2 plus 4, so it will always give me 6. All right. But if I allow parameters should be there in the function, so what can I do? Every time when I call that function, I can pass a different value. So in this particular case, my function will be more effective and will be able to give me a better result. Now, if it's about the result, you may just print it and it will be end it all. But if you want to return that particular value to some other function, you can do that as well using the return keyword. So let's see practically how can we start writing a basic function in JavaScript, and then we'll see how can we pass the parameters, and then we will see how can we return the value from the parameter. Now in this implementation of functions, I have placed the script tag inside the head section. As you can see, so far I was putting the script tag in the body because anytime when this page would be loaded, the code inside the script tag will get executed. But rather than executing the code now, I will execute that in a particular event. So I'd be treating the JavaScript code as a resource which will be utilized whenever we require. So here, there's a script tag with its function. I have used a keyword called function, and the name is say hello. So make sure whenever you are invoking this particular function, you will have to pass this say hello, or whatever name you are passing to the function, you'll have to pass the name in the very same case. Inside this, you can do any logical task which you want. Now, here I just printed a message using document.write, or you can go for the alert as well. Hello there, a very simple message. Now, let's come to the body, and you see without using the script tag, I can call this particular function. How? There's a button which I have for which I have used the input tag of HTML. Type is equal to button, value is equal to say hello. On click, this is nothing but the event on which I am invoking the function. In this particular example, I will only take care of the on-click event. In our next video, we will cover some more events that can be used for calling the various functions of JavaScript. Now, let's execute this particular program. And here you can see as soon as I will click over this button, you will get the message, hello there. Let's refresh it, again click, again I got the same message. So this is how you can write a very basic function and can start invoking it. But whenever I will click on this particular button, I will get the very same output. Now, if I want, like rather than passing hello there, I want to pass a particular name. So I should be able enough to pass some value in this function execution so that every time I am calling this function, I can pass various values, and using those various values, I will be getting the different values in the output. So for that, I will use the parameters. So now I have made a minor changes in this program, and in the say hello function, I have passed two parameters with the name and age. So whatever you will pass, name is age years old, means that is a message that will be printed. But every time when you will enter a new name and new age, the output will be changed. So in the UI, that is in the body section, I have created a couple of text boxes with the name T1 and T2 respectively. The first text box is to take the name, the placeholder is the enter name, and for the T2 it's enter age. So whatever value you will pass, when I'll click the button, it will say hello, and the couple of values will be passed here. So first of all, I will pass T1 dot value right here, and then in the second parameter, since it's for the age, second parameter, all right, so it's for the T2 dot value. Make sure the sequence of passing and passing the parameters by the time you are defining it and by the time you are calling it should be same. So as here, the first thing is the age, second thing is the, first thing is the name, second thing is the age. So similarly, I have passed the name first, then the age, because T1 is for the name and T2 is for the age. So let's execute this page now. As you can see, this is the placeholder, all right. So I'll enter any value inside it, like let's enter any age, say hello. Similarly, all right. Similarly, if I'll enter some new value, like let's say Amit, 32, say hello, Amit is 32 years old. All right. So this is how you can start passing the values inside the function body. Now, let's say I want to terminate this particular function if no value is passed. So what can I do is I can simply write like if name is equal to blank, or means if any one of the text box is blank, age is equal to blank, then I want to terminate this particular function, and I have something called return keyword, which is actually used to terminate the function. So here I'm not specifying any value. If you want, you can specify any value as well, like return false, return true, or if any particular processed value you want to return, you can return anything. But here I just want like this particular statement should only execute when both the text boxes are filled. So let's execute it now. If I'll say hello, you see nothing is going on. All right. But if I will comment these two lines and I'll refresh, you see blank is years old. All right. So this is not the valid output I want. So that's why I added this particular condition, like this particular document.write statement will be executed only when both the text boxes are properly filled up. If anyone is blank, then nothing is going to happen. If both are blank and I entered name but still age is not there, so that's why. Now it is completed and I got the message as well. So this is how you can start working with the functions in JavaScript and can pass the value through the argument and can get the value from the function using the return keyword. In this video of JavaScript, we are going to deal with the events. Since JavaScript is scripting for a web application which is nothing but a GUI, so event-driven programming is very much related to the GUI applications. And now, while working with the events, we are actually going to perform that event-driven methodology. So here, for performing the events, we will use the HTML attributes of the event type. Like for example, if I'm taking a button and I want something should happen when I click on that button. So this is nothing but an event. So for that, I can go for onClick. Similarly, if I want something should happen whenever my page gets loaded, so in the body tag, I can pass onLoad attribute. So onLoad is nothing but again an event. Similarly, different elements of your DOM may have the different set of events, and you can call the specific methods which we have already done on a particular event so that that event will be more logical. So let's start implementing the method calls with the events now. So now in this example, we'll cover the couple of more events like mouse over and mouse out. So basically what I have done is in the body, I have taken the image tag in which I have actually not specified any particular image, and I have also not specified the size of this img tag. That means I'm taking the actual size of the image here. If you want, you can take the size as per your requirement. But apart from that, if I talk about the events in the body, I have called a method called onLoad, means this particular event will be fired as soon as the page will be loaded on a particular browser. But at that particular time, a particular image will be set to this img tag on the load event. So as you can see here, like the name of this img tag is img1. So I'm accessing that particular image from this load method like document.images img1, and src means I'm setting the source for this particular img tag img1 which is there in the body. There may be a number of img tags in the body, so I'm specifying the specific one. Now here I have a couple of images like logo green and logo red. So on the load, I want this logo green to be there in the image. But as soon as I will put the mouse over that image, So as you can see here on mouse over, I have called a method called mouse over, and there I am setting the logo red.png. That means that particular image will be swapped and the new image will be there as soon as you will be putting the mouse over the image. But when you will move the mouse out of the image, this mouse out event will be called and it will again set the logo green in that image. So let's see how the output is looking like. So this is what the logo green is here. When I'll put the mouse over it, you can see this is the logo red. And now if I'll put the mouse out of this image, again this is logo green. So you can see the effect of the event like mouse out and mouse over. So this is how you can try some more events. In the tutorial, you will find a list of events. So you can try any of the event on a particular control or the tag, and you can do the relevant operation on that event. In this video of JavaScript, we are going to deal with the error handling. Error handling is basically a very important concept in any scripting or programming language, because once you write a code and if it gets compiled or interpreted successfully, that means it is fine and now it's good to execute. But during the execution, anytime it may cause something which may result the error at the runtime. And those runtime errors are called exceptions. At the runtime, only the exceptions can be handled. For example, if you have any syntax or logical errors, we will not be able to handle such things. But if it is any runtime error or exceptions, that can be handled. How? We will use some keywords for that, like try, catch, finally, and throw. Each of these keywords has a different significance. For example, all the suspected code which I may think like it may cause some exception. So I will put all that suspicious code inside this try block. So if in case that gives you an exception, that can be handled by the catch block. But if it doesn't raise any error exception, so this catch will not be functioning. If I want manually to raise any exception, I can go for the throw keyword for that. And similarly, I have a finally keyword which will call its particular statements even though the exceptions are not handled. So rather than discussing here, now we can go on the systems and can start implementing the exception handling. So here in the exception handling, I have created a very simple program here. So here, as you can see in the header, I have a script tag and I have created a function now also with the name myfunc. Now inside this, I have taken a variable a in which I have assigned a number, any random number, let's say 100. And after that, I will start working the implementation. So basically, as I said, with whatever the statement will feel like that maybe it may cause an exception, I will put all that particular code in the try block. If there is an exception, then that particular exception will be handled by the catch. And after that, you may add a finally block which will be executing for sure. So for example, if you are writing something like you are establishing a connection or maybe getting the data from some external machine, so in that particular case, there may be some situation like due to some network issues, your communication or your execution is not happening properly. So the exception will occur, and if that occurs, the catch block will be in action. So doesn't matter even if the exception is there or not, this finally block basically executes every time. So for example, if you are establishing a connection with some external resource, so if you want to close the connection, you can do that inside the finally block, because if the communication is successful, it's okay. At the end, I would like to close the connection. If the connection is unsuccessful or maybe there's some problem while reading the data, even though I want to close the connection. So such things which you must do after at the end of the communication or at the end of the any implementation. You'll have to put that inside the finally block. And now let's say what I have done here, since I just wanted to get an exception here. So what I did, I am just converting this A to the uppercase. But as we see, it is a number and number cannot be converted to the upper or lowercase. So obviously I will get an exception. So let's execute this program first without the this exception line. So let's refresh it, and if I click here, so as per the program, it will say value of variable A is 100. When I'll say OK, you see there is one more alert in the catch, but that error one is not executed, and then finally the control comes inside here. So finally block will always execute. All right. Now let's remove this comment, save the program and refresh the browser. So here you see the error message is there. All right, because what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to convert the case of a number which is not possible. So let's say OK. And here you see finally block will always execute. So it doesn't matter whether there is an exception or not. The try block will execute for sure. If inside the try block any statement is causing an exception, then catch, and after catch finally block will execute. If there is no exception, then after catch directly finally block will execute. If you are writing a finally block, it will execute for sure, but it is never compulsory to add the finally block while working with the exception handling or error handling in JavaScript. In this video of JavaScript, we are going to cover the cookies, as cookies is one of the very efficient way of maintaining the state on the client side. But before continuing with this state management thing, let's discuss what this is all about. Basically, when we work with any web application, for the server communication, we need to submit our page on the server side, and then it comes back after submitting the data. In short, we call this process as a post back. So, for example, you have requested for a web form which came blank, and you entered some of the values in each text box of that form, and finally you can submit the value. Now when you submit that particular value, this HTTP protocol, which is a backbone of the client-server communication in any web application, this HTTP protocol will take the HT, means hypertext, of the particular page, but the data which is associated with that web page which a user has entered will not be taken by this HTTP protocol. So in this round trip, means in this post back process, that data may get lost. So in order to not to do that, we have to go for the state management. So whenever you will go for any of the web development technology, in each technology you will find something related to this state management. And here in JavaScript, since we are working on the client-side scripting, so here we will do the client-side state management using the cookies. So whenever I talk about this cookie, that simply means I'm going to create a text file on the client's machine, and the location of the text file may vary from browser to browser, as each browser has its specific paths to store the data. Whenever a user revisits the web page, some of the data may get read from the cookie, as it is a text file. So even if you will shut down your PC, or you will sign out from that web application, or you will close the browser, that file may still be there. So in order to that, we can go for the cookies. Here we have two types of cookies, such as the session cookie or persistent cookie. Session cookie is something which doesn't have a lifetime, means as soon as you will start communicating with the web application, your cookie will be generated and will work only for that specific session. But you may also add a time span which will make it a persistent cookie. And as soon as the lifetime of that cookie is there, that cookie will still be there unless and until you will remove it manually by going at that location, or you may also remove the cookies from the browser itself. So let's find out practically how can we start implementing the cookies in JavaScript. So here in the implementation of cookies, what I have done, I have taken a very simple form in which a single text box in which I am asking for the name and a button on clicking on which I will create a cookie. So as you can see, on the click event of this button, I am calling a method called writeCookie, and here is inside this head in script tag, we have the writeCookie method. Inside this, what we are doing is, if the text box value is blank, I'm just giving an alert and terminating this function because I want that there must be some name in the text box before someone clicks on the button. Once a user will enter some value into the text box, and whatever the value it will enter, that will store in the cookie value. All right. So here you can see like document means this complete page, dot my form, the name of this form, dot customer. Customer is what? Customer is the name of this text box, dot value. All right. So we are actually getting that particular value, and with a semicolon, I will assign that particular value in this cookie value variable. I haven't defined that. You can do that as well, like var cookie value is equal to this. It will not make any difference. Now after that, what I'll do, I'll just take the document object, and here I will use the cookie property of it. And here what I'll do is I will write name is equal to, name is just a fixed literal string, and I concatenate that particular thing with this cookie value, means whatever we have got from the text box. And later I will simply print the value of that cookie. All right. So once you will use this document.cookie, it will actually create a text file in the your system as per the browser. Means next time when you will be back on this particular website, you can see that stored value. So let's execute this page. So here you can see there's a text box. If I will say click and enter some value because the text box is blank, now I will enter like, I'll say set value, and here you see setting cookies name. All right, the value means whatever I have entered in the text box. So this is how you can start working with the cookies in the JavaScript. Now here in this video, we are going to do some interactive things. Using some of the methods or timer-like concepts, we can actually make some animation-like things in your web page. And this will definitely not destroy the performance of the web page, as whatever functionalities we will make, it will all execute on the client side only. So there will not be any post-back things happening. So let's see practically how to do some basic level of animations in your web page. So here inside the body, you can see like I have placed the img tag for putting the animation, and here I have 4 images in the same location, that is 1, 2, 3, 4.png. All right. And the name of this img tag is img1 so that I can access it from the JavaScript code from this name. And I have called a couple of methods which I'll discuss later, but before that, let's go to the JavaScript tag to see how I have placed the animation. As here you can see, in the very first line inside the script, I have placed an array of images in which I have just put the name of the images, as I said, 1.png, 2.png, 3.png, and 4.png. So one by one, I want these images will be set in the img tag. And for pointing each particular element of this array, I have taken the I means an index variable which will point an individual element of this array. Now, after that, I have taken a reference so that I can control the timer and the slideshow which I am getting started. I'll discuss about this ref later. Now, inside this function pic library, what I have done is document.images. Since you can have a number of img tags in your document, I am asking for the first one, the index 0. Either you can use this particular name also inside this square bracket. So just I wanted to check like the src will be arri. Initially the value of I is 1. the index will begin with 0, but I want that it should start with the 1. Why? Because by default, I have placed the 1.png in the img tag. All right. So as soon as you will load it, you will see this 1.png, but after a second, it will be changed to 2.png. How? Because this will do the thing. It will set the image at the index 1, and then it will do the increment by 1. So 0, 1, 2, 3. If this increment will make it greater than 3, I will reset the value to 0. All right. And now I will create another function called start. Inside this, I have used the set interval method. Basically, the set interval method will take a couple of arguments. The first one is the callback function. So here I have passed the name of this function with the name pick library, and it will set like this. Set interval function will keep on calling this pick library after each 1000 milliseconds. So after each 1000 milliseconds, this method will be called again every time the increment will be there. That's why I have taken this particular variable I outside the scope, outside the function as a global variable. All right. Now it will start the things, and now to stop. And one more thing. By the time I was setting the interval, I assigned the reference of this interval to the variable called ref, which I have defined already. Now, in this stop, when I want to stop the slideshow of the images, I will just pass that reference itself, because there may be a number of intervals there in the single HTML page. So I need to specify like which particular interval I need to clear. That means when I'll say clear interval ref, it will stop calling this pick library after each 1000 milliseconds, that is 1 second. And when actually I'm stopping that, as soon as you will put the mouse over the image, it will stop it. Means you can easily see that particular image, but as soon as you will say mouse out, again, that particular interval would be set. So you can do that. And one more thing, I want this slideshow to be there, to be started as soon as the page gets loaded. So I can also call this start function on the onload event. So what I'll do, I'll simply say start. All right. So now let's come to the browser and see how the output is looking like. So here you can see the different color of logos are there. All right. So some of them are 1.png, 2.png and all. As soon as I will put the mouse over this image, you see now the image is not getting changed. All right. But as soon as I'll move the mouse out of the image, again, this transition will begin. So in the same way, you can use the set interval function for the different purposes. Like if you want to change the color of the font or of the background at a particular time, you can just set the logic like this, and you can put some animations in the output on the client side. In this video, we are going to cover the JavaScript objects. Basically, JavaScript here, which we are covering, is an object-based language. So what we can do, we can create an object and can fix some properties into it. Later, as per the requirement, I will be able to retrieve that particular object and the specific property which I want to read. So in this practical, we are going to create a such object, and to retrieve, we will also cover one more for in loop of JavaScript. So let's see now it practically. Now here you can see I have created the first JavaScript object with the name tutorial, and inside this, rather than passing the single value, I have created multiple properties and have assigned the value in each property. Like I have created a variable or an object with the name tutorial, and inside that tutorial object, I have placed 3 properties, that is topic, trainer and mode. So you can see each 3 property is having a value. So you can create a separate objects like that with the different properties and can assign the value. you can also create the array of such objects and can put in a separate file which we call the JSON file, that is JavaScript Object Notation. And you can use very different ways to read that particular JSON file which we have nowadays. Like you can read it from the Node application, from the Angular application. There are a number of ways, but here we are not going up to that level. You can check the different tutorials for that. But here, particularly in this one, I have created just a single object and can read the different properties out of this object. So as here you can see, topic is tutorial, means the object name, and by separating a dot with the dot, you can pass the property name like tutorial.topic, tutorial.trainer, tutorial.mode. So make sure it's case sensitive, so you are using in the very same case. So if you will see the output, you can see like topic, trainer, and the mode is online. So this is what when you want to read a particular object property by property. But we do have a loop here using which I can go for this object reading, and that is a for in loop. So if I'll see the syntax of the for in loop, you can see here, let me align this first. All right. Okay. So here what I have done is I have taken the text property here, text variable here, which is initialized with a blank. All right. And then to point the specific property of this particular object, I have used this X. You can take anything. All right. So now inside this for in, what is there? For X in tutorial. This is the main object, and X will be pointing the specific property inside this object. So you can see like tutorial X. So X means it will start from the 0, then it will point out the first property, second property, and third property, and as many as there. So I'll concatenate that all the values, only the values. No, I'm not specifying the property name here, but just the value of each property will be concatenated to this string called txt, and I'm separating all the values with the comma. So if I refresh this page, you can see JavaScript, that is the first property value, the second property value, and then online, the third property value. So it's all up to you, like how you want to read this specific object, either property wise like this, or you can do all the reading and can store all the values inside this string variable. And as in the string methods, we have already done the split function. So later, if you want to assign all these different values in the array, you can do that using this split method, and each value will be stored in the array. So this is all about the JavaScript object. As we know, a website is nothing but a collection of interlinked web pages. So using hyperlink also, you can actually navigate from one page of a website to another. But if programmatically it is required, like after a particular operation, you want to go to some other page. For example, as soon as you submitted your form, you want to go to another page which will give you confirmation like your data has been saved. So in any such scenarios, you can actually go for the page redirect in JavaScript. And here we have a method of Windows object called location. And inside this location method, you can actually pass a string parameter, which will be a URL of a particular location where you want to go. So on a particular event like button click, as soon as this method will get called, your page will be redirected to that particular location. So let's see practically how this window.location works and what are their different parameters and overloadings available. So in this particular program, I am simply changing the location of one page to the another page. So in this particular page, what I am doing is I have simply placed a button with the text redirect me, and when you will click, this will call the redirect function. And inside this redirect function, what I have done is I have simply called this window.location property. It will simply change the location of your page, and whatever page you have specified will be shown to the user. So when I execute this, you can see I can also do that on a particular timeout basis. As you may have seen, like when you get a particular page, you will be shown some ads, and after that particular time, after some particular time, like maybe 5 seconds, 10 seconds, the actual site is there. Means it will automatically redirect you to the actual website after that advertisement. So I can do that as well. So for that, I don't need this button. I'll remove this text, or I'll write something like you will be redirected in 5 seconds. All right. And what I'll do is I'll call this function on the load method, like on load. I'll not call it directly. I'll call the timeout function, which will actually do the trick. Basically, this timeout function will call this redirect function, redirect. All right. And let's put them in single quotations, as I already have a double quotes. All right. And now I'll do that after 5000 milliseconds. So this particular redirect function will be called on the load after 5000 milliseconds, because as soon as the body will get loaded, it will call this timeout function, and this timeout will give a callback to this redirect function after 5 seconds. So let's refresh the page. So this is the message which I passed here. All right, so it's not there. Let me check the code. All right, actually there is some set timeout function is there rather than this timeout. There is a set timeout function which will do that particular task which I was just talking about. Now I'll call this set timeout, and let's refresh this page again. So maybe after 5 seconds, I'll be redirected. And yes, as you can see, now I'm here in this website again. So this is how you can implement the page redirection while using the JavaScript. In this video, we shall get acquainted with the basic syntax of PHP language. Let us now write a simple hello world application in PHP and see how it can be run from the command line. PHP statements, or the block of one or more than one PHP statements, are put inside these two lines, less than question mark PHP. This marks the beginning of the PHP code, and greater than question mark greater than marks the end of the PHP code. So in between these two, I'm just writing a single statement, echo hello world. Echo and print, these are the two PHP keywords which are almost used similarly to display the output on whatever the output device that is in use. Since we are going to use this or execute this code from the command line, our command prompt or that console terminal will be our output device, so on which you expect this hello world to be printed. So after writing this in a number of statements, just save this file as hello.php. So I've already saved this file as hello.php. Now you open the command prompt and go into the directory in which this file has been saved. So this is the folder in which this hello.php is present. So before executing this script from the command line, you have to ensure that the php.exe, the PHP executable, the folder in which this php.exe is provided or present must be in the path of your operating system. So if it is already there, then all you have to do is to execute this hello.php from the command line by saying php hello.php. So what happens? The statements inside this PHP script will be executed. Incidentally, there is only one statement, echo hello world. So I should get the hello world message being printed. So that's how you can execute a PHP script from the command line. Okay. So this demonstration will show you how to execute a hello world application as a web page. So for that purpose, I have written this HTML code. remember that any HTML code or HTML script can be saved as the PHP file. But if you want to include a certain PHP code or PHP instructions inside the HTML, then you have to use this line as the mark of beginning of the PHP block of statements, less than, question mark, and PHP. And in order to denote that the PHP script is over, it should be marked by the question mark greater than, inside which you can write as many as a number of PHP statements as you want. Here I am just using one echo hello world, and this hello world is surrounded by the heading tag, right? And this page or this HTML script in which a PHP part is included is saved as hello.php on the document's root of our PHP web server, PHP enabled web server. It may be XAMPP, or it may be WAMP, or it may be any web server that you may want to use. So write this script, save it in the folder which is marked or which is configured as the document root of your web server. Okay. Now after having done this, start your web server. Call it as a localhost, because the name of the web server on your machine will anyway be called as localhost. If you want, or if it is needed, configure your port number. Default port number is 80, but if it is already occupied by any other web server, change it to whatever you want. Particularly 8080 is the alternative port number that is used. Okay, so perform this, save this file, start your web server, and now open the browser and visit this page. So the web server is running. I'm just giving the URL as localhost hello.php. I should get the hello world message. Remember that the script also carried a title as PHP test that is appearing here, and hello world echo hello world statement had a h1 tag used. So hello world is being displayed in the heading format. So this is how a hello world application executed as a web page that can be done using the web server that we are going to use. Okay. In this video, we shall see the web concepts as they are used in a PHP program. So what is the difference between the client side process and the server side process? That I will try to explain with the help of this example. This is a simple HTML code. I have saved this as webconcepts.php on the document root of my web server. This line is a plain HTML which uses the bold and paragraph tags. Okay, so this is a static text. Now this is the JavaScript code. When this part is executed by the browser, it will call this document.write function and return the value of the date function. What this will give you? It will give you the current date as present in the client's computer. On the browser is running on the computer which is the client. And what is the date as per the client's computer, that will be displayed. And after the execution of this code, the browser will encounter this. This is the embedded PHP code. So as soon as it encounters this PHP part will be executed by the server on the server. So what it will display? It will echo server's date is and the return value of this date function. Now this date will be as per the server's computer, as per the date that is stored inside the server's computer. Okay, so incidentally, in this case, both the client script, that is the JavaScript code, and the PHP code are being executed by the same physical computer. But this is the browser, which is the client, and this is the local host, which is the server. Okay, so you may not find the difference between the output of this date and this date. But suppose that this code is placed on a server and it is being accessed by a remote client. So therefore, and that remote client may be in a different time zone altogether. So in that case, this client date may show a different result and this server's date may show a different result. But in here now, in our demonstration, both will be the same because both are executed on the local host. Okay, so what is the output of this program that we will see? So there you go, the server is running and I have given the URL as webconcepts.php, client side and server side script. This is the HTML text that is being displayed. This is the output of that JavaScript that I was talking about. And this is the output of the PHP code. Okay, so remember that this may be different. If in the real server situation, the code is hosted on a server and the client is somebody else, which may be at different location, which may be having a different time zone. So this date reported and this date reported may be different in a real situation. But since we are using a localhost, both are showing the same day, January 17, January 17. Okay, so that is the way in which client-side script can be embedded inside HTML using JavaScript. Server-side script is your PHP. In this video, we shall see how the input-output operations are executed in the console mode for a PHP program. So console IO. So here we perform simple console input-output operations using the fscanf and fprintf functions. This program can be run from the command prompt, you giving the php.exe a path. Okay, so fscanf is the function which accepts input from the stream. Here the stream is stdin, which is a standard input stream which is defined in PHP, and it is going to accept the data from the standard input device into the variable called as A. And because the data that is input is going to be stored in the form of integer, I am using the format specifier as %d. So if you are familiar with the scanf function in C, you will be able to understand this. So fscanf, stdin is the stream from which the input is read into the variable A using the format specifier %d for integer. Same statement or same syntax is also used for reading the data into B. It is also reading the input from the stdin, that is the standard input stream, into B in the form of integer. This is the simple formula for calculation of area, which is linked into breadth. And now you want to redirect the value of C towards the std out. So fprintf function displays the output or writes the data into this string. This is the standard output string. So area is equal to %d. Format specifier is used to display the value of C in integer form. So this is a very simple demonstration of console input output in PHP in console mode. So we'll go to the command prompt and execute this program PHP area.php from the command line. Okay. So this is the directory in which this area.php is stored, and the execution is simple: php area.php. Provided php.exe is in the path of our system, this area.php will be executed. First statement is fscanf, enter the length, I give some number, enter the breadth, I give some other number, area is equal to 200. So that is how a console input output operations can be done using the standard library functions fscanf and fprintf. Of course, fscanf and fprintf can have, here in this case, the streams are predefined streams. We are using std in and std out. Instead of that, the streams could be any file stream. So that we will see in our next discussion. But for the time being, this is the console input-output operation. In this video, we'll have a look at the different arithmetic operators that are available in PHP language. So let us verify the behavior of arithmetic operators with the help of this PHP script. This PHP script starts here. In the beginning, there are two variables, a is equal to 42 and b is equal to 20. And then we are performing the different arithmetic operators one by one. $C is equal to $A plus $B. The values of a plus b will be added, and the result will be stored in C. So you should get addition operation result is equal to 42. Similarly, here it will be 22. Here the multiplication will be 840. Here the division is expected to be 2.1. Whereas the mod or modulus operation 42 divided by 20, the integer division is 2. This will increment the value of a. A was 42, it will become 43. And then again, if I immediately decrement it, it should be again 42. That is the expected output of this program. If I save it on the document root of my XAMPP server, that is htdocs, the name of the script will be arithop.php. So open the browser after starting the server, of course, and give the address localhost 8080 arithop.php, and then see whether the same expected result is obtained. So this is the browser's page, the same address that has been given, arithop.php. Addition is 62, subtraction 22, multiplication 840, division 2.1, mod 2, increment and decrement. So that is how the result will be displayed. But this is the behavior of our arithmetic operators. In this video, we shall see what are the comparison operators that are defined in PHP. In this example, the comparison operators in PHP, they have been demonstrated. So this is where the PHP script starts, and in the beginning, we have defined two variables a and b equal to 42 and 20 respectively. So all the the comparison operators are being used here. For instance, here, $A is equal to $B. This is the comparison operator, checking the equality of the two operands. Now, remember that all the comparison operators return either true or false value. So if this is true, then I want the first statement to be printed or displayed on my browser, A is equal to B. Otherwise, that means if this result of this comparison operation, equality operation, is false, then I should get the output A is not equal to B. Now the same technique is used for all the operators. This is greater than, I'm checking whether A is greater than B. If true, then this will be printed, because in our case, A is indeed greater than B. So therefore, I expect this line to be printed. A is less than B? No. So therefore, A is not less than B. The else part will be executed. Of course, the use of conditional statements, if else, that will be demonstrated in some of the other videos. But here, again, the inequality operation is being tested. If the value of this expression A not equal to B is true, which is In fact, it is true. A is not equal to B. So therefore, I will get the output as A is not equal to B. Similarly, greater than or equal to and less than or equal to. So these are the comparison operators: equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, and less than or equal to. So we should save this file PHP script as comp.op.php in the document server of the XAMPP server, that is htdocs, and open the script in the browser when the server is already running. So let us see how the output, whether it is as per our expectations or not. Right? So there you go. The test 1, which tests the equality, whether A is equal to B, A is greater than B. This is true, so therefore it will print the true part. It will also print the true part. A is not less than B, A is not equal to B, and the values of the operators greater than or less than or equal to B. This is as per our expectation. So that's how the comparison operators are used in a PHP script. In this video, I'll explain to you the different assignment operators in PHP. Okay, so this PHP script uses all the different assignment operators. So to begin with, I have defined these two variables A and B equal to 42 and 20 respectively. So the basic assignment operator is equal to. So what this will do, it will perform the expression on the right hand side. That means the addition of A and B will be done and it will be assigned to C. So it is a basic assignment operator. Result will be 62. Then I am using this plus equal to operator. In fact, all these plus equal to, minus equal to, star equal to, slash equal to, and mod equal to. These assignment operators are really what you can call a cumulative assignment operators. That means what? This plus equal to is really equivalent of saying C is equal to C plus A. So if the value of C had become 62, so C plus A will become 104, and that will be assigned to C. So the result of this C plus equal to A should be equal to 104. Same thing is true with this minus equal to, which is equivalent to saying C is equal to C minus A. So anyway, the C had become 104 here as the result of this. So here it will again be back to 62. So subtract and assignment operation result should be equal to 62. Similarly, star equal to is multiply C by A and assign back to C. So it should be 104 multiplied by 62 multiplied by 42 will be 2604. That should be the result. Similarly, the divide and assign operator, the result should be 264 divided by 42. So divide and assignment operation result, I expect it to be equal to 62. And finally, the mod operation C mod equal to A, that is really equivalent to C equal to C mod A. Our C will finally, C should have become actually, as a result of this operation, 62. So 62 mod 42. 62 divided by 42 is 1 and the remaining is 20. So mod operation anyway results the remaining value. So the output should be 20. So that is my expected behavior. Let me see. I will save this script on the document folder htdocs and open it from the server by giving the address localhost 8080. The name of the script is assignop.php. So let me open the browser and see the output of this PHP script. So there you go. The addition operation result is 62, which is 42 plus 20. C is equal to C plus A 104. C is equal to C minus A, multiplication, cumulative division, and finally the cumulative, mod. So these are this is the behavior of all the cumulative assignment operators in PHP. In this video, we shall see a very typical operator called as conditional operator. Now in this script, the use of the conditional operator in PHP is demonstrated. Actually, the conditional operator is also called as the ternary operator because it requires 3 different operands for the operation. And the use is as per this statement. Here, the logical expression is put inside this bracket $a greater than $b. Now this logical expression will be either true or false. If this is true, then the statement after the question mark will be executed. If this is false, then the statement after the colon will be executed. So if I am saying result equal to a greater than b question mark a colon b, so that means what will happen? If this expression is true, then a will be assigned to result, otherwise b will be assigned to result. So it is as if it is a short form of a regular if statement. If a greater than b, then result equal to a, otherwise or else result equal to b. So this is the behavior of this conditional operator. So we shall put this script on the document server, a document root of our server, and open it in the browser. So the output is as per our expectation. Initially a greater than b, result equal to a greater than b, a colon b. So result will be 20, and a less than b question mark a colon b, result will be equal to 10. So this is the conditional operator in PHP. The function that you define to which the arguments can be passed, or arguments have to be passed. The arguments can also be passed by reference. So what is the call by reference mechanism in PHP? Okay, so this PHP script is written to demonstrate the use or to demonstrate the mechanism of calling a function by reference in PHP. Okay, so this is the function and this is the calling environment. Now, the default method of calling a function is call by value, in the sense that the value of the actual argument that you pass, the value will be stored in the formal arguments that you declare in the function definition. But if you want to pass the reference of the calling, rather the actual argument, then you have to prefix the symbol and to the name of the formal parameter or formal argument. So, and then use those variables inside the function. As a result, what will happen? Whatever changes that you may perform in the formal argument, that those changes will be reflected in the actual argument in the calling environment. So this, you treat this as the main function of your PHP, and this is the swap function. So inside this calling environment, I am declaring the two variables as a and b equal to 10 and 20. And these two variables are sent to the function swap. But then the swap function has two formal arguments, x and y, to which the ampersand or and is attached. So what will happen? This x in swap function will become the reference of this a, and this y will become the reference of this b. So if any changes take place in the values of x and y, those changes will be reflected back in the values of a and b. So that is what the call by reference mechanism does. So what you are doing? You are sending the values 10 and 20 to this swap function. X and Y will become the references of A and B. This is actually the swapping mechanism by taking a temporary variable. T is equal to X, X is equal to Y, Y is equal to T. This is the well-known mechanism of interchanging the values. After the function is over, the control will come back to this. And after coming back, if you again see what are the values of A and B, you will find that they are interchanged to A will become 20 and B will become 10. Okay, so this is what you should expect when the function is called by reference, by sending the reference and using the variable which is a reference to the variables in the calling environment. Okay, so this is the expected output. Before swap, it was A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20. After swapping, A should become 20, B should become 10. Okay, so let me run this program. So let us open that swap.php in the browser and see whether the output is according to our expectation. There you go. Before swap, A was 10, B was 20. After swapping, A 20 and B 10. So that is the effect of calling a function by sending the reference. In our discussion with the functions, what are the default arguments to a function? So how to stipulate the default arguments in a function definition, that we shall study with the help of this example. So in this example, the function that is defined is percentage, and it has been designed to accept 4 arguments from the caller or calling environment. And the arguments are PCM and total TTL. Okay, so the idea is that when the function is called, it will send the values of PCM, but the assumption is that generally the marks of PCM, physics, chemistry, mathematics, they are out of 100. So the total marks are generally 300. Okay, so if they are out of 300, generally they are 300. So therefore, there should not be a need to specify that the marks are out of 300. So the TTL variable is defined to have 300 as its value by default. So unless otherwise specified, the value of the variable TTL will be 300. Okay, so taking these PCM value and the default value, the calculation will be done, the percentage will be calculated. So while calling the function, I'm just sending 3 values, 50, 60, 70, assuming that these marks are out of 100, respectively of PCM, and therefore the total is out of 300. The calculation will be performed by the function percentage equal to 60. Okay, so this is taking the default value of the variable total. But in the second case, in the second call to the same function percent, I'm sending 4 parameters, 4 values. Value of this will become P, this will become C, this will become VEM. When the function will be called, the actual parameters will be exchanged in the formal parameters. But these marks are not out of 100, but they are out of 50, 25 out of 50, 30 out of 50, 35 out of 50, etc. So therefore, the total marks are 150. Okay, so taking the 150 as the value of total instead of 300. So if the 4th parameter is specified, the default value of total is equal to 300 will be overwritten by 150. That will be taken up for the calculation, and the calculation will result into percentage equal to, in this case also, it will be equal to 60. Okay, so this is how the default parameter is specified and eventually used in the function. So let us run this program and see the output of 2 different calls to the function, percentage function. One first call uses the default value, second call uses the specified value. So let us run it. So this is my browser in which I am giving the URL of default arg.php. and see the result. First call PCM is 50, 60, 70. Total marks are 300. That is the default value. We are not given or we have not mentioned the value while calling. Percent equal to 60. Second call PCM is 25, 30, 35. We have specifically mentioned the value of the TTL as 150. Percentage is 60. Okay. So that's how the value of the default value to a parameter in a function can be defined and used. Right? Another way of sending and accepting the parameters inside a function is variable length arguments. In this example, I will show you how you can write a function with or which can accept any variable number of arguments. The name of the function is average. Even though I am going to show how to pass variable number of arguments, the function actually receives no arguments. Okay. PHP has a built-in function called as getArgs, function getArguments. So this function will retrieve the arguments that are passed to the function in the form of an array. The name of the array is args. So all the arguments that will be passed to this average function, even though there are no formal arguments mentioned, this function can retrieve the number of arguments sent to it in the form of an array. The name of the array I have used is args. I'm just printing it out for confirmation. args, if I print it, all the arguments that are received by that will be printed in the form of an array. And then there is another built-in function called as funcnum-args, function number of arguments. So how this will return an array and this will return the size of the array. Okay, so taking the advantage of this function number of arguments built-in function, which will result into the total number of subscripts in the array, I can now run a loop, traditional loop for traversing the array. From I is equal to 0, so 0th index up to the last upper bound index. Okay, every time increment the value of I by 1. Just run a cumulative sum over it. I'm using the plus equal to operator to cumulatively add the values of all the parameters that I send into a function, into a variable called sum, which is initially defined as assigned to be equal to 0. So this will perform all the addition to the sum of all the numbers. I divide it by the count, so I get the average. Okay, so this is the function. I am now sending 5 arguments to this average function. Those 5 arguments will be stored in the array and count will be equal to 5. I run a loop and perform the cumulative sum and divide by the size of the array to get the average. I don't have to change or do any changes to this function if the call to the function sends instead of 5 maybe 10 or 100 values also. I don't have to make any changes to it. So that's how it is beneficial to define a function with variable arguments in such a situation. Okay, so let us run it and see the result of this function with variable arguments. So in the browser, let us open this script var.args.php. It is sending 5 values to the function and we will get the average of that. That's it. Array received is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the subscripts 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Run a loop over it, perform the sum and calculate the average. So that is an example of a function with variable arguments. So finally, in the discussion of our functions, the final point remains it is about the return type of the function. Now this is the PHP code or PHP script which will show how a return statement can be given in the function definition and what is the effect of the return statement or return keyword rather. Now when a function is called, any function can be called from anywhere, from any other function. What we are doing, we are calling a particular function from our what we say as the calling environment. So from this the function is called and this is the definition of the function. So whenever the call is encountered, a function is encountered, the control of the program jumps to the function, executes these statements, and as the function ends, the control of the program returns back to the calling environment. So that is the well-known mechanism of calling a function. From the call to the function, the control jumps to that function. The body of the function is executed, and after that, the control returns back to from where the function was called. So the function is anywhere returning. So even if there is no explicitly mentioned return keyword or statement in the function does return to the place where it has been called from. The point is whether the function returns empty-handed or returns with a certain value. So if you want to make it return with a certain value, use the return statement and in front of it, mention the parameter to be returned. Okay, so this function we have already seen, average function receives that many number of arguments, it performs the calculation and calculates the average. At the end of the function, I want the function to return to its called position with a certain value. So I say return AVG. So this will return the AVG from here. Whatever value it has returned, it will be stored in this AVG variable which is in the calling environment. So from this function the value will be returned here and it will be printed here. Okay, so that's how a return statement can be specified as the last statement in the function. Even though there are any statements after the return, they will not be executed because the control will be as it is returned from there to the calling environment. Okay, so I have saved this as return ret value.php. Let me now go to the browser, give this URL and see the result. The result is going to be the same. It will be printing the value, the average, but the mechanism is returning the value from the function to the calling environment. Okay. So in the browser, I am giving ret value.php. As before, the variable arguments are stored in an array. That array is printed. The function performs the cumulative addition and calculation of average and sends back the result to the place from where it was called, and there the value is printed. So the function call can send any number of arguments and the function itself can send a return value. That is how the mechanism of exchanging the data between functions can be used. Okay. In this video, I'll tell you about the break statement in PHP. So let me now show you the use of break statement in a loop. Actually, we have already used this break keyword, but it was used in association with the switch case. And after the statements in a particular case are over, you generally use a break statement as the last in that particular case in order to take the control out of the switch block. Here also, the break statement is used to terminate or abandon the loop before its designated number of repetitions. So for example, here I am using a while loop and the control of this while loop is done by this variable y, which is set to equal to 0, and this loop is expected to repeat till y less than 10. So every time when y is incremented and the loop is repeated, normally this loop is expected to run 10 times. Okay. Inside the loop, what I am doing, I am generating a random number between 1 to 10 and assigning it to x, and then I am just printing it out. Had this statement not been there, then what would have happened? It would have generated 10 random numbers and 10 number of repetitions would have taken place. But I want the loop to be terminated as soon as, or as and if x is found to be equal to 5. So x being the random number, it may never occur within the 10 number of repetitions. So only different 10 numbers will be printed. But if at all x happens to be equal to 5, the loop will be terminated. So there is a possibility that 10 different random numbers, none of which is equal to 5, will be printed. And there is also a possibility that after generating one or two or a couple of random numbers, x happens to be equal to 5, the loop will be terminated. So that is the purpose of break statement inside the loop, to take the control out of the current loop and abandon the loop. That's what. Okay, so I have saved this file as break.php. Now I will run this file from the server. Okay, the server is running and the URL is localhost break.php. There you see the loop goes on running till it encounters 5. So it may be the case that only the second occurrence is equal to 5. So the loop will be terminated before it reaches the 10 number of repetitions. There you see. Every time the different result may appear because the random number will be equal to 5 at any number of repetitions. So the bottom line is that the break statement is used to abandon or terminate the loop before it completes its pre-decided or designated number of iterations. In this video, we shall see the use of continue statement in PHP. So in this example, the continue statement is used inside a while loop. So what does the continue statement do? In fact, continue is somewhat opposite to what the break does. We have seen that the break inside the while loop, if break is encountered, the loop will be terminated and it will abandon the remaining number of operations or iterations of a loop. Continue on the other hand will restart the loop from the beginning. It will discard or abandon the remaining statements in the current iteration and start the next iteration. So that is how the continue behaves. So in this example, actually I should write this as continue. Right. There is a loop which is controlled by the variable y is equal to 0 in the beginning, and while loop is expected to go up to y less than 10. And every time y is incremented and a random number is generated and it is printed. So if this number was not present, or rather if this statement was not present, then what would have happened? 10 different random numbers would have been generated and printed. Okay, so it is printing the value of y and x. So y is equal to 1, whatever the number was generated. So 10, y is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, up to 10 it will go, and corresponding the values of x will be printed. This if this statement is removed. But if this is the case, then anytime if the random number generated is equal to 5, this statement will not be printed and it will go to the next iteration of the loop. Y will take the next value and again the random number will be generated. If it again is equal to 5, it will skip this statement and go back. If it is not, then this will be printed and the loop will be continued till y is less than 10. So 10 number of repetitions will take place. But this statement will be printed or not will depend on the value of x. If it is equal to 5, this will be skipped and the next iteration will take place. So that is how this continue statement works. I have saved this file as continue.php, and the server will start. I will go to the browser and give this URL as this one. Okay. So the server is running. I'll give the URL as continue.php and press enter. There you see the number of iterations are 1 to 10, but the second iteration has been skipped because the value that has been generated might have been equal to 5. So it skipped the subsequent print or echo statement, and the number of repetitions have gone up to 10. Again, refresh it, it may give different output. In this case, even after 10 iterations, the random number 5 was not generated. So all the 10 iterations have appeared. In this case, the iteration number 5 is skipped because x would have been equal to 5. So that is how. Here again, all the 10. Here again, all the 10. You see, 7 and 8 are skipped. That is because obviously x would have been equal to 5. So this is the behavior of the continue statement. In this video, we shall have a look at the different decision-making statements that are available in PHP. So this example is used to demonstrate the behavior of if, else if, and else, the conditional statements in PHP. And for this purpose, I'm using a built-in function in PHP called as rand. This generates a random number between the two parameters that I have given, 1 to 100. So every time it will generate a number between 1 to 100. Now all I have to do is to check whether it lies in a particular range. So to begin with, if x is less than 25, I have to just print the prompt number less than 25. Else if the number is not less than 25, then I want to check it whether it is less than 50. If it is so, then I'll print number is between 25 to 50. Else, that means if both the conditions are not true, then the control of the program will land into the last or the final else. So you can have a series of else if statements to relegate or discard the different conditions that may be present in this entire decision logic. So here the first condition, if this is not true, the second condition, and if all the previous cases or conditions are not true, then the program will land into the final else. So this is the use of if, else, else if, and else. So let us see how it behaves. Of course, the number we generated will be a random number. So every time you may find different output being generated. So let us run it a couple of times and see the result. So the server is running, and I have opened the browser in which I am giving the address localhost if statement.php, the script that we have written. I have saved it as if statement.php in the document root of the server, web server. So I just press enter. At this point of time, the random number generated is 53, and therefore it is greater than or equal to 50. Again, if I run it, it may generate a different number, and the different result number is greater than 50. Again, fortunately, all the time the number is greater than 50 is appearing. We may get some number. The numbers are being randomized, but I wonder, yeah. So this is random number 5, number is less than 25. So the randomization also is taking, accurately, and the if statement result is also appearing as per the requirement. So this is the demonstration of if, else if, and else in PHP. If your programming logic requires multiple if statements, then writing or putting more than one if statements in a sequence becomes rather clumsy, especially if each of these if or else blocks might be containing more than one statements. In that case, you will have to make a block of the statements by using the curly brackets. So in that is unnecessary clumsiness of multiple if statements. It is also the switch case statement is also available. So you can use that in this particular situation. So in this example, I will show you the use of switch case, another conditional statement in PHP, where the different cases or different possibilities of a switching variable are processed. Right, so therefore, for this example, I am also using the rand function, and the rand function is used 3 times to generate 3 random numbers. First 2 random numbers are between 1 to 10. These are going to be used as the operands for the addition, multiplication, subtraction and division operations. Which operation is to be done will be decided by the third random number between 1 to 4. So these 3 random numbers x, y, z will be printed as they are generated. Now since my addition, subtraction, multiplication, division operations are going to be decided by the value of the z variable, I am using switch z. So if the value of z happens to be 1, the case 1 will be satisfied because z is equal to 1. Addition will be done and the control will break out of this switch to this output statement. You know that each case must be having this last statement as break in order to prevent the program control from falling through the entire cascade of switches, the cases. So every case has a break at the end. Of course, this will not require because this is the last one. Okay, so the expected result is very obvious. 2 random numbers from 1 to 10 will be generated. Third random number between 1 to 4 will be generated. Depending on the value of z, switching will take place. If z is equal to 1, addition to subtraction, multiplication and division. Okay, and whatever the result will be printed. So I have saved this file as switch.php in the document root of the web server. With the web server running, we'll enter this file as a URL and see the result. We'll of course run it couple of times to see the different randomization of the results. Okay. So I have entered the URL as localhost switch.php and enter. Numbers 9, 4, operation code is 3, result is 36. Again, execute it. Numbers 8, 6, operation code 2, result is 2. So it is fairly accurately 4, 5, result is 0.8, that being a division. 7, 10, again the division is 0.7. So 110 addition, result is 11. So that's how the output is going to come as a result of the switch case functionality of our conditional statements in PHP. In this video, I'll explain to you the use of while loop in a PHP program. So let us now see the execution of while loop as it is used in PHP. So in this code, I have 2 while loops in action. This is one and this is another. So in first case, the initial value of a variable that is controlling the loop is I equal to 0, and I want to execute these 2 statements. What are these 2 statements? Increment the value of I and print it out, so long as the value of I is less than 10. So what do you expect starting from I is equal to 1, the number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is the expected output of this loop. Okay. In the second example, again, I am using the rand function to generate a random number between 1 to 10, and that is the value of x. And the loop is expected to keep on repeating till x is not equal to 5. So depending on the possibility or the probability of what random number is generated at that point of time, the loop may go on for 1, 2, 5, 900 number of repetitions, or it may even terminate in the very first place where probability of the first random number itself being equal to 5 will be there. So the output will be unpredictable, so to say, because it involves a random number, and so long as the random number is not equal to 5, this loop is going to run. This is a straightforward 1 to 10 output. This is of course a random output till the number generated is not equal to 5. Okay, so these two examples, now I will show you. I have saved this file as while.php. I'll start the server, open the browser, give the URL of this, right? Okay, so now the server is running. In the browser, I am giving localhost while.php. Just press enter. This is the output of the first while loop. Generates numbers from 1 to 10. This is the output of a loop having a random number, and the loop is expected to go on till it encounters a 5. So as soon as the number is 5, the loop is terminated. So that many number of times x was generated, it was not equal to 5. If I again run it, the second loop output may be different. See, only the second occurrence of a random number is equal to 5. So after the 2 iterations, the loop terminated. That can vary as per, see, the first number itself is 5. So this is how the while loop behaves in a PHP script. This video explains to you the use of for loop in PHP. So in this PHP script, I'll show you the use of for statement and for loop. And there are 3 different examples. With the help of which I'll show you the different ways in which the for statement is used. But the syntax of for loop is like this. It takes 3 parameters. One is the initialization of the controlling variable. Here x is set to equal to 1. Second statement is the test condition up to which the for loop is running, is expected to run x is less than 10, and every time how much increment or the controlling variable to be incremented by what? X plus plus is the third argument. So this loop will run from x equal to 1 to x less than 10, incrementing the value of x every time by 1. So I expect number to be printed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in as a result of this for loop. But you know that the 3 parameters of this for loop, or 3 clauses of this, not parameters, the clauses of the for loop, they are not mandatory as such. You can ignore even all of them. I told you that even if all the arguments are not given, the for loop will become a infinite loop. Here in this case, what I am doing, I am setting the initial value of x is equal to 0. I am giving the test condition. And what is the test condition? I expect this for loop to go on till x not equal to 5. And I have not mentioned any value of the incrementing clause. Okay. And then inside the for loop, there is a rand function which generates numbers, any random number from 1 to 10, and I have to print it. So every time when the loop runs, if it doesn't encounter x equal to 5, the loop will run. As soon as x printed value of x is equal to 5, this test condition will be false and the loop will stop. So how many iterations this for loop will do, that you never know. That depends on the random number. In what occurrence, or at which occurrence, or at which instance x will become 5, that is a random choice. So you will expect different output of this second for loop. The for loop is especially popular when you want to traverse the entire array. So array, of course, you will learn in one of the subsequent chapters. But here, I am declaring a array, ARR, as an array. Array is a built-in function to create an array, and there are 5 elements. So if I run a for loop from x equal to 0 to 4, every time incrementing x by 1, I use this control variable x as the index of the array. So array of x, I print array of x every time. So array of 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So that means 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. These numbers are expected to be printed. Okay, so this is the simple for loop. This is a for loop in which the termination is decided by the random number. And this is the third for loop to traverse the array. Okay, so I have saved this file as forloop.php in the document root of my server. The web server will now start, and then in the local in the browser's address bar, I'll give the URL of this localhost forloop.php and see the result. So with the web server already running, in the browser I am giving forloop.php as the URL. There you see the 3 different outputs. This is the output of the first for loop from 1 to 10. This is the output of the second for loop in which a random number is to be generated, and if the random number encountered is equal to 5, the loop is going to terminate. This is the traversal of the array in which these 5 elements are there. This, of course, will be a variable output. Every time it may generate different number of values. So if I run it again, there you see the random number was encountered to be equal to 5 just at the second occurrence. That may change. This is the traditional or simple for loop 1 to 10. This is the array traverse. Okay, so that's how the for loop is used in a PHP script. In this video, I'll tell you about the MySQL API, which is a part of the PHP software. So with the help of this example, let us try and understand the features of MySQL API. Before going on to explain this code, let me tell you that this MySQL API has been deprecated since the PHP 7. So if you have in your computer PHP 7 installed, then this code may not work. Instead, you will have to get a PHP 5 or earlier version installed on your computer so that this MySQL API can be used. So for this purpose, I have installed a WAMP server in which, in addition to the Apache server and MySQL software, the PHP version 5 is available. So let me show you the homepage of the WAMP server. So this is the WAMP server homepage. You can see that the PHP version 5.3.10 is the version that is installed on it, and the extension that is available is MySQL. So the MySQL API functions can be run on this particular configuration. So PHP MyAdmin is the GUI interface for managing the MySQL database. So if I open this, it will show you the different databases that are stored on the server, and the rest of the menus are provided by which you can add the data, insert the data, create the table, etc., etc. We are of course not going to do anything from this. This is just a verification. This will be a verification of all the activities that you will do from the PHP side. Okay, so this is where your data will come and stay. Okay, so let us go back to the PHP code now. So first is the execution of MySQL connect function, which enables or which establishes the connection of your PHP program with the MySQL server. And it needs 3 parameters: the name of the host, username, and password. So they have been set here. If these credentials are found to be correct, this connection resource will be created. If not, then I want to terminate the entire program. So therefore, I am executing a die function with this particular error message. Otherwise, I'll go on to create a database called as testdb. So this is the SQL statement that I want to execute: create database testdb. And in order to execute the SQL query, a function in MySQL API is MySQL query. It needs 2 parameters. One is the query, and that is the connection object that we have created here. This query does not get run properly. This return value will not be created. In that case also, I want to terminate. But if it does go ahead, then I want to create a table. So this is the query of create table, in which the table structure is given here. How many fields are there? Employee name, employee address, employee salary. Its type and its size are mentioned here, and some other constraints are also mentioned. Like for example, name cannot be null. In fact, all of them are specified to be not null. And in addition to that, a 4th field is also present, employee ID, which is an integer, which is not null, and it is auto increment also. And that employee ID has been stipulated to be a primary key of this particular table. So a table of this structure is to be created. So before running this query, I have to use the testdb, the database that was created in the previous step. Now that database is brought into use by a function MySQL selectdb. And inside that, this table needs to be created. So again, execute the query, MySQL query. If the table is properly created, if not, then stop. Otherwise, give the message table created and go on to execute the insert query. Insert query takes this following form: insert into the table name. Here in our case, the name of the table is employee. So insert name employee followed by the field structure, the structure of the table. How many fields? Name, address, and employee salary. You don't have to give the ID field because it is auto incrementable. So automatically, as the number of records go on adding, the employee ID is anyway going to be incremented automatically. What are the values? Correspondingly, name will take Rajiv, address will take Nanded, and salary will take 10,000. So such a query, insert query, is to be executed. So again, execute MySQL query. This is the string of query and the connection object. If properly executed, just display a enter data successfully message. And finally, go on to close the connection that you created in the very first place by saying MySQL close. So this is the entire PHP script which will interact with the MySQL database. You open the connection, create the database, create the table, and insert a record. So all these activities will be done if you run this mysql1.php in your browser. Okay, so this was the explanation of the code. Now we will run it and see the result. Okay. So as I give this URL mysql1.php, You see the messages that are displayed in the browser's page. Connected successfully. This was when the MySQL connect function was properly executed. Test DB was created. Table employee was created, and one record was successfully entered or inserted inside the table. So this was the operation that was done. But we have to verify this by going actually into our PHP MyAdmin, see that the table, the database, the table and the record is created. So for that purpose, this is our MyAdmin. I have to refresh this so that the test DB newly created database is visible here. Open this. There is a table called as employee which was just created. Click on this. This was a record that was added into the table by our PHP script. So this confirms that all the MySQL functions, MySQL API functions that we used in our PHP script have worked properly. Okay, so this was our first exercise. So this second example shows you how you can insert a record into a MySQL table by entering the data into an HTML form. So this script, if you open it in a browser, mysql2.php is the name that I've given. If you open it in a browser, for the first time, it will open a form. So I'll show you the HTML form code here. This is the form from this point to this point. This is the form inside which in a two-column table, what we have entered or what we have created is an input name is equal to employee name of the type text to enter the name, to enter the address, to enter the salary. So it is simply a form with three text fields and of course a button. Importantly, the form attributes that are given are form method is equal to post and action is equal to PHP self. That means what? The data will be posted to this same script. So obviously when the first occurrence or first time when this PHP script will be displayed, the submit button might not have been pressed. Obviously not, submit has not been pressed. So when as the page starts opening in your browser, this is set we fail because submit has not been pressed. The name of the button in this case is add. So this is not pressed, so therefore this part will not be executed. Which part? From here to here. And so therefore it will run into this form. So form will be opened, user will enter the data and press the submit button. Subsequently this post add will be true. Then actually the insertion operation will start. All the required credentials are given here. Host name, username, password, using which the connection is established. And the form data, which is stored in the $post server variable, super global server variable from which the data is fetched and stored into the PHP variables, emp name, address and salary. Use these variables to execute the insert query. Insert into employee. These are the names of the fields and these are the values that are fetched from the form. Right? So this insert query is to be executed doing the same thing, selecting a database and executing the query. If all goes well, the message enter the data successfully should appear on your screen. So let us run this mysql2.php. One record is already there, which we have entered by hard coding the values into the insert query. Now we will fill up the new record by accepting it from an HTML form. So let us run this mysql2.php. So as I enter the URL mysql2.php in my browser, a HTML form is opened in which these three text fields are there to enter the name, address and salary, and then there is a submit button. So some data I will introduce or insert. something like this, and press submit. Now that the data will be posted back to the same script, in which on the top there is a PHP code to establish the connection and insert the records. So that will be executed and the data will be successfully entered. So again, go back to our PHP myadmin and see whether the newly inserted record does appear in it or not. So I have to refresh this and again open employee. There you go, the two records are now visible. So interactively by taking the user from the input, you can add the data into a backend MySQL table. That's how this script will allow you to do that. Okay. The third example in this continuation is regarding the reading of the data from a table using a select query and using the MySQL API functions. So how to read the data from the MySQL table? Again, starting with the same sequence of events, MySQL connect function to establish the connection. Select the database you want to process, the test DB. What is the query to be executed? Simply select star from employee. In order to execute query, the function is MySQL query. Because now this is a select query, the return value of this MySQL query function will be a result set. So this result variable is the result set. Using the MySQL API functions like MySQL number of rows, give me how many records are there in the table, and MySQL number fields give me how many fields are there in my select query. Okay, so I'll run a nested for loop situation where the upper loop or outer loop will run from 0 to the number of fields. In our case, there are 3 fields, right? Name, address, and salary. And the inner loop is as many number of rows. Right now, in our example, we inserted 2 records, so the number of rows is 2. So each time when a row is fetched from the result set, the row will be an associative array, and using the index of the fields as the index of that associative array, row of j will give me jth field in the table. So when j is equal to 0, it will give me name, address, and city. All these 3 fields will be put into 3 cells of 1 row. You see that I have started a table by echo table border is equal to 1. In the first row, all the field names have been displayed into 1 row. So you start a row, then add a td tag, insert or put the field name. The first field name, j, will be the loop which will control the value of the field name. So result j will be 0, result 0. The 0th field will be there, 1 and 2. So likewise, name, address, and salary. These field names will be the column names of my table. And these 2 nested for loops will fetch 1 row at a time and display the contents of each table in that row in separate td tags. So that's how the table will be formed. So if I run this script now, what I should see on my browser, a table showing the records divided into rows and columns. So let us run this and see what happens. So the MySQL 3.php is opened in the browser, and you can see the first row of the table is all the field names, ID, name, address, and salary, and each row is subsequently displayed according to their field names. So that is how the data is extracted from the table and displayed on the browser with the help of the MySQL functions. In this video, we shall come to know about the MySQL API. Now for MySQL API, in order to display or demonstrate the use of MySQL API, this is the first example in which the procedural interface is used. And using the procedural functions, here I am showing you how you can display records by selecting the records from a table. So in other words, I want to execute the select star from employee query and display the result to see as to how many records are there. So if you try to compare every function in MySQL with MySQL, you will find that only difference probably is the adding I into the name of the function. Instead of MySQL connect, there will be MySQL connect and so on. Before that, let me tell you one more thing, that MySQL API is available in all the PHP installations with PHP 5 as well as PHP 7. So if you have a PHP 7 module installed in your bundle, especially the web server bundle containing Apache, MySQL and PHP, if you have a latest XAMPP server, then this 7 version of PHP will be available, and this code will actually indeed run on the XAMPP with PHP 7 also. So I'm going to show you the execution on the XAMPP server itself. So for that, let me start the XAMPP server and show you the home page, and in which PHP 7 is present and MySQL has been enabled. So let me show you that. So this is the home page of XAMPP server, and go on to click this PHP info. The PHP version is 7, and down the line if you go and search for MySQL it will show you the presence of MySQL API. So which means that MySQL API functions will now be executable on this. Okay, so let us go back to that PHP script which shows the procedural functions used from this MySQL API. So starting with MySQL connect, this function also requires the arguments like localhost, root is the username, there is password, no password has been set, and the name of the table to be connected, or rather the name of the database to be connected. So this will create a connection resource. If unable to connect, then there will be some error. You will display the error message properly to tell the user that the connection has not been established. Otherwise, execute the select query, select star from employee by MySQL query instead of MySQL query was in the earlier case, right? In the result, how many number of rows have appeared that can be found by the function MySQL num rows. Okay, and run a loop over it and fetch one row at a time and display the contents of the row. Row 0, row 1, row 2, row 3 will respectively be displaying the values of employee ID, name, address and salary. All these fields will be displayed in for one record. Such like as many number of records are there, that many times this loop will run. Okay, so just the equivalent activity of MySQL API, in which also you ran through the entire result set to display the records. So let us run this program and see. We now know that there are 2 records into it, or I wonder how many records are there. That many records will be displayed. Let us see how many records are there. So there are these 2 records in this employee table. We should be able to get the 2 records when we run our PHP script mysql i.php. So let us run it. So there you see mysql i.php has been executed in the browser. Employee ID 1, name Raju, address Nanded. This is our first record, and this is the second record. So the contents of the two records in the table have been displayed by the procedural interface functions of mysql i API. Okay. Next, let us see the use of mysql i functions which have an object-oriented approach towards the database handling activities. So, what you have to do? First and foremost, you have to create an object of mysql i class. So, this is the statement CON is equal to new mysql i. The constructor takes 3 arguments: name of the server, which is localhost, username is root, password has not been set. So all these credentials are required to set up a mysql i object. If not properly configured, it will result into an error, display the error message and stop the execution. Otherwise, go on to the next step, execute this query, create database test db. Okay, all you have to do is to execute a mysql i object arrow query function. Query function will take this argument. If this function is properly executed, it will return true. And if it is true, then give a message, database created successfully, otherwise give an error message. That next step is to select the newly created database by using the select db function of the mysql i class. And then you have to run a query which will create a table. Create table employee, the syntax of the create table employee is according to the standard SQL syntax, in which name, address and salary are the fields. Their data type and size is mentioned along with the different constraints. In addition, this employee ID table field is also specified, which will be acting as a primary key. Again, query is executed by the query method or function inside the mysql i class. If executed properly, the success message will be displayed, otherwise the error message will be displayed. And finally, you have to execute an insert query. Insert into employee, these are the field names and these are the values. Execute the query. If success, give the success message, otherwise give the failure message. And lastly, close the connection by calling the close method of the mysql i class. Okay, so this is exactly the same activity we are doing, but now we are using an object-oriented approach that is provided by the mysql i API. So let us run this mysql i1.php. Before actually executing this script, I will have to ensure that the test db that was created as a result of the earlier example, that test db I will have to remove from my MySQL server. Then only I will be able to run this. Otherwise, it will result into an error that the database is already existing and then none of the other steps will be executed. So I will first delete that and then run this. Okay. So if I execute this mysql i1.php, you find that the successful execution of the statements, those messages have come up. Connected successfully, database created successfully, table employee created successfully, and new record created successfully. Actually, I should have given a BR at the end of each so that the error messages would have come one below the other. But anyways, the operation has been done successfully. So let us go back to the PHP myadmin and check whether the test DB database the employee table and the record has been added into it. So this is our admin. Refresh this. Test DB is created. Employee is created. And this record, Rajiv Nander 10,000 is created. So the object-oriented interface is working perfectly fine in this case. The next example to show the functionality of MySQL API is to show the contents of a table by running a select query over it. Okay, so doing the same sequence of steps again, create a new MySQL object. If the connection is properly executed, show the success message, otherwise show the failure message. Then go on to the next step. You want to execute now the select star from employee query. Okay, in order to do that, call the query method of the MySQL class by its object. So con arrow query, the query is the SQL string that is given. So the result is the return value of this query function is a result set. So result is equal to con arrow query. From this result set, find out how many number of rows are present in that by calling this NUMROS, number of rows. Remember that this is not a function, but this is a property which is associated with the result set. Similarly, the property of field count will give me how many fields are there. Okay, so use these two variables, num result and num fields, to design a first row of a table which you are going to create in HTML. Inside that table, the first row will contain the headings. The names of the columns of the table will act as the heading for the entire table. So it will generate a first row. There is another function which is inside this MySQL API is fetch field. So fetch field, result arrow fetch field name. What will it do? It will fetch the next field in the sequence, and arrow name will give you the name. So that means what? First result of this particular function will be emp id. Then it will be emp name, emp address, and emp salary. All those 4 field names will be placed into the 4 cells of the first row. So it will form the heading. And then using these 2 for loops, nested for loops, one outer loop going over from I is equal to 0 to num result. Num result is the number of rows. How many rows are there? And the inner for loop is going over for j is equal to 0 to num fields. How many fields are there? Okay, so using which every time when you access the row of j, what it will give? Each content of each row, each column corresponding to each row, fetch one row at a time. It will be an associative array called row. Row of j will give me row of 0, row of 1, row of 2, 3, and so on. As many number of fields are there, those values will be put into the td tag of the row. So likewise, as many number of rows are there, as many number of rows will be added up to the HTML table, and finally close the table. So if you run this script, you should get a tabular representation of all the records in our employee table. Incidentally, in this table so far we have added only one record, so you should be seeing only one record displayed in the table. First row will be the headings, and second row will be the one record that we added. Okay, so let us run this and verify our result. So MySQL i2.php, when I execute that, This is of course the connection successful message. Afterwards, a table is created or rendered by our PHP script, of which the first row is the names of the columns in that employee table, and the second row is the actual row in the employee table. So because there is only one table, only one row has occurred. But then as many number of rows will be there, they will be displayed one below the other. No issues with that. So that is a demonstration of both procedural interface as well as the object-oriented interface of this MySQLi API. In this video, we will learn a very important feature of object-oriented programming, which is called as inheritance. This example shows how you can establish inheritance between two PHP classes. In this PHP script, there are two classes that are defined. One is student and the other is engineering student, ENGG. Because this class, the design of this second class is going to be based upon the student class. You establish the association between these two by using the keyword extends. So the syntax is class engineering student extends students. Class ENGG extends student. So as an effect, what will happen? The resources of the student class, which will be called as the parent class, they will be made available to the child class of the inherited class. So what are the resources in the parent class? That means the student class. So here I have declared three data members or member variables: name, age and marks. And they have been declared as protected. The access specifier is protected. As a result, what happens? All the protected members will become the protected members of the derived class or the inherited class. Okay. It has only one function, which is incidentally a constructor. Okay. So what happens? Whenever the object is created, the constructor is called automatically. That is the definition of constructor. So when the object is declared, whenever the object is declared, you will pass certain parameters to the constructor. So in PHP, there are two array functions. Remember that we have used these two functions earlier. This is function number of arguments, how many arguments that have been sent to this constructor, to this function. And then there is a function get arguments. So this is the number of arguments, and this is an array. Function get arguments is the array in which all the arguments are stored. So if the constructor is going to receive 3 arguments, the value of n will be 3. Okay, and the subscripts of the function get arguments array will be 0, 1, 2. So respectively, what I am going to do, the 0th subscript or the value at the 0th index of this function get argument will be stored in name. Value at the index number 1 to age, and value at index number 2 is to be stored to marks. These are the 3 variables. 3 values received by the constructor will be assigned to name, age and marks, or rather the data members of the calling object. Fine. So that is constructor. And then there is the get details function, which will just display or print out the values of the data members of the calling object. So this arrow name, this arrow age, this arrow marks will be displayed by the well-known echo function. So that is what is in the parent class. 3 data members, all protected, and 2 functions, 1 constructor and 1 get details. That is what is in the parent class student. In the derived class, in addition to the 3 data members that this class will anyway inherit, I want to make available another 4th data member to the object of this class, and that variable is branch. So that means what? Whenever an object of this engg class will be declared, it will have 4 data members. 3 from the parent class, name, age, marks, and 4 its own. Fourth its own. So what will happen? When I declare the object of this class, it will require 4 parameters. So for example, in this declaration of the object, S1 is equal to new engineering student, new engg. I am sending 4 arguments: name, age, marks, and branch. So these 4 arguments will be received by the constructor of the child class. Function number of arguments will be 4, out of which the 3 arguments, all the arguments will be stored in the array function get arguments. Now it will have value at index number 0, 1, 2, and 3, out of which the values at index number 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, and 2, they will be used to call the constructor of the parent class. So the parent class constructor will take on the values of function get argument 0, 1, 2. So this constructor will be called, and the data members name, age, and marks will be initialized with the provided values. Okay, and then the remaining part of the child class constructor is to assign the 4th value in the array to the branch data member that is introduced in the child class itself. Okay, so you are calling a constructor from the constructor. You are calling a parent constructor from the child constructor. Okay, so that is the advantage of establishing the inheritance. Okay, and then there is a get details function also, which will in turn call the parent get details and print out the remaining data member branch. Incidentally, this is also an example of function overriding, because get details function was defined in the parent class, but it was having only this much of functionality. Now you want to extend the functionality of the child class get details. So therefore, you are redefining it so that when the get details function is called by the object of the child class, this get details will be called. Incidentally, through or from inside that, you are calling the parent get details class. That is a different issue. But this get details function has been overridden by the engineering class. So this is the simply implementation of our inheritance. Create an object of the child class, give parameters to it. Those parameters will be intercepted by the constructor, of which the first 3 will be passed on to the constructor of the parent class, and then you call the get details to just display all the data members of the calling object. Okay, so this is a simple demonstration of inheritance. Let us see the execution of this example. So the name of the script is inherit ex.php. This is the result. Name, age, and marks. And the branch is CSC. That's how the result is displayed. Okay. So this is the example of inheritance. In this video, let us get acquainted with the idea of class and object and how it is created or how it is used in PHP language. Let us now put all these object-oriented programming principles in a practical example. The script that I have shown in front of you is called as bookclass.php, and it is placed on the document server of our web server. The name of the class is books, and in which 2 data members or member variables are defined as price and title, whereas there are a couple of member functions, of which this is a constructor. Remember that a constructor in PHP is having a name construct itself, which is having a prefix of double underscore. Okay, and the two arguments that the object is going to receive. For example, if this is the construction of the object of the books class, I am saying physics is equal to new books. How many arguments? Two arguments I am passing to the constructor. So the constructor will take two arguments. First argument is given to the title member variable of the class, and the second argument is given to the price. So this arrow title is equal to var1, that means parameter 1, and this price is equal to parameter 2. So this is the behavior of the constructor, right? Then there are some set and get functions which are called setters and getters. So a set price will receive one parameter, and the received parameter is stored as the price variable, the value of the price variable of the object. So this price is equal to parameter. Similarly, there is a get price which will return the value of the price parameter, price member variable of the object. Similarly, there is a set title and get title. In addition to that, there is a get details method inside the class, which will just display the value of title and price of the calling object. Remember that this variable, a special variable called as this, stores the reference or the address of the calling object that we are going to use to fetch the value of the title and price of the calling object. So this is the entire class. Okay. Now we are going to create 3 objects. Remember that in order to create a object, you have to use the new operator. So new books, physics is equal to new books. 2 parameters, we have decided to send 2 parameters to assign the data to 2 member variables of the object. So this is the title, price. New books, maths is equal to new books, chemistry is equal to new books. So these are the 3 objects that are declared and initialized by the constructor. Just print out the values that have been stored in these 2 objects, called the get details function. So it will print the title and price associated with the physics object and chemistry object, as well as the maths object also. Okay, now I will call the set price method physics arrow set price. So this set price method will be called, and the value that is going to be passed is 25. So what happens? The 25 becomes the value of this pair parameter, and that will be assigned to this arrow price. Here this will refer to the physics object. So in effect, what is going to happen? Initially the value of the price member variable of the physics object was 10. Now it will be set to 25. Similarly, I am changing the title of the maths object. So I call the set title, and then just to verify, the changes are to be displayed by calling the get details. Then what I am doing is, there is a get price method I showed you, which will return the price of the calling object. So I am returning the price parameter of first object, second object, and third object, and I am adding it into a variable total, and then I am printing it out. So all the elements of the object-oriented programming principles are used here. How to declare the class, how to declare the object, how to press the constructor into action, and how to call the different member functions inside the class. So let us run this script bookclass.php and see what are the different results that they will be generated. Okay. This is the output. 3 objects were declared. For each object, the constructor was called into picture, and the values are, the object is initialized. Then you go on to change the price of object named as physics by calling the set price, and then you call the set title. Whatever changes have been done, they have been displayed in these two outputs. And then finally, you call the get price for each object, and the get price returns the price, which is an integer, and then you perform the addition, which will give you the total cost. So that is the demonstration of the class and object as used in a PHP language. In this video, another new feature of PHP 7 I'll introduce to you called anonymous class. So this is the example of an anonymous class in PHP 7. So in order to create an anonymous class, actually the anonymous class is the one which doesn't have a user-defined name. So you can directly create an object of a unnamed or anonymous class. So this is the object of that anonymous class equal to new. New is the operator which will create a new object, class. This new class will create an unnamed sort of class, and in front of which this is 10, I want to pass on the value to its constructor. Okay, so inside the class I have one data member or variable, member variable called as x. So private $x is my instance variable or member variable, in which in the same class this is a constructor. So the value that is passed here will become the value of this arrow x, so that means this x. And then there are two functions inside the nameless or anonymous class. One is add, other is subtract. So whatever argument that may have been passed to this add function, that and the value of x will be added and it will be returned. Same thing is with the subtraction. So let us now see what happens. This obj is the object of this class, which has this arrow x being set equal to 10. And if I call now obj arrow add, so this function will be called because this function is belonging to this object, and the value that is passed to that function is 20. So what will happen? This 20 will go to this y. This arrow x is anyway 10 because it is coming from the constructor. So 10 plus 20 will be the value of this variable result. Similarly, if I call this add arrow or obj arrow sub or subtract, so this function will be called, this 5 will become the value of y. This arrow x is instance at the time of instance creation. The value of x has been set to 10. So 10 minus 5 will be the value of this result. So that's how an anonymous class, a new feature in PHP 7 that can be constructed and used. So let us run this and see the result. So this is the URL anonymous.php in my browser. Result is addition equal to 30, subtraction equal to 5. Addition is, the first result is the call to the inner function add inside the anonymous class, and sub, that is for subtraction. In this video, we shall see the concept of cookies in a PHP web application. So here now I will demonstrate the way in which a cookie is set and cookie is retrieved in PHP. Actually, I will show you 3 different codes. One is the HTML form. Second is the PHP script which will set the cookie. And the third is the PHP script which will read back the cookies. So starting with the HTML form, the name of the HTML page is cookieform.html. All it has is a simple form in which 2 text elements are there, and the method is post. The form data is sent by using the post method to a PHP script called as setCookie.php. When you press the submit button, the data will be directed towards the setCookie.php. So what is there in the setCookie.php? This is that PHP script. So all we are doing is fetching the form data by using the $_post associative array. Remember that the HTML elements were having the names as name and age. So these are the keys. The values associated are retrieved and stored in the two variables name and age. So use those variables to set the cookie. The syntax of set to cookie function is set cookie, the name of the cookie and the value. Okay, the name of the cookie and value. Here you are setting the time interval, the URL, and the other parameters as explained in the earlier discussion. So those two cookies will be set. It will just give a message cookies are set, and then it will give you an hyperlink. If you click that, this getCookie.php will be opened. That is having a code to read back the cookies. So this is the getCookie.php. What it does, it simply finds the value associated with the name key of the $_cookie associative array that is a part of the request server variable. So from which the cookie name and cookie age are fetched and they are displayed. So whichever values that you may have given in the earlier form, they will be read back. So these are the three different codes. One is the HTML form, other is the set cookie script, third is the get cookie script. I'll show all these three activities in front of you by running starting from the cookie form.html. So this cookie form.html contains two text elements. Let us enter some data into it and press the submit button. What happens? The form will take the data back to a PHP script called setCookie.php. The two cookies will be set. Right? Now there is a hyperlink which takes me to the getCookie.php, which reads back the values. So these are the two values. So this is a small but effective example of setting and retrieving the cookies in PHP. In this video, I'll tell you about the file input-output operations and how they are done in PHP language. Okay, so with the help of this example, I'll now show you how to perform the read-write operations on a file object. Actually, I'm going to show you two different PHP scripts, one for writing the data into a file and another for reading it from the file. So first, the write operation. I have to use the function called as fopen, which is a inbuilt or predefined function in PHP. It takes two arguments, the name of the file to be opened and the mode. Here in this case, I am using the W mode because I want to create a new file. The name of the file is newfile.txt. If at all this file opening operation is not successful, I want to quit the program by giving the message error in opening a new file because of any reason. Okay, then the fwrite is a function which writes the data into the file. This file is a variable which refers to the file pointer of the open file. So fwrite function takes two arguments, the pointer to the file that is opened and the data to be written into. I am initializing this str variable with this string. Incidentally, if you remember, this is a here doc syntax of creating a multi-line string. So fwrite function will write this string into the file, the name of the file being newfile.txt. After completion of the writing operation, I would close the file and display a message, file created successfully. So if I execute this file and go back to my document root folder of the server, then I should see a new file.txt created there. Okay, so let us try running and look for that new file.txt if it is created or not. So I am giving this URL file write.php. I should get a message, file created successfully. So let us go into the document root folder and whether that file is created and whether that it contains the data that we had written in our script. This is the PHP script for reading back the data in the new file.txt. So fopen function is again used to open the file in the read mode. R is for read mode. Again, this error checking mechanism I am using. If the file is unable to be opened, display an error message and exit. If it is successfully opened, then what I want to do, read one line at a time and display it. So fgetS is another file function which reads one string at a time from the pointer which is pointing towards this file that is opened. So it will get one string from the file and display. Likewise, I want to keep on doing this till I reach the end of file. So FEOF is a function which detects the end of file. So why not FOF file? That means what? Till the time there is data or there are lines in the file, keep on reading and display. As soon as the end of file is encountered, this loop will terminate, file will be closed. So if we run this, we should get back the data that was written first. This is first line, second line, third line, etc. Read back from it and displayed on the browser. So let us try this also. So I am entering the URL as file read.php and if I enter it, this was the data in it. This is the first line, second line, third line. So this is how you read back the contents of the file using the fopen in R mode. Fopen in W mode will write, fopen in R mode will read back. Okay, so this is the example of reading writing operation in PHP. In this video, we shall see how error handling activities are performed in a PHP application. So this program is a demonstration of the die function in PHP. Die function, whenever it is encountered, the program will be terminated at that point only. The rest of the program will not be executed. And the die function optionally takes a string argument which is the message to be displayed and conveyed to the user the reason of the program being terminated. So for example here, die in the bracket in front of die, I am writing file not found. So if the die function will be executed, it will display the file not found message and then it will terminate. In this program, I am using a function called as file exists. This is a library or built-in function in PHP which tests whether this file name test.txt is present in the current path or not. If it is not present, that means not file exists will be true. If it is true, then the die function will be executed. It will display file not found with a message and the rest of the program will not be executed. If on the other hand, if this file is present, then this not file exists will not be true. So the else part will be executed. The given file will be opened using the fopen function. Message displayed will be opened file successfully. If at all there are any more statements, those will be executed in the sequence. So that's how the die function will be used. Depending on whether the given file is present or not, the file will be either opened successfully or the die function will execute and the termination of the program will take place. So let us run this script and test for ourselves. This program is saved in the document root of the server. If at all there is a test.txt file in that folder, it will be opened. Otherwise, file not found message will be displayed by the die function. Okay, so let us see. So I am now entering this die.php URL. The file is not found, obviously, because the test.txt is not present in that htdocs folder. Okay, so let me now change, do the certain changes in the program and give the file name, which is some file name which is already present. So if I give that file name, then instead of file not found, I should get a file open message. Okay, so let me go to that script, change the test.txt to something which is present. Okay. So I have changed it to new file.txt. The file is already present in the document root. So after doing these changes, let us go back to the browser and execute this and see that the message. So I'll just refresh this page and the message will be open file successfully. That is because the new file.txt is indeed present in the given folder. So that is how the die function can be effectively used to handle the errors. Instead of the unilateral die function, you can also define a custom error handler. So let us now see how a custom error handler function can be used in a PHP script. To set a particular user-defined function as an error handler, you have to use a function called as set error handler. This is the name of the function, handle error, which will be eventually handling the error if at all it is it creeps up into the program. So this error handler function has been defined to accept two arguments. One is the error error number, and error string. Right. So if at all in the rest of the program any error occurs, then this handle error function will be executed and it will receive two arguments, the error number and the description of the error called as error string. So if whenever this function is executed, it will print this error number followed by the value of the variable error error and error string. Additionally, it will execute or rather echo the message terminating the PHP script, and the program execution. We anyway want the program to be terminated there, so you use the die. Okay, so this is the handler function defined, this one, and it has been set or designated to handle the error situation. Now in the rest of the code, what I am trying to do is I am trying to open. Fopen is the function which opens a file, in the read mode. If it is successful, then the success message will be displayed. If it is not there at all, then obviously PHP is going to throw an error, and we have already said that a particular function is going to handle the errors. So the control of the program will be directly handed over to this function to print the error message and stop. And at the top of the script, we have used a function called as error reporting. That error reporting function will decide what type of errors will be reported. So we have seen that there are different error levels. There are warning, there is error, there is notice, etc. So E error means all those errors which are of the type error, those will be reported. Whenever that type of error will be generated, the handle error function will be executed and that will print the error message. So let us run this script. Not present, the name itself suggests that the file is not physically the file is not present. So you expect the error message to be printed, error number, error string, and terminating the script, etc. Okay, so let us see. So custom error.php is the name of the script. I am giving it in the URL. So that is the output of the handler function. Error number. What is the error message? No such file or directory. Terminating PHP script is what we have hard-coded as the echo message. Okay, so this is how the custom error handler can be used. In this video, we shall see the exception handling as implemented in a PHP application. Now this PHP script is used to demonstrate the functioning or mechanism of the well-known try, throw, and catch mechanism, which is very popularly used in many other computer programming languages to process the exceptions. And this program is also demonstrating a very commonly you commonly come across this type of exception, which is called the division by zero exception, and it occurs whenever you try to divide a number by zero. So even though mathematically speaking a number divided by zero is infinity, it is not possible to express or represent an infinity in a computer with a finite memory. So let us create such a situation where this division by zero error will exception will occur or generate, and how to process that. So I'm going to run this program in the console mode because I want the user to enter the two numbers. Even if at all the denominator is zero, then it will throw an exception. That exception will be directed towards the catch block. It will display the error message. What is the error message? Division by zero is the error message. This statement will accept a number from the standard input, another number also from the standard input by using the fscanf function. Now, this statement is the one which is likely to have an exception. So, before the program bumps into this statement, I want to throw an exception if y is equal to 0. So if I have what I am saying, if y equal to 0, throw. That means the control of the program will be diverted from the regular sequence. Instead of letting the program to go to this, I want the program to be diverted, or the control to be taken out from here to here. So this exception, the object of this exception will be processed by this catch block. Exception E is the exception object, and the associated error message is called as the get message. So the get message here we are passing on is division by 0. So you expect the division by 0 message to be printed. So it's a very simple example. Let me open the command window now and run the program from there. So the command window is in front of you, and I'm executing this script exept1. exept1 I should write. .php. If I execute this, to ask the number to be inputted, I input something. And if I input some other number which is not 0, it will give me the result. But if I again run it, I give a number and second number happens to be 0. So it will print the division by 0 message which is coming out of the catch block. That's how the try-catch throw mechanism is employed in PHP. After seeing the example of try, catch and throw, there is one more way of processing the exceptions, and that is defining a custom exception handler. Remember that we also use a custom error handler. Now we're going to designate a user-defined function to handle the exceptions that may be called inside the program. So this example is a demonstration of a custom exception handler in PHP. So you have a function called as setExceptionHandler, which using which you can assign a user-defined function to handle the exceptions that may be arising in a PHP script. So the function here, I have defined a function called as exception handler, which receives one particular argument. If this function is executed, the message that will be displayed is uncaught exception and the error message that is associated with the exception object. Right? And this function I want to assign as my customized or custom exception handler. So whenever in the rest of the program any exception occurs, instead of the regular catch block, which is normally used to handle or process the exception, instead of that, this exception handler function is going to be executed, doing all the activity of handling the exception. Right? So this is the mechanism that should be in place. The rest of the program is very simple. Two values are to be input, stored in x and y. If y happens to be equal to 0, the program throws a exception, and new exception, that means an object of the exception class. This is the argument division by 0 that will be given on to this, the get message. So as soon as the exception is generated, this set exception handler will be activated. The control will be transferred to this function and the message will be printed as uncaught exception division by 0. Otherwise, if no exception, then the regular normal operation of printing the result of the division will be taking place. So let's go back to the command window and execute this function. So the command window is in front of you. From the command line, I am executing this custom execp.php like this. First number, some number, second number, the regular operation of division will take place. But if I give some number, but I give the denominator as 0, then the exception object will be thrown. That will be processed by this exception handler, custom exception handler that we have designated. We print this error message. It is the exception message. So that is how the custom exception handler can be assigned or can be put into service by the set exception handler function. In this video, we shall see the get and post methods as the value of the method is equal to attribute in our form. What difference does it make? The method is get. So the data sent to the server-side PHP script is sent using the get method. So as a result, what happens? the entire form data is the key and value pairs of the form element and its value. They are concatenated together and they are attached to the PHP script that you are going to call. Here, which PHP script is being called? Get method. So the form data will be sent to the server as get method.php, and in continuation with the name of that, all the key value pairs like name is equal to whatever name you will enter, age is equal to whatever age you will enter, will be attached to the URL, and that URL will be processed by the server. PHP side script will be processed like that. The URL will contain the name of the script, and appended to it is the query string, which contains the key and value of each form element that you will enter when you press the submit button. So when you press the submit button, that query string will be received by the PHP script. That will happen second time, because when the get method.php, this is the name of the PHP script that will be opened by the browser. First time this get variable will get $_get submit. First time the submit button is not going to be pressed, so therefore this will not be executed. But when it will be pressed, submit button will be pressed, the same script will be processed by the PHP server. Now the submit button is pressed, so therefore this if statement will be processed, and from the get associative array, the values associated with the get name and get age will be echoed back to the browser. So more or less the same thing that happened with the post method. Only difference is that when the get method is used, the form data is appended to the PHP script that is mentioned in the action equal to attribute. Okay, so we will see that particular URL is how it is created. We will run this example and I will show you the exact query string that is displayed in the address bar of the browser. Okay. So I open this get method.php in my browser. The form is appearing with two text elements, name and age. I now enter some data and press submit button. Now as soon as I press submit button, the query string will be formed. Name is equal to Anil, age is equal to 33, and that will be appended to this get method.php, because it is going to be redirected towards the same PHP script, because it is action is equal to has been set to the PHP self, right? So if I press submit button, there you see the query string is name is equal to Anil and age is equal to 33 and submit is equal to submit query. That was the name of the button. So this is the entire query string that is attached, from which the value associated with get name and get age is fetched by the PHP script from the associative array. So this is the behavior of get method. After the get method, we will now see how the post method works. So let us see the use of different HTTP methods. This example is using the post method. In fact, this is the HTML form. Okay, in which there are two text elements. Input type is equal to text. The first text element is to enter the name. The name of the text element itself is name. And the second text element name to identify that text element is age. Okay, and then there is a input type is equal to submit. It is a submit button. So that when the user enters the data and presses the submit button, the data is sent to the server side script, and that server side script is this one. I'm using the special variable called as PHP self which means that the data is posted back to the same script in which the form is there. Okay, so when this form is opened in the browser for the first time, the submit button is not pressed. So therefore this condition is not true, and therefore this PHP script will not be executed and the form will be displayed. But when the data is entered and submit button is pressed, that means what? The associative array server side variable called as $post, in which the submit variable is entered, or submit variable is set. So therefore this is true. Then what will happen? From the $post array, this is the called as super global, which stores the form data in the form of an associative array, where the name of the element is the key and the value entered to that element is the value. So in order to fetch the values associated with the keys, I'll say $_post name, which will give me whatever value that was entered inside the text box named as name, and similarly age. So this will be executed when the user clicks the submit button. So that is how the form data is accessed by the PHP script, which is the value of the action attribute of the form. The method is post. Okay, so this is the use of post method. Now I'll run this example and see that the form data that is entered is fetched by the PHP script. Okay. So on the address bar of the browser, after the of course the web server is running now, I enter localhost post method.php. I get a form. I enter some data into this. And some age. If I press submit button, then what is going to happen? The action attribute is redirected towards the same post method.php because of the PHP self variable. This data will be sent as the data in the post $_post associative array, and from which the key and value, using the key, the values are fetched and they are echoed back to the browser. So this is the output. So this is how the form data is sent to the PHP script by using the post method. The use of post and get method we have seen. There's another way of using or processing the form data on the server side. That is by using the $_request variable. That is another super global that is maintained by the server. Another way of processing the form data on the server side script is using the request associative array. As you know, the request a server variable or a request associative array can be used to get the form data, obtain the form data that is sent by the get method as well as the post method. So it really doesn't matter whether method is equal to get or method is equal to post is used. Of course, it will have an effect on the query string that will be generated. But then, as far as the fetching of the data from the form is concerned, all you have to do is use the associative array called as request. So request name will give me whatever the user has entered in the first text element, and request age will give me whatever the user has entered in the age text element. After the submit button is pressed, first when this request method.php is displayed by the browser on the first time, obviously because the button has not been yet pressed, so this condition will fail. This will not be echoed. Instead, the form will be displayed. After entering the data, if you press submit button, because the data is going to be posted to the same page again, because I am using PHP self as the action attribute of the form. Second time around, this condition will be true, And therefore, these two lines will be equal. Welcome the value of the name element in the form, and age element in the form will be displayed. And this will not be displayed second time because it is exiting from the if condition. Okay, so more or less the same thing that happened in the post or get method. The same thing, same data can be fetched using the request variable also, that we shall see now. So for the first time, I am running this example with the method is equal to get. Okay. So the request method.php is open in the browser. Localhost request method.php. The same form is created. I will now enter some data. And submit. Remember that the method is used as get. So therefore the query string will be a concatenation of the key value pairs. Right? Now I will change the method to post and reopen the form. You see that the query string doesn't appear in the URL. So I have changed the method is equal to post now. And the same form is opened. And now if I press the submit button, because the data is posted, sent by the post method, the query string will not appear here. But the query string, the data of the query string can be fetched from the request server variable as before. There you see that data can be fetched. So these are the three different ways in which the form data can be processed by the server side PHP script using post method, get method, or request variable. Right? In this video, let us see what is the one of the new important features that have been added into PHP 7 called as scalar type declarations. This example shows you how to use the scalar type declarations in a PHP 7 function. Scalar type declaration is a new feature that is added to PHP in its PHP 7 version. So using this feature, you can actually declare the data type of the formal arguments to a particular function. For example, here I have declared a function called as average, which is designed to calculate the average of two arguments that are sent to it by the calling environment. So the first argument will become x, second value will become y, and it will calculate the average and return. But I want to ensure that these two arguments are integer. So therefore, to prefix the two arguments, I have used integer int $x and int $y. So that we ensure that the two variables or two arguments that this x and y receive, they will be integer. So also, I also have specified what is the return type of the return value of the function. So that is defined by this int, which is given after the name of the function, give a colon and specify the return type, and then the body of the function will be written. Okay, so these are the scalar type declarations of the arguments, and this is the scalar type declaration of the return value. So the execution is simple. Just call the average function giving the two values. They will be picked up by x and y, and then the value will be returned, the average will be returned. So this is fairly straightforward as it was in case of the PHP 5. So let me just execute this function and verify it. Okay. So I'm just starting the program by giving the URL in the browser, scalar type.php. Average is equal to 15, so this is as per expectation. What we shall see is how the PHP program will behave if the data types are not integer. So for example, out of these 10, 20, 120, if I make it as a string, then what happens? So here what I have done, I have given the two arguments to this average function as one is 10 integer, the other is 20, it is not 20. So when this function is executed, how does the scalar type declaration have an effect on the actual execution? Now this scalar type declaration is implemented in two ways. One is called as the coercive mode and the other is called as the strict mode. So the coercion means what? This 20 will be automatically converted into a corresponding integer value by the PHP engine. So therefore, even if the string, this is a string, inverted comma means it is a string, but because it contains a digit characters, 20 will be converted into 20. They will be given to the y variable and the result will be the return value which is equal to 15 as was the case earlier. So even if I make it as within inverted commas 20, I'm going to get the same result. Let us see. So even after changing the second argument to string, the same result is displayed. So that is called as a coercive mode of scalar type declaration. In order to enforce the strict adherence to the data types of the arguments in the function and the values that are sent to it, you have to start your PHP script by this statement: declare strict types is equal to 1. So which means that now the PHP interpreter or PHP engine will see to it that the data types of the formal arguments and the data types of the formal arguments are same. If they are not same, then it will raise an exception. Okay, so now that the scalar type is equal to 1 has been declared, and then if I try to send 10 and within inverted commas 20, then the automatic conversion of 20 to y, string 20 to integer y, will not take place, and therefore you expect, when you execute this program, you expect a certain error or exception to generate on your browser. So let us see. So I'm executing the same script. Now you see there is a fatal error, uncaught type error. Argument to pass to the average function must be of the type integer, but you are given string. So it is now enforcing a strict type similarity because of the declare strict types is equal to 1 statement at the beginning. Okay, so if I again go back to the code and change that inverted comma 202 back to 20, now the program will behave properly. Change it to normal 20 instead of the string 20 and re-execute this script. You should get average is equal to 15. Now this scalar type enforcement, either in the coercive way or in the strict mode, can also be applied to the return value also. So if I now change this formula of calculation of value to something like this, so what happens? The division of this x plus y divided by a certain float value will be a float. That means this value variable will contain a certain float, but you are mentioning that the return value of this function is an integer. And now that the declaration of strict types is enabled, declare strict types is equal to 1, this will not be allowed. Why? Because the function returns a value which is not integer. So therefore, when you try to execute this, it will again give a fatal error saying that the integer value or the return value of the function is not integer. Okay, so let us now again run the program. So with the changes in the return value type, if I try to run, again it is giving an uncaught type error. Return value of the integer average function must be integer. It is returning a float and that is not allowed. So that is how the scalar type declaration can be coercively enforced or strictly enforced. In this video, we shall see another new feature of PHP 7 called as null coalescing operator. So another new feature of this PHP 7 is this coalescing operator that we will now put it into practical use. What this operator does is it verifies whether a particular variable is set or not. If it is set, actually this double question mark is called as a coalescing operator or coalesce operator. There are two operands, one on the either side of this double question mark. The first operand is the one which you want to verify whether it is being set or not. And if it is not set, or if it is set, then this expression will be returned. Otherwise, this expression will be returned. If it is set, then the set variable will be returned to user. Otherwise, this string will be returned to the variable called user. Actually, this is a sort of a replacement for the ternary operator that you usually see in most of the programming languages, where a certain expression which will return either true or false. After this expression, this question mark is used, and after the question mark, two operands are given, separated by the column. If this logical expression is true, the first operand is returned, otherwise the second operator is returned. Now this ternary operator, specifically if you want to verify whether a certain variable has been set or not, for that you use this coalescing operator. So this is the variable that you want to see whether it is set before calling this script. If set, then the set variable itself will be the value of the variable called user. If not, then this string will be the value of the user. Okay, so if I call this script coalesce.php directly in the browser, there is no question of this script being called by a certain client-side HTML script which may be containing a form, etc. So there is no question of this user variable being set. If it is not set, then it will display the not passed as the value of user, and it will be displaying username not passed. So also the output of the ternary operator. But if I create a form and in which a form element named as user is there, and then there is a action parameter or action attribute of that form set to this coalesce.php, then obviously what will happen? This user form element will be set. So $get_user will be having a certain value which will be provided by the form. So therefore this will be true. So therefore user will be equal to the name of the user that you may have entered in the form. So you'll get at the output as username is equal to XYZ, say for example. Okay, so this behavior of coalescing operator, now we shall see by running this example. I'll open the browser. First I will call this script directly, and then I will call this script through a certain HTML form. Okay. So here this PHP script is open, and as soon as I execute, username not passed. This is the output of the coalescing operator, and this is the equivalent output of the ternary operator. Okay, now what I will do, I will open a form like this. Okay, and this text box is named as user. So if I type something here, press submit button, this coalesce.php script will be executed. It will have within the get server-side variable or server-side associative array, so to say, it will have a the value for the get user. And therefore, it will retrieve or obtain that XYZ as the value of the user variable in that script, and it will print that. That's it. This is the output of the coalescing operator. This is the output of the ternary operator. So this confirms the behavior of the coalescing operator in PHP. In this video, we will come to know about the spaceship operator, one of the new features of PHP 7. So let me explain the use of spaceship operator. This one is the new operator that is introduced in PHP 7. You can think of this spaceship operator as a two-way comparison operator. And the symbol of this operator is less than, greater than, and less than, equal to, and greater than. So normally the comparison operators are, returning either true or false. But this operator, the spaceship operator, returns three values. If the two operands on either side of this operator are equal, then it returns 0. If the first operand is greater than the other, then it returns 1. On the other hand, if the first operand is less than the other, the second one, it returns -1. So the three possible return values are 1, 0, -1. 1 if the first operand is greater, 0 both are equal, and -1 if the second operand is greater. So here I am demonstrating a few examples of the usage of this operator. So first expression compares 5 with 10 by 2. First operand is 5, second operand is 10 by 2. So incidentally, these two operands are going to be the same, so this should return 0. So what should be the output of the first line? 5 spaceship 10 by 2 equal to 0. Second expression is 5 spaceship 10 upon 2.1. So this is going to be, something like, for sure this will be less than 5. So this will be greater, this will be less. So you expect this to return 1. Okay, because 10 upon 2.1, that means the division will always be less than 5. Third expression is 3.142 spaceship 22 upon 7. So this is a well-known pi mathematical constant. Its value is 3.142 and a few more digits after this 3.142. So which means that this is always going to be less than this. The actual value of 22 upon 7 will be more by this, by a certain 0.000 something. So you expect this to be greater, so that means you expect -1. Similarly, I am using or performing the spaceship of a substring of hello world with hello. So substring hello world 0, 5 will separate hello. So in a way, the left operand is going to be hello, and the right operand is also hello. So therefore both are equal. So you expect this to be equal to 0. Okay, so using the spaceship operator with numbers, integers, float, and strings. These three examples are used in this in this code. So let us run this and verify the result of the spaceship operator in use. So this is the spaceship.php. The result is 5 spaceship 10 by 2 is 0. 5 spaceship 10 by 2.1 is 1, as I told you, because 5 will be greater. 3.142 spaceship 22 upon 7 is -1. And spaceship between hello world and hello, he is going to be 0 because both are same. Okay, so this is the confirmation of the behavior of this new operator in PHP 7. In this video, we shall see the principle of polymorphism is executed in PHP. In this example, I will show you how the interface is used in PHP. Interface is similar to a class, but inside the interface only the functions are mentioned or declared. It doesn't have any body or functionality defined in the interface. The interface needs to be implemented by a certain concrete class, and the implementing class has to override the functions, all the functions that are defined in an interface. That is how the interface works. So in this example, I have declared an interface called as button, and in which I have declared one function which is public function click. Now any class which is implementing this button interface has to give a overridden explanation or definition for this click function. So here there are two classes. One is my button and other is your button. Both are implementing the interface called as button. So the statement would be class my button implements button. So as soon as this my button class is used to implement the button, the responsibility of the my button class is to give the definition to the method or function inside the interface. So click method has been defined. What is the definition or what is the functionality of this clicked function inside my button? It will just print out a message, my button clicked. So also there is a your button class which also implements button. So therefore it also has to define the functionality of the clicked function which is in the button interface. So what does it do? It prints out another different message, your button is clicked. Okay. So now in order to use the functionality, create an object of my button class and your button class. B1 is equal to new my button, B2 is equal to new your button. If both the objects are used to call the click function, what this will do? The implemented function will be executed. The base interface has a click function which will be or which has been implemented by the my button as this function. So b1.click, b1 arrow clicked will print my button clicked. And so also b2 arrow clicked should print the your button clicked message. So that's how the interface works in case of the PHP. Another use of interface in PHP is to give a sort of multiple inheritance scenario, because multiple inheritance deriving or inheriting a class from more than one class is not allowed. So the way around is to use the interface and implementing them. You can implement as many number of interfaces as you want, but you can extend only one class. So there the interface has a very important role. As far as this program is concerned, this will print B1 clicked should print my button clicked, B2 click should print your button clicked. So let us see the output of this program. So in the browser, I'm giving the URL as localhost interface.php. I should see the two echo messages, my button clicked. It is the output of the my button class calling the click function, and your button clicked output for the your button class calling the click function again. That's how the interface is implemented by the derived classes. Okay. With the help of this example, we shall learn to use an abstract class in a PHP program. What is an abstract class? It is a class which is only used to inherit a class from it. It can be used only as a parent class. In other words, you cannot declare an object of the class which is declared as abstract. Okay, so you have declared a class shape as an abstract class, from which you are having a rectangle class, and also I have a circle class which extends the shape class. And then you can have the objects of the derived classes. You have a R1 is equal to new rectangle, C1 is equal to new circle. So you can have an object of the inherited class, but you cannot have the object of the parent class, which is an abstract class. One more thing, the abstract class may have some normal methods and some abstract methods. The abstract method will not have any body. It will have only a declaration. So likewise, abstract protected function area. There is no body. There is no bracket like this, or in which there are no statements. So it is somewhat similar to what the interface does. Okay, but when the abstract class is used as a parent class for extension, then now the abstract method that has been declared in the abstract class must be implemented in the inherited class. So here the rectangle class is extending the abstract shape. So therefore, because this function does not have any body, this rectangle class has to provide the body to the function called as area. So in addition to this overridden implementation of area function, a rectangle class is designed to have two member variables L and B. These two member variables will be initialized by the constructor, and they will be used to calculate the area. On the similar lines, there is a circle class also, which also extends the shape. So therefore, the circle class also has the responsibility to override the abstract function in the abstract class. What it is doing? It is just calculating the pi r square of the radius that is given. Okay, so at the execution end, you have a rectangle class R1 is equal to new rectangle, length and breadth. The constructor will initialize the object called the area function. What happens? The area abstraction or abstracted area is present in the abstract class, but its overridden version is present in the rectangle class. That will be executed. It will calculate the area. 10 into 20. That will be the result of area of rectangle. On the similar lines, there is a circle object whose radius is given as 10. The corresponding area function will be called up, and it will calculate the area of circle, pi r square, r into r is 100 into 3.14, whatever the value will be displayed, that will be the area of the circle. So this is how the abstract class is used as the base or parent class for the subsequent child classes or derived classes. So let us see the output of this program. So the URL for this script is abstraction.php localhost abstraction.php. You should get area of rectangle and area of circle as per the execution of the overridden area function in both of these two classes. So that is how the principle of abstraction is executed in a PHP script. In this video, we shall see what is a session in case of a PHP web application. So in this example, this is a demonstration of how to set session variables and how to retrieve or read the session variables that have been set. So to begin with, there is a PHP script called as session set, in which there is a form and there are two text elements, name and age. The input type is equal to submit. When this button is pressed, the data will be posted back to the PHP itself, that is the same script, session set.php by the method is equal to post. So obviously when this session set.php is opened for the first time, this submit variable will not be set. Underscore post submit will have no value. So this condition will not be true. So therefore this will not be executed and therefore the form will be displayed. But when the submit button is clicked, the $post submit associative array $post will have the value for submit button. This is set. So therefore this will be true. Session will start. Session start function starts the session. And then inside that session, you set up a session variable called user whose value is obtained from the $post and associative array. Value associated with the key name will be set as the value of the session variable user. And then it gives me a hyperlink to go to the check session.php. In the check session.php, the value associated with the user session variable is fetched from the underscore session server variable that is fetched and that will be displayed. It will print a message, hello, whatever name you may have entered in the form, the name text element in the form. So that is just a confirmation of the session variable that is set. So I'll now open the session set.php first. A form will be displayed. Enter the data. Session variable will be set and read back by the check session.php. Okay. So this session set.php is opened in the browser. It is giving me a form. Just enter some data into this. Press the submit button. The data is posted back to the same script which sets the session variable called as user. Okay, the session variable is set. The name is used as user. So read the session variable back and it will print the message like this. This is how the session variables are set and read back using the PHP script.